My friend Jessica's old house. The house I grew up in and lived in with my parents until after my college days was haunted by an older man who had a bad temper and didn't like being messed with, as well as a little girl who loved to play and be a kid, but was also tormented by the male spirit. I'm not sure if she was his daughter or what, but I'll get to them later. I met Jessica when she was in high school and I was in middle school, but we didn't actually start hanging out and becoming good friends until after she graduated and I was about to graduate high school. We shared a mutual friend, and because of him, I met her. The three of us were inseparable for quite a few years after that. Jessica and I joined the theater group she started in our small city, and we would spend a lot of time rehearsing and talking about our next play or designing sets at her house. Spending so much time at her house led Jessica to open up about the ghosts that haunted it. Her mom, who loved the stories, would also share them with me. Apparently, there were so many stories from over the years that her mom started writing them all down on a computer file with aspirations to write a book about it one day. There were several eerie incidents that Jessica and her mom told me about. One particular incident involved a girl who decided to taunt the ghosts during a cast party for one of the high school plays. Despite Jessica's attempts to dissuade her, the girl walked through the house talking trash to the ghosts. Suddenly, in one of the spare bedrooms, a sewing machine started running even though it was already unplugged. Terrified, the girl fled the house, never to return. It seemed like most of the activity in the house happened to Jessica. She would often hear footsteps and feel a presence in her upstairs bedroom, which was located on the top floor of the house. She developed a sleep habit where nothing could wake her, likely out of fear of what she might see if she did wake up. There were times when we would try to wake her up, even resorting to laying on her car hood or blowing the horn, but she wouldn't stir. Jessica also had a habit of sleep texting people nonsensical messages. According to Jess and her mom, they would hear someone running around the floor above them when no one was there. The running always sounded like a child's footsteps. There were many strange occurrences that puzzled them over the years. One day when I went over to Jessica's house, she was frantically searching for her purse. Both of her parents were at work, and we were the only ones in the house. She had looked in every room, including her upstairs bedroom, but couldn't find it. As she stood near the bottom of the stairs, contemplating where her purse could be, it suddenly flew down the stairs, hitting her in the chest before falling to the floor. She looked pale and shocked, and I couldn't help but laugh. Despite witnessing that incident, I still think the most chilling story happened to Jessica alone. She came home from college one day while her parents were at work, and as she was using the bathroom, she heard the sound of a little girl crying. The crying grew louder and seemed to come from right outside the bathroom door. Jessica panicked and yelled for it to go away, but the crying persisted. She finally mustered the courage to leave the bathroom and ran to the kitchen, with the crying following her until she left the house. Despite witnessing that incident, I still think the most chilling story happened to Jessica alone. She came home from college one day while her parents were at work, and she was using the bathroom. She heard the sound of a little girl crying, and the crying grew louder and seemed to come from right outside the back room door. Jessica panicked and yelled for it to go away, but it persisted. She mustered the courage to leave the bathroom and ran into the kitchen, when the crying followed her until she left the house. One night after a long day of working on set pieces with the theater group at Jessica's house, only Jessica, one of the cast members, and I remained. We had been discussing ghosts, particularly the ones that occurred in Jessica's childhood home, where I spent countless hours with her and our close-knit group of friends. The house itself carried a mysterious aura, a presence that seemed to linger in every room and hallway. I was drawn to its enigmatic charm, fascinated by the tales that unfolded within its walls. Jessica and I had known each other ever since our school days, but it wasn't until she graduated and I was on the cusp of finishing high school that we truly became inseparable. Our shared passion for theater brought us together, as she and our mutual friend ran a theater group in our small city. Joining their troupe after my graduation, I discovered that spending time at Jessica's house became a regular occurrence for us all. It was during those rehearsals, late-night conversations, and design sessions that Jessica began to open up about all the hauntings that plagued her childhood home. Her mother, who was delighted in the supernatural occurrences, shared her collection of the stories with me. She had even started documenting them, envisioning a book that would chronicle their haunting experiences. Numerous incidents were recounted to me, some of which had taken place during Jessica's high school years when the drama club would gather at her house. I vividly remember one cast party where a skeptical girl decided to taunt the ghosts. Jessica, well aware of the consequences, tried to dissuade her, but the girl persisted in provoking the spirits. Within the spare bedroom of the first floor, which had been converted into a multi-purpose room, stood an old sewing machine. As the girl continued her taunting, the machine suddenly sprang to life, causing both Jessica and the girl to be gripped by fear. What terrified them even more was the realization that the sewing machine had already been unplugged. The girl, pale-faced and trembling, swiftly fled the house, never to return. Several witnesses attested to this unnerving occurrence. It seemed that Jessica bore the brunt of the supernatural activity. Perhaps it was her fear and vulnerability that attracted the spirit's attention. Her father, indifferent to the paranormal, paid no mind to the hauntings. On the other hand, her mother embraced the stories with enthusiasm. As for Jessica, she lived in constant dread, especially because her bedroom was situated on the top floor, a spacious area that could have been 2 large bedrooms, but was left open. Night after night, Jessica would lie in bed, listening to the footsteps traversing her floor. Sometimes the footsteps would race back and forth, and she could even feel an unseen presence sitting on the edge of her bed. Fear overwhelmed her, and she would bury herself under the blankets, hoping the specter would vanish. To cope with her terror, she developed a sleep habit so deep that no disturbance could rouse her. We often shared stories of our futile attempts to wake her, resorting to unconventional methods like honking car horns or leaving messages filled with nonsensical sleep texting. Both Jessica and her mother recounted instances where they would hear someone running above them. Despite knowing that no one was upstairs, the sound of the footsteps resembled those of a child, a clear indication that the supernatural entities extended beyond the malevolent male spirit. One day, as I arrived at Jessica's house to hang out, she frantically searched for her purse, which seemed to have mysteriously vanished. We combed through every room, including her upstairs bedroom, but to no avail. She had just returned from college classes and was certain that she had brought her purse inside. As she stood at the bottom of the stairs, pondering its whereabouts, the purse suddenly hurtled down the steps, hitting her chest before landing on the floor. Her face contorted with shock. She stared at the purse lying on the floor, disbelief etched across her features. It was as if the unseen force had not only taken her purse, but had returned it to her in a dramatic fashion. A chill ran down our spines, and an eerie silence enveloped the house. From that moment on, our curiosity intensified, and we became determined to unravel the mysteries hidden within the old walls. Armed with a digital recorder, a camera, and our brave souls, we embarked on a quest to document the supernatural phenomenon that plagued Jessica's childhood home. Late into the night, we set up our equipment, eagerly waiting for any sign of paranormal activity. The air grew heavy with anticipation as we sat in the dimly lit living room, our hearts pounding in unison. Suddenly, a faint whisper echoed through the room, sending shivers down our spines. We strained to listen, hoping to decipher the message. As the minutes ticked by, the whispers grew louder, blending into a chorus of eerie voices. It was an indistinguishable cacophony of words filled with anguish and despair. We exchanged wide-eyed glances, realizing that the spirits were desperately trying to communicate with us. Intrigued yet cautious, we pressed on, exploring each room of the house. Shadows danced along the walls, and cold drafts brushed against our skin. Each creaking floorboard and flickering light bulb seemed to hold a hidden meaning, a clue to the haunted's origins. We descended into the basement, a dimly lit space that emanated a foreboding energy. The air grew thick with a sense of lingering sorrow, and the temperature dropped significantly. Our flashlight beams illuminated old photographs and forgotten belongings, remnants of a bygone era. It was in this desolate space that we encountered the most intense supernatural activity. A sudden gust of wind extinguished our flashlight, plunging us into darkness. Panic set in, but we mustered the courage to continue. That's when we heard it, the sound of a child's laughter echoing through the darkness. It was a chilling sound, both innocent and haunting, as if the spirit of the past sought solace in playful memories. Guided by the ethereal laughter, we fumbled through the darkness until we stumbled upon a small hidden room. The walls were adorned with drawings and scribbles, created by a child's hand. The room resonated with joy and innocence of youth, yet there is an underlying sadness that tugged at our hearts. With trembling hands, we captured photographs and recordings, hoping to piece together the story behind this forgotten chamber. Who was the child? What had transpired in this hidden sanctuary? Our investigations continued for months, unearthing more stories and encounters and unexplained phenomenon. We delved into the history of the house, connecting the dots between past owners and their tragedies. The spirits, it seemed, were tethered to the house, bound by unresolved emotions and unfinished business. As we compiled our findings, Jessica's mother's dream of writing a book became a shared passion. We vowed to honor the spirits and share their stories with the world, shedding light on the supernatural occurrences that plagued Jessica's childhood home. The book, aptly titled Whispers of the Past, became a testament to our experiences and the countless nights spent unraveling the mysteries within those haunted walls. It serves as a reminder that the realms of the living and the dead are intertwined, and that sometimes the past yearns to be heard. Years later, as we flipped through the pages of our book, memories flooded back. The fear, the fascination, and the unyielding bond we formed during those investigations. The haunted house had shaped us, leaving an indelible mark on our lives. We had ventured into the realm of the unknown, confronting the supernatural head-on, and emerged forever changed. The success of Whispers of the Past propelled us into the world of the paranormal and research. We became sought-after experts, invited to speak at conferences, and collaborate with fellow investigators. Our passion for unraveling the mysteries of the supernatural grew stronger with each passing day. But amidst the recognition and acclaim, we never forgot the house that started it all. Jessica's childhood home remained a beacon, drawing us back in time again. Its walls held secrets that continued to haunt us, urging us to dig deeper, to uncover the truth. Our return to the house was met with mixed emotions. Excitement mingled with trepidation as we stepped through its familiar threshold. The spirits seemed to welcome us, their presence palpable in the air. It was as if they too had been waiting for our return, eager to share more of their stories. Armed with new technology and a wealth of knowledge, we delved even deeper into the mysteries that lay within those haunted walls. Our investigations took us to uncharted territories, exploring forgotten tunnels and deciphering cryptic symbols, and communicating with spirits through advanced methods. With each discovery, the pieces of the puzzle fell into place. We unraveled the tales of lost souls, tragic love affairs, and unspeakable horrors that had plagued the house for centuries. The spirits once tormented and restless found solace in our presence, their stories finally acknowledged and shared with the world. But as we neared the culmination of our research, a darkness loomed over the house. It was a malevolent force, distinct from the spirits that we had encountered before. It seemed determined to protect its secrets, to silence us before we could expose its true nature. Strange occurrences escalated, objects levitated, voices turned hostile, and malevolent shadows lurked in the corners of our vision. We realized that we had stumbled upon a darker, more sinister entity that had been manipulating the spirits all along. Undeterred by the growing danger, we pushed forward, determined to confront this malevolence head-on. Armed with ancient incantations and a collective resolve, we embarked on a final, perilous journey deep into the heart of the house. The battle that ensued was a clash of light and darkness, of ancient knowledge against unfathomable evil. We fought with every ounce of strength and will, channeling the spirit's energy as our own. The house trembled, its foundation shaken by the epic struggle unfolding within its walls. In the end, light prevailed, banishing the malevolent entity from the house. The spirits, now free from its grasp, found peace at last. We had not only uncovered the house's secrets, but also liberated and tormented souls that were trapped within its confines. As we stood outside the house, its haunting reputation now a distant memory, a sense of closure washed over us. Our journey had come full circle, and we had fulfilled our mission. The house that had once terrified us had become a symbol of triumph and redemption. Our experiences within those haunted walls had forever changed us. We carried the weight of the supernatural, the knowledge that the unseen world exists alongside our own. But instead of fear, we embraced it with respect and reverence, vowing to continue our quest for understanding and compassion in the face of the unknown. And so, we embark on new adventures, exploring other haunted locations, assisting those tormented by spirits, and shedding light on the paranormal. But the house that left an indelible mark on our lives would always hold a special place in our hearts, a reminder of the transformative power of the supernatural and the resilience of the human spirit. Our encounters with the supernatural had tested our limits, pushing us to the edge of our fears and doubts. Yet, through it all, we discovered the incredible strength that resided within each of us. The resilience of the human spirit is a remarkable force, capable of withstanding even the darkest of shadows. In the aftermath of our journey, we found ourselves reflecting on the profound lessons that we had learned. We realized that resilience is not merely about surviving adversity. It's about embracing it, learning from it, and emerging stronger on the other side. The haunted house had become a metaphor for life itself, a constant reminder that challenges and obstacles will inevitably come our way. But it is in the face of these challenges that we have the opportunity to rise above, to tap into our inner strength and transform ourselves. We shared our experiences with others, hoping to inspire them to embrace their own resilience in the face of adversity. We did this through lectures and books and even documentary about our journey. We aimed to ignite a spark within others, encouraging them to confront their fears head-on and discover the depths of their own resilience. As we continued our explorations into the supernatural, we encountered individuals who had their own stories of resilience. We met haunted souls who had endured unimaginable tragedies, yet refused to let their past define them. Their resilience was awe-inspiring, a testament to the human spirit's capacity to heal and grow. Together we formed a community of survivors, sharing our experiences, supporting one another, and finding solace in the shared understanding of what it means to overcome adversity. We discovered that resilience is not a solitary journey, but a collective strength that flourishes when we're together. In the years that followed, our work expanded beyond haunted houses and paranormal investigations. We channeled our energy into initiatives that promoted mental health, self-empowerment, and resilience building. We conducted workshops and organized retreats and collaborated with experts in various fields to provide resources and tools for individuals seeking to cultivate their resilience. The legacy of the haunted house lived on through our efforts, not just as a reminder of the supernatural, but as a symbol of the resilience that we had discovered within ourselves. It had become a beacon of hope for those who felt lost in the shadows, a testament that no matter how daunting the journey may seem, resilience can guide us toward light and transformation. And so, we continue to explore the mysteries of the supernatural, driven by a deep curiosity and a desire to uncover the unknown. But our ultimate mission remained unchanged, to inspire and empower others to embrace their own resilience, to recognize the extraordinary strength that resides within them, and to never shy away from the challenges that life presents. For in the face of the unknown, we discover that resilience is not just a quality that we possess, it is a power that we can cultivate, a force that enables us to transcend our limitations and thrive in the face of adversity. And with this newfound understanding, we embarked on a lifelong journey, forever grateful for the haunted house that had left an indelible mark on our lives, igniting a flame of resilience that would burn brightly within us and others for years to come. I wish we had the answer. I was the type of person who made everyone feel happy and alive, making even the most mundane things exciting. Watching paint dry was an adventure in her presence. I've been grappling with the circumstances, trying to make sense of it all, but it's been impossible. I had been taking care of her 2 children, hoping to support her until she got back on her feet. After 8 long months, she was just 3 days away from coming home, but now that day will never come. A little over a week after she passed away, I had a dream. In that dream, she was there, wearing her ripped jeans and scuffed up black and white Converse shoes. She had her feet propped up on a bench as if nothing had ever happened. The moment I saw her, my heart leapt, and I rushed over to her. Taking her little hands in mine, I could smell the scent of her hair as I stroked it. She had a knack for creating things with her hands, so they were always soft, with a hint of roughness on her fingertips. I could feel it all. It felt so incredibly real. Jeannie, oh my God, please listen to me. I frantically pleaded with her, desperate for her to understand that she was gone. I can't express how intense that moment was. My desperation scared both of us. I told her how she died and that she seemed to be trying to remember. Then suddenly, a light switch went on in her mind, as if she finally understood how it might have happened. In that instant, a faded image of her brother appeared in the background, his face cupped in his hands, crying. I saw fear in her eyes. She shook her head, denying the reality that I was presenting to her. There was a vibration of disbelief, as if she never thought such a thing could even happen. It seemed like she finally realized that she was no longer among the living. Why are you telling me this now? She asked, a mix of confusion and frustration in her voice. It's too late. Now, mind you, this was just a dream, but I told her that maybe, just maybe, in some parallel or alternate time or dimension, she would have listened to me. Maybe in that different reality, she wouldn't have made the decision that led to her demise. I said that if she believed me, perhaps I would wake up in that time or dimension, and maybe, just maybe, she would walk through my front door, telling me she loves me, and all this pain would simply be a bad dream. When I woke up, tears were streaming down my face. My grandson, lying on the bed next to me, asked if I was crying about his mom. I told him that it was just a bad dream, and I apologized for crying. Being autistic, it was difficult for him to grasp the situation at first, but he sat up and gently stroked my face, wiping away my tears, and said, "Mom says she's sorry. She said to trust her about that man. Did it?" My grandson relayed this message as though he was simply passing along information, but his words made perfect sense. As the day went on, my son noticed that something was different about me, so I told him about my dream. As I spoke, I watched the color drain from his face. I asked him what was wrong. He remembered a conversation from 6 years ago when Ginny had approached him with a trippy and scary dream about me. In her dream, I was acting crazy, desperately trying to convince her not to do something that ended up killing her. The dream had shaken her to her core because my desperation for her to be believing me had felt so real. She shared that it had scared her immensely. I vaguely remembered her mentioning something about a dream before, but she never went into much detail. All she had said was that she was sorry for whatever she did in her dream, and I had laughed it off, suggesting that maybe it was a sign not to follow through with whatever it was that she had dreamt about. Now my son and I were left speechless, trying to comprehend the profound implications of these interconnected dreams. Did they point to the existence of alternate or parallel universes? Could different times and dimensions truly coexist? And if so, had she heeded my warnings in another dimension, how many times had I tried to save her? It was mind-boggling how real the experience felt for both of us, despite the 6-year gap between our dreams. Why hadn't she listened to me in this life and time? I knew deep down that it was just a dream, but the emotions and connections it brought forth were undeniably powerful. I felt blessed to have heard her voice in the dream, telling me that she loved me and expressing her remorse. My son, too, had felt her hugs and witnessed her smiling at him in his workshop. My heart swelled with warmth when I overheard my grandson conversing with her in the other room, filling the void with a sense of her presence. Her daughter, in an attempt to maintain some semblance of normalcy, would send her text messages, pretending that everything was okay. But deep down, she missed hearing her mother saying her name. Despite her young age, my granddaughter seemed wise beyond her years. For her sake, I hoped that her mother found a way to visit her, even if it was subtle and intangible. The bond between the mother and the child is immeasurable, transcending the boundaries of life and death. As we navigated through this mystifying journey, my son and I found solace in each other's company. We shared our doubts, our questions, and our confusion, searching for meaning and understanding. While we may never truly unravel the enigma of those intertwined dreams, we held on to the belief that love and connection transcend the limitations of time and space. And perhaps, just perhaps, in the vast tapestry of existence, our souls find ways to connect and communicate across dimensions, leaving a glimmer of hope and possibility of redemption. In the end, whether it was a dream or a glimpse into another reality, I cherished every moment I shared with her, even if it was within the realm of the subconscious. And as I moved forward, carrying her memory in my heart, I vowed to honor her by embracing life, cherishing my loved ones, and embracing the unknown with an open mind and resilient spirit. I don't think the exorcism worked. 13 years ago, near Elizabeth Lake in California, my kids and I embarked on a journey of finding a new home. Within my price range, options were limited, but all we wanted was a place that we could call our own. It was a sunny day and not too hot, and armed with new listings from the realtor, we set out on our search. Our hopes were high and things were going relatively well as we came across a few promising houses. However, when we reached the last house, situated on a hill, the realtor unexpectedly refused to accompany us. I inquired about gaining access to the house, and she simply stated that it was unnecessary as no one even bothered to lock it. Confused by her strange behavior, we brushed it off and eagerly decided to explore the place after looking at the pictures. The directions were straightforward. We had to ascend a winding road, passing 2 houses on the right until we reached the top of a hill. Perched there was a large 2-story house with white walls and black trim. It appeared a bit worn with an overgrown yard. Pulling into the driveway, we sat for a moment, fixated on the bright red front door. Initially, the house didn't seem intimidating at all. We only saw its potential. Encouraged by this, I took the lead with my kids anxiously following behind as we approached the door, eager to explore. Oddly enough, despite our encounters with paranormal in the past, I felt nothing as I touched the door handle. Stepping inside, we were greeted by a staircase leading up to the landing, turning left to reveal open carpeted stairs that led me to the kitchen and living room on the second floor. To the left was the entrance to the garage, while a bedroom accompanied on the right side, followed by 3 more bedrooms connected by a long hallway that extended straight back. And all this culminated in a bathroom. Deciding to inspect the garage first, I intended to assess the foundation and pipes. It was there that my daughter, Ginny, noticed a small cross on the windowsill, and then another one on a different window. Not attached much significance to them, she asked if she could keep them and make earrings. I saw no reason to deny her request, since they had been left behind. Ascending the open stairs, I A sudden wave of dizziness washed over me, as if my entire world had been turned upside down. Desperately grabbing the rail, I sat down on the top step. My son Cody, rushing up the stairs, stopped halfway and clutched his throat, his face contorted in discomfort before hastily ascending the rest of the way. Feeling better, I resumed exploring the house with my children. The abundance of large windows allowed natural light to flood the rooms. We discovered a door leading to a balcony that overlooked the cliff behind the house. We stood there for a moment, taking in the breathtaking view, yet an underlying uneasiness nagged at all of us. Consequently, we decided to venture further into the house to investigate. Cody, who was peering out of the living room windows, continuously found things and excitedly called out to his sister. Meanwhile, Ginny began descending the stairs but lost her footing. Worriedly, I remarked that if we were going to acquire the house, installing an additional handrail would be necessary. As I inspected the front bedroom, envisioning it as my own, we ventured deeper into the house. With each step, the rooms grew darker and cooler. I noted that this would be advantageous during the summer months. Upon entering the bathroom, a sudden chill ran up my spine, causing every hair on my body to stand on end. Familiar with this unmistakable feeling, I sensed a breath beside me, knowing that if I looked, I might come face to face with something unsettling. I quickly turned my head, using my hand to shield my eyes as I passed the mirror. Stepping out of the bathroom, my older son, who had been in the back of the bedroom, pointed out a cross above the window and the door in that room. Curiosity turned to alarm as Cody pulled out more of the small crosses from his pocket, explaining that he had been collecting them for Ginny. In a rush of anxiety, I hurried over to the cross above the window and then to the one on the door. It was clear to us now that these crosses were different. They had been intentionally painted over and left there as if meant to stay. At that moment, panic started to creep in. We realized that the crosses adorned every opening, every window, and both sides of every doorway. Ginny made a valid point amidst our growing fear. As much as we wanted to flee, we knew that we had to put each cross back where we had found it. Together we went from room to room, meticulously returning every cross to its original position. With each cross replaced, a sense of relief washed over us, though an undercurrent of unease remained. It was a strange task restoring these objects that held a certain weight and significance in that house. Finally, we gathered at the front door, ready to leave. Ginny and I were the last ones to step outside. "Wow, it's warmer outside," she exclaimed. Suddenly, an unexpected force pushed me from behind, almost causing me to collide with Ginny. Stunned, I turned around, searching for an explanation. Unable to comprehend why the realtor had even shown us this house, I confronted her about it. To my surprise, she confessed that she had never set foot inside the house herself. However, after hearing our account, she vowed never to venture there. Reflecting on our experience later, we all reached the same conclusion. That house must have harbored an abundance of malevolence. We wondered how long the previous occupants had endured the torment before realizing that whatever resided there was too powerful for their faith to overcome. How dire must the situation have been for the owner to go such lengths as painting crosses over every entrance? As we continued our search for a new home, that fateful house stayed etched in our memories, a chilling reminder of the darkness that can reside within seemingly ordinary walls. We learned to trust our instincts, to pay attention to the signs and energies that surround us. But not all houses hold the warmth and safety we seek, and perhaps, sometimes, it's better to listen to the whispers of caution and walk away from a place that carries an unexplainable and haunting presence. At first, I didn't want to believe him. When my family and I moved into this house in Washington 3 years ago, we noticed some odd occurrences, like random orbs appearing from time to time. They didn't seem threatening, though, and one day, my granddaughter even had a playful encounter with an orb that seemed to be dancing to the music. It felt like the spirit of a child. Our house sits on vast acres of fields, surrounded by forests and even a few farms. Strangely, the guest room, laundry room, and bathroom always felt freezing cold, and a cool breeze would come from the guest bedroom closet. To isolate the cold, I hung a blanket in the doorway of the hallway. I reasoned that these rooms were colder because they were added later and built over our well. I have my mother's ashes in my home, but when I was asked if I wanted my sister's ashes as well, I felt an unexplained fear. I don't know why, but for many years I sensed a darkness around her that I couldn't ignore. However, after a year passed, that fear gradually subsided. I recalled my sister sharing a recurring dream before her death, where she was stuck in a desert. It dawned on me that her ashes were being kept by my daughter, who lives in the desert. It felt kinda right to bring her alongside her mother. Once my sister's ashes arrived, we placed them next to our mother's ashes outside my room. Similar to my mother, we surrounded her and some of her cherished belongings. At first there were no issues, but over time, my children started experiencing unsettling things. It didn't feel like my sister, it was something else entirely. Interestingly, no one in the family has felt her presence since she passed away. My children looked for me for reassurance, perhaps hoping I could make it all go away as I had done in previous homes. But I believe this entity remained hidden from me initially and preyed on those who showed fear, specifically targeting my grown children, my son, and his fiancée. I feel guilty for repeatedly telling my son that there is nothing in our house and that it wasn't haunted, claiming that he had cleansed it after my sister's passing. Cody, if you're reading this, or hearing this, I apologize for not believing you at that time. I only wanted to protect you and the kids from being scared. These are just a few of the things that have been happening in our home over the past few years. So one late afternoon, I was at the store while my son and his fiancée were watching the two grandchildren. The kids were playing hide and seek, taking turns hiding in the guest room closet. They later told me that something felt off. Each of them experienced the sensation of someone or something sharing the space with them in the closet, almost in their face. Initially, the room served as a toy room, but the kids refused to play in there. Interestingly, the only person who slept in that room without any issues was my ex during a visit. He used to be a non-believer until the other day when we were sitting there together, watching a show. We observed his dog intensely, following something that moved around the room. Then, the bathroom door opened, and his dog watched as something was entering the bathroom before the door shut behind it. At that point, his dog dove under the blanket. My ex's eyes widened in shock, and he asked if I'd seen what he saw. I couldn't help but laugh inside, witnessing the transformation of a former non-believer. I confirmed that I saw it too, and since then, no one in the family has dared to sleep in that room, not even me. 6 months ago, my son told me about an unsettling experience in the kitchen. He had gone downstairs late at night to grab a glass of water when he suddenly felt a chilling presence in the room. The atmosphere became heavy, and he could sense that something was watching him from the shadows. As he turned to leave, the kitchen faucet turned on by itself, unleashing a rush of icy water that cascaded into the sink. Shocked and unnerved, my son quickly retreated from the room, his heart pounding in his chest. He tried to brush it off as a strange coincidence, but deep down, he knew that there was more to it than mere chance. From that point on, the kitchen became a place of unease for the entire family. We would often hear unexplained noises like the sound of utensils clicking or the faint whispering of voices when no one else was around. Items would mysteriously move from their original places, and sometimes we would catch glimpses of fleeting shadows out of the corners of our eyes. Despite these eerie encounters, we tried to maintain a sense of normalcy in our home. We hung up protective charms and prayed for peace, hoping that these actions would create a barrier against whatever entity resided within our house. However, it seemed that our efforts only served to temporarily subdue the activity, as if the presence was merely biding its time. One evening as I was preparing dinner, I felt a sudden gust of wind sweep through the kitchen. Even though all of the windows were closed, startled, I glanced around, searching for the source of the disturbance. Then once again in the corner of my eye, I saw a glimpse of a figure standing in the doorway, its form indistinct and ethereal. Fear gripped my heart and I watched the figure slowly dissipate into thin air. It was in that moment that I realized that we were dealing with something beyond our understanding. It became clear to me that the spirit haunting our home wasn't my sister or any other deceased family member. This entity was somehow altogether different, something that had attached itself to our house. Determined to find answers and bring an end to the unsettling occurrences, I began researching the history of our property. I discovered that the land had once been part of a larger estate, owned by a wealthy family with a tragic past. The original house on the property had burned down under mysterious circumstances, claiming the lives of several family members. The more I delved into the history, the more it became apparent that the restless spirits of the past were still lingering in our midst. It seemed that the negative energy from the tragic event had imprinted itself on the land, creating a haunting that sort of transcended time. Armed with this newfound knowledge, I sought the assistance of a paranormal investigator. Together, we conducted thorough investigations using various tools and techniques to communicate with the spirits. Through these interactions, we learned that the entities were trapped in a state of sorrow and unrest, unable to find peace. With the help of the investigator, we performed a cleansing ritual aimed at releasing the trapped spirits and restoring balance to our home. It was a solemn and emotional process as we offered prayers and heartfelt intentions for the spirits' liberation. In the days that followed, a sense of tranquility settled over our home. The temperature in the guest room, laundry room, and bathroom returned to normal, and the kitchen no longer held an oppressive atmosphere. The strange occurrences gradually ceased, and we could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Though the memory of those unsettling experiences remain etched in our minds, we have learned to appreciate the newfound serenity in our home. We cherish the moments spent with family, knowing that we have overcome the darkness that once plagued us. As time passes, we continue to honor the spirits that once dwelled here. We light candles in remembrance, offering our gratitude for the guidance and strength we gained from this transformative journey. And in doing so, we hope that the spirits have finally found peace that they have long been denied, leaving behind a home filled with love and tranquility. He saved me. In 1997, I found myself in Lancaster, California, moving into an apartment with my youngest son and father, Kev. Things seemed okay at first, but that illusion quickly shattered. Kev started drinking again and spending time with his brothers and friends. He would disappear for days, only to return home accusing me of infidelity. Life became unbearable, and meanwhile, I had been diligently paying for a storage unit that held precious memories of my family and other children from different times of our lives. It held immense importance to me. Since my car had been stolen before we moved in, I had to rely on Kev and his family to handle the finances. However, in the last few months before I left him, Kev's behavior became increasingly erratic. He delved into drug use, making it a regular part of his life. One evening as I was preparing dinner, I heard commotion outside. My name was being called. Looking out of the living room window, I was shocked to see our once quiet street filled with flashing red and blue lights. Amidst the chaos, Kev stood in the midst of all of it, yelling my name. Before I could even rush outside, an officer knocked on my door. He informed me that my car was outside, and I asked if I wanted to claim it. If not, it would be towed away. Confused, I couldn't comprehend what he was saying. As it turned out, Kev's brother had taken my car and stored it at their mother's house. Kev had told the sheriff that the car was mine, intending to shift to blame for the drugs to the car, shifting it. Absurd, right? Thankfully, the officer believed me and Kev was sent back to prison. So there I sat, alone and in shock. But things took a turn for the worse when the landlord appeared a few days later. He informed me that I hadn't paid rent for 4 months and that I hadn't responded to letters I never received. I was given 10 days to vacate the premises, barely enough time to move any of my belongings. Shortly after the utilities were cut off, to add insult to injury, I discovered that Kev had taken every penny I had saved. My world was turned upside down and I felt utterly crushed. With nowhere else to go and unable to seek refuge with my mother due to complications, I temporarily moved in with a friend. Initially, everything seemed fine. We kept to ourselves and steered clear of the drug-filled lifestyle. However, my depression grew and the temptation to numb the pain became overwhelming. I made the difficult decision to call my mother and ask her to take my son away from that environment. I didn't want him exposed to such toxicity. I didn't want any of my children to witness me in that state either. I was a complete mess, with my self-esteem at an all-time low. Every time I drove past my boarded-up apartment with my belongings still inside, it served as a constant reminder of my failures. One day my friend collected my mail from the abandoned apartment. Among the letters was a devastating blow, the final straw. Kev had stopped paying for my storage unit, and it was now up for auction at a price far beyond my reach. That was it. I had lost the last remnants of what I held dear. Something snapped inside me. In my disturbed state of mind, I dropped the letter and walked out of the house barefoot, wearing only a long t-shirt despite the freezing weather. I wandered over to a nearby mini-mart, filled a cup with cocoa, and walked out without paying. My friend noticed and covered the cost. Eventually, she found me sitting in a park, staring blankly into nothing as my mind spiraled into darkness. I was in a bad place, unable to find a way out of the overwhelming despair that consumed me. I couldn't bring myself to reach out to my children or my mother and tell them about the loss of everything that we had cherished. The thought of exposing them to my shattered existence filled me with shame and guilt. It felt as though my children would be the better of me without me. It felt as though my children would be better off without me. I couldn't bring myself to reach out to my children or my mother and tell them about the loss of everything that we had cherished. The thought of exposing them to my shattered existence filled me with shame and guilt. I felt as though my children would be better off without me. Telling my friends I was going to visit my family, I parked my car a couple blocks away in an alley. I broke into my old apartment with its boarded-up windows and made my way to the back, hoping to remain unnoticed. There on the couch, I sat down. The room was devoid of light, except for the faint glow of a single candle illuminating a book, casting eerie shadows. In that dimness, I wrote farewell letters to my family, each page filled with words addressed to my children, urging them to support one another and strive for greatness, to not follow in my footsteps. I poured my heart out in a letter to my mother, acknowledging her incredible job raising me and expressing profound remorse for the pain I had caused her. Tears stained the crumbled pages, blending with the ink. I held a handful of pills in my trembling hand, enough to end my suffering. I swallowed them, succumbing to the darkness that enveloped me. A burning sensation gripped my stomach and my eyelids grew heavy. It felt like the end. Yet amidst the suffocating silence, a flicker of awareness stirred within me. My eyes struggled to focus, and there in the room, I saw people moving back and forth, as if they were oblivious to my presence. The surroundings lacked color, and I extended my arm, attempting to touch them, but my hand only passed through air. Suddenly, a woman halted in her tracks. She faced toward, and then turned her head and looked directly at me. A blood-curdling scream escaped her lips before she resumed her aimless wandering. Confusion filled me, and I managed to mutter, "What are you?" But my own voice sounded distant and faint. She ignored my question, disappearing into the grayness. Then a voice, firm and commanding, cut through the haze. "Wake up," he demanded. "It isn't your time." The figure, dressed in a trench coat, exuded an air of authority in its monochromatic environment. My head slumped back down, but he persisted. Another forceful nudge to my chest, accompanied by his resolute voice, "It is not your time." A sharp slap across my face jolted me, as if a gust of cold air grazed my neck. Hands grasped my shoulders, shaking me vigorously, forcing my head to flop from side to side. In that moment, I lost consciousness. When I awoke, I found myself gasping for air, with fingers down my throat, struggling to breathe. It was a girl I had only met twice, acting purely on intuition and a persistent feeling that I needed help. She couldn't shake off the feeling for hours despite not understanding why. She implored her friend to break down the door, and even though he feared getting into trouble, he experienced the same undeniable urge. I'll forever carry gratitude towards her for saving me and towards the man who relentlessly tried to rouse me until help arrived. Life gradually improved from that point forward. I began to reconcile my thoughts, distancing myself from the destructive life and toxic relationships. I learned that I couldn't battle my demons alone. We needed to support one another. Reflecting on the letters I had written years later filled me with shame. The realization of the pain and anguish my actions could have caused my family was a devastating blow. It was a selfish act, driven by temporary despair and a distorted perception of the world. To anyone out there who feels trapped in their suffering, please know that there is a way out. Believe me, I've been there. Don't push your loved ones away. They may not fully understand, but they can listen. And if you still feel unheard, seek help from professionals who can guide you through the darkness. Remember, only time can reveal the answers, and there's always hope, even in the bleakest moments. Santa Paula. I was going through a very nasty battle with the father of 3 of my children. I strongly believed that children should know both parents and have a positive relationship with them. But this man was pure evil. We were all living in fear for our lives, including my mother. I had no choice but to place my children somewhere safe. Thankfully, my mother and sister agreed to take care of my 5 children while we dealt with this terrifying situation. I made a promise to my girls that they would never have to see this man ever again. He was a relentless stalker, always finding ways to track us down. His desire for revenge grew stronger when we broke free and ran away. We managed to find a small brick triplex. It was a townhouse apartment in a Spanish community called Santa Paula. It was situated off an 8th Street and consisted of 4 small garages lining the driveway, with a partially enclosed courtyard and a separate 2-story house in the front. The place wasn't very spacious, but it was enough for my kids. The landlord understood our desperate situation and allowed us to move in. The downstairs area of the townhouse had a living room, a bathroom, and a kitchen, with an open cubbyhole beneath the stairs. However, the living room was quite narrow, only about 10 feet wide. The stairs were located at the back of the house, near the door leading to the backyard. Upon reaching the top of the stairs, there was a bathroom on the right and a very small bedroom next to it. To the left of the stairs, facing the front of the house, was a long bedroom. Initially, everything seemed fine. It was a welcome relief from the turmoil that we had just experienced. But soon, things began to change. The kids all slept together on mattresses in the small bedroom next to their baby sister's crib, but they didn't like it in there. The baby would stand in her crib and scream as if something frightened her. The children started wetting the bed because they were too scared to walk through the doorway. Night after night, this continued until my mother reaching her breaking point. She moved all the children into the bigger room where she and the baby slept, and the crib was no longer used. However, my youngest boy at the time refused to sleep upstairs. We had a couch and a love seat, so my sister slept downstairs with him. It was in that house that he stopped talking, and his eating habits changed for years to come. He would stand point and grunt at the open space under the stairs, so my sister covered it with a blanket. The laundry room was located outside behind the garages. One day while I was there, we were all playing a board game. My sister asked my oldest son to leave the game and accompany her to do a load of laundry. I questioned why he had to go and why they needed a walkie-talkie. She replied that she was scared because she felt someone was watching her the entire time she was in there. Concerned, I decided to go with her, and indeed, I felt that eerie presence too. I visited often, always changing my route to ensure that I wasn't being followed. Each time, tears would flow when it was time to leave. We would take walks through the neighborhood and fantasize about living in one of those grand, beautiful houses. The kids would ask me if I thought any of them were haunted. I couldn't help but feel a few of them were, not because they were old or scary looking, but because there was an inexplicable aura. Santa Paula was an old town with a history filled with its fair share of deaths. Whenever I visited, the kids would tell me about their new friends next door, but they never mentioned the boy who lived in the front house. I caught glimpses of him in the upstairs window a few times. It struck me as odd that he never seemed to venture outside. I asked the neighbor next door about him, but she claimed to have never seen any other children, just an old lady whose husband had passed away years prior. I distinctly remember seeing the boy in the upstairs window 3 days after the old lady's demise. It was the only light on in the house. A week later, the landlord informed my mother that there were many unclaimed items left behind in the basement. She thought that we could make use of them. The basement doors were located outside, resembling a double-door storm shelter next to the house. As the landlord opened the doors one by one, revealing stone steps leading into darkness, I grabbed a flashlight and ventured down while my mother waited outside. I discovered old furniture, a crib, toys, and boys' clothes in boxes. Then I stumbled upon a photograph that was undeniably familiar. It was that little boy. An overwhelming sense of sadness and distress consumed me, and suddenly it felt like we were intruding, as if we shouldn't be touching those things. The walls seemed to close in on me, and I quickly ran back up the stairs, telling my mother, no, we wouldn't be taking anything from that basement. Even if there were things that we could use, it just didn't feel right. Curiosity led me to inquire about what happened to the boy, now that the old lady had passed away, assuming he was her grandson. The landlord revealed that there was no boy. Her son had died many years ago, tragically shooting himself with his father's gun, which he had found in the basement. He was an only child. That revelation sent shivers down our spines. My daughter Penny and my other kid kept telling me about the strange and scary things that they experienced, especially the presence upstairs in the hallway outside the bedrooms. It always made us feel uneasy. One day I found Ginny, my daughter, in that area. As I entered the room to see what she was up to, an eerie silence enveloped the space. She was busy drawing all over my mother's large standing suitcase. When I confronted her, she calmly turned her head to look at me, but it seemed like she wasn't really there. I called out her name and she looked surprised, as if she couldn't understand what she had just done. She dropped the marker and cried out, "What's happening? It wasn't me, I didn't do it." I frequently spotted a figure in the hallway, often standing in the doorway of the bedrooms, silently watching us sleep. Unfortunately, there's nothing we could really do to make it go away. Eventually, we were able to save enough money to move. My mother believed that there was an intense paranormal activity in that place due to its location near to an old train stop and firehouse. You could sense the weight of history hanging in the air. The area had witnessed numerous territorial battles and the loss of many young lives. Just the other day, I was talking to my eldest daughter, Penny, about these experiences. We both described seeing the same dark figure wearing a hat, standing in the hallway doorway almost every night. Soon after, we were able to relocate to a mobile home in Oxnard, leaving behind the haunting and the memories of that old townhouse in Santa Paula. Lily's Nightmares. There have been moments in my life where I felt an inherent responsibility to be the voice for those who were too afraid or perhaps too unable to speak. Whether it was someone enduring abuse or an individual tormented by unseen forces, I believed it was my duty to stand up for them. I hoped that I had passed on this sense of advocacy to my children, teaching them to defend those who couldn't defend themselves. With that in mind, I want to share a particular experience involving something unseen back in 2006. I had met my friend at a self-help meeting. She exuded elegance, while I was just my carefree, happy-go-lucky self. Despite coming from an entirely different background, we formed a strong bond. Something clicked between us, and we were there for each other through thick and thin. However, certain events led my friend and her children to move to Kansas. Although I was heartbroken to see her go, I knew that it was what she needed at the time. I made several trips to visit her, sometimes for significant life events and other times simply because we missed each other's hugs. But every time I entered her home, I felt an unsettling unease. There was something I couldn't quite pinpoint, but it made me uncomfortable. Her house was a ranch-style 2-story build in the 70s, with bricks running halfway up the walls and shutters on all the windows. The entrance boasted a magnificent wooden door with an etched panel. Upon opening it, a set of stairs stretched ahead, leading to the second landing. To the right was a living room, while to the left was a sitting room, dining room, kitchen, and den. During my first visit, I kept catching glimpses of something on the landing at the top of the stairs, but it would vanish the moment I looked again. On one occasion, I saw what I thought was her small daughter, a dark figure slowly descending up one step at a time before disappearing near the bottom. Sometimes before entering the house, I sensed a shadowy figure standing on the other side of the door. Glimpsed through the etched glass panel, and once I had planned to surprise my friend by working on her garden, but upon witnessing that figure, I decided to wait outside until she returned from work, not mentioning a word about it to her. At night, I would ascend the stairs, only to sprint to my room as quickly as I could. I must have appeared comical, as I'm not as young as I used to be. My room, located at the front of the house, filled with windows that allowed natural light to filter in. And despite this, it always seemed a bit dark to me. The room itself was spacious, with the door placed all the way across, leading to the hallway. Another room and a bathroom was there too. Christy's room occupied the opposite side. I kept waking up with chills, piling on more blankets to ward off the cold, but I dismissed it as nothing unusual. I mentioned the shadows to Christy once, but she brushed it off with a playful remark. "Shut up, don't freak me out in my new house." So I let the matter rest, trying to push it to the back of my mind and convince myself that it was all just my imagination. I visited her home a few more times, and each visit was accompanied by strange dreams, waking up to loud noises in my ears, and persistent sightings of shadows. I even heard my name being called when no one else was around. I cautiously brought up these experiences with Christy, asking if she was certain it was nothing. She confessed that she too had glimpsed unusual occurrences, but what troubled her even more were that her daughter's terrifying dreams, which startled her awake at all hours of the night. While it was possible that Lily was simply having nightmares, I couldn't discount the possibility of something else, having had my own share of unexplainable encounters as a child. During my final visit, the atmosphere seemed lighter. Fresh snow covered the ground, and I had been moved into a smaller room upstairs, with Lily now occupying the larger one. However, that night felt off in some indescribable way. I remember placing 3 nightlights in my room, tossing and turning as if something were watching me from behind. It sent shivers down my spine. Eventually, I drifted off to sleep, only to be consumed by twisted dreams of 2 individuals, a man and a woman. The woman had dark hair that was intricately styled into a pointed shape atop her head. The man had short, shiny hair that also stood up on end. At one point, he vigorously shook his head from side to side before leaning over me, pressing his hand against my shoulder and screaming in my ear to wake up. Startled, I opened my eyes to witness swirling shapes encompassing the room, along with fleeting images of their faces. I sat up and the apparitions dissipated. From Lily's room, I could hear her moaning, so I cautiously approached her door, Standing in the doorway, I mentally drew an invisible line of protection and said a prayer. Satisfied, I returned to my room, not wanting to disturb anyone by aimlessly wandering around in the dark. I lay back down and managed to fall asleep, but my slumber was abruptly interrupted by voices in the hallway. I didn't recognize the voices or their hushed conversation, but it felt as if I were being mocked. I saw the figure standing in Lily's doorway, gazing at her while whispering and occasionally glancing back toward my room. Suddenly, Lily screamed, causing the figure to swiftly fade away just as Christy turned the corner to comfort her. When Christy woke up, I hesitated to share the full extent of what had occurred, not wanting to frighten her. However, I felt compelled to confide in her to some degree. I described the man and woman I'd seen in my dreams, unsure if she would believe me. Later, when Lily came downstairs, recounting her unsettling dreams once again, I asked her to draw a picture of the people that she had seen. To my astonishment, her drawings matched the descriptions I'd given to Christy. We didn't delve further into the matter, as we didn't want to alarm Lily, and discussing it seemed to make Christy uncomfortable. But in a subsequent conversation, she mentioned that Lily's dream had become less terrifying, and the general atmosphere of the house had improved. It was during that conversation that Christy revealed that she knew what I had done. Bewildered, I replied, "Whatever do you mean?" I secretly worried that she had somehow installed cameras and thought I was losing my mind. To my surprise, she responded, "I found the salt." He told me to get out. There was a time in my life where I hit rock bottom and I desperately needed assistance. Luckily, a friend came to my aid and told me about a kind-hearted family who agreed to rent me a room that they had built in their garage until I could get back on my feet. I didn't mind the makeshift setup. I managed to make it warm and cozy by putting up a blanket and a door to keep out the cold and maintain some privacy. Little did I know that this arrangement would bring about a profound connection with their daughter, Tracy. Our beds were positioned with only the garage wall separating us, and over time, Tracy and I grew incredibly close. Sometimes when her parents were asleep, we would talk to each other through a thin wall, our whispers carrying our thoughts and feelings. The house itself was a modest one, with 3 bedrooms, a single bathroom, and a garage in the front. It sat directly across from the Palmdale Mall. Upon entering the house, you would find yourself in the living room and kitchen area. A hallway led to the right, opening into Tracy's room, and the other bedrooms at the back. One night, I woke up with a sense of dread engulfing me. Strange thumps and unexplained noises emanated from the other side of the wall. At first, I attributed them to Stacy's low-volume TV and her movements as she tried to get comfortable. However, I soon realized that it was Tracy herself that I was hearing. Her sounds resembled crying, as if she were sobbing into a pillow. I strained to understand her words amidst the distress, catching fragments like "no" and "go away" and "please." Then amidst her cries, she screamed out my name. I sprang into action, racing through the house faster than her parents could react. As I approached her room, which had its door wide open, I witnessed a scene that sent shivers down my spine. There, hovering above Tracy's bed like a gray mist, was an eerie presence. She lay there clutching her blankets tightly, pulling them up around her neck. The moment I stepped into the doorway, I saw the image of a withered old man pressing his face against hers. His gaze suddenly shifted towards me, and as if it was an intruder invading their space, his face contorted into a twisted grimace, emanating an overwhelming sense of malevolence. Simultaneously, Tracy screamed my name again, even louder this time. I could feel the weight of its hatred. Then, like long strands of hair blowing in the wind, the presence dissipated, leaving behind a dark shadow that swiftly faded away. It was the first reach of Tracy's bedside, enveloping her in a tight embrace. I cradled her arms as her body shook uncontrollably. It took what felt like an eternity for her to calm down enough to recount what had transpired. She shared that she had just settled into bed, turning off the light of her nightstand when she heard something stirring on the other side of the room, near the closet. Tracy described how she sat up, struggling to adjust her eyes to the darkness. That's when she noticed a mist-like figure on the floor, slowly making its way toward her bed, causing the room temperature to plummet. Tracy watched in horror as a face materialized, with a full-bodied form stretching out towards her. It started crawling up from the foot of her bed, gradually advancing into her legs. Tracy desperately tried to move, but fear paralyzed her. She repeatedly told the entity no, but it persisted in climbing up her body until its face loomed directly above hers. In her own words, she said, "That face, he was smiling while he was choking me, stealing my breath." It was at that moment she screamed out my name. I couldn't fathom why Tracy's parents dismissed her terrifying experience. They brushed it off as a vivid nightmare, one that felt all too real for her. However, I believed her wholeheartedly. After all, they hadn't seen what I had witnessed. The following day, I mustered the courage to approach her father and question their reaction. I wanted to understand why they hadn't supported Tracy in her fear. He simply explained that he thought that she had an overly active imagination. He mentioned that they too encountered inexplicable phenomena frequently, but they had learned not to let it consume them. They even gave this otherworldly presence a name, Charlie. In the aftermath, we decided to string white Christmas lights throughout Tracy's room, offering her a sense of comfort and reassurance. From then on, she never slept with the lights off again. As the months passed, the weather grew colder, almost unbearable. The family graciously allowed me to sleep on a recliner in the living room, facing the hallway's entrance. They had placed a baby gate there to prevent their dog from entering the bedrooms at night. I didn't mind sharing my chair with the loyal canine. It actually kept me warm. One late night, when everyone was in their rooms and silence enveloped the house, the sound of ticking clocks gently lulled me to sleep. After a couple of hours of blissful slumber, the rattling of the gate startled me awake. Assuming it was Tracy's father making his late-night coffee, a routine that he had repeated countless times before, I didn't bother to peek out from under my covers. But this time, I didn't hear any movement in the kitchen. Dismissing it as someone using the bathroom, I settled back into my sleep. Once again, the rattling of the gate jolted me awake, but this time it was louder, as if someone was deliberately trying to rouse me. The dog beside me began shaking and growling in response. Tentatively, I lifted the blanket, revealing a chilling sight. There stood the figure, hands gripping the gate, shaking it vigorously. With each forceful movement, the noise escalated and the dog's bark intensified. I expected someone to emerge from their room, drawn by the commotion, but no one came. I found myself alone, face to face with this menacing presence. Its face began to contort and morph, and though I could partially see through it, the sight sent shivers down my spine. In a deep, guttural voice, it sternly commanded me to get out. Trembling, I covered my head with the blanket, repeating, "Okay," over and over until the entity vanished into thin air. I remained awake for the rest of the night, keeping myself occupied by watching TV. Anxiously awaiting someone's awakening, it didn't take more than a few days before I made the decision to leave. The unsettling incident had shaken me to my core. Eventually, the family moved as well, though not for the same reason. I'm grateful that they did. As for the history of the house or the identity of the elderly man, I'm afraid I can't shed any light on those mysteries. Later on, I found work as a maintenance and painting worker for the real estate company responsible for the house. Whenever the property required repairs, I made sure to pass the opportunity to another colleague, wanting to distance myself from that haunting place. It wasn't her. My sister, she was unique, a person with extraordinary sense of humor, special in her own way, and the most loving individual that I knew. But beneath her endearing qualities, there lurked a dark side, that we were all aware of. As the eldest among 5 girls and 1 boy, my sister held a special place in our family. She had a spirit friend during her early years, engaging in remarkably intelligent conversations with someone only she could see. Our mother even used to ask her questions that she couldn't possibly know the answers to, and it astonished our mother when my sister provided mature responses. She confided in me later, explaining that she felt her friend was there for her during the time when she needed support. As she grew older, her friend informed her that it was time for her to depart. My sister endured the toughest of times alongside our mother, witnessing her abusive marriages, subsequent divorces, and the constant upheaval of our lives. In some ways, I believe my sister developed an intense protective instinct towards our mother. It almost bordered on obsession, as she would go to great lengths to earn our mother's approval, even if it meant hurting one of us. We sensed a resentment for taking away our mother's attention, particularly towards my brother, who received special treatment as the only boy in the family. It broke our mother's heart when my brother got married and moved away, and needless to say, my sister wasn't fond of his wife. She did everything in her power to drive a wedge between our mother and their relationship. She also held resentment towards our second eldest sister, who always sought attention and constantly stressed our mother out. As the youngest of the family, I had a unique bond with my mother that no one else could break. Perhaps my sister resented me too, for having such a special connection with our mother. While my sister had always shown signs of instability, something changed after we moved into the house on Alexandria. During our time there, I shared a bed with our mother, and night after night my sister would sit on the edge of our mother's side, projecting negativity and expressing delusional problems that haven't even occurred. Our mother would cry, begging her to stop. I wonder if something attached itself to her in that house, although I can't be certain. Fast forward to the end of my sister's life. Our mother passed away at the age of 87 from cancer, leaving my sister feeling alone and devoid. While she would never take her own life, she longed to be with our mother in the afterlife. She had been battling her own medical issues throughout her mother's life, but now she felt there was nothing left to fight for. By stopping her treatments, she believed the end would come. We all tried to bring her home with us, but she refused. Consumed by paranoia, she insisted on staying in that cold, empty place. She would sit there, holding her mother's belongings, staring into the distance as if waiting for something. One night as I was helping her, she asked me to sit close to her. She said it was crucial, so I obliged. She confessed her worry, explaining that she was at the end of her life and felt like she needed my forgiveness. She confessed to having done things, bad things. I assured her that we've all done things that we're not proud of, but she insisted that her actions were particularly harmful and had negatively impacted my life. Though she didn't reveal the specifics, I had a strong suspicion of what she meant, as those events had indeed affected me negatively. She revealed that for many years she had felt a dark presence clouding her thoughts. Opening her hand and pointing to the top right side of her head, she emphasized its location. She said it was right there. I had also sensed something around her, but I had only shared my concern with our mother. In her final days, my sister suffered greatly. Unfortunately, I wasn't present when she passed. I received a picture from one of my sisters, showing my sister in her last months. Her eyes were wider than ever before, staring upward to the right above her head, exactly where she described feeling the negative dark presence. It wasn't a vacant gaze, it was filled with fear. Curious, I called the nurse to inquire how long she had been staring like that. To my surprise, they had only been using eye drops to prevent her eyes from drying out, because she had been staring for an extended period. What was she looking at? That image still haunts me. The night she passed, I waited until morning to inform my brother. Strangely, he didn't seem surprised and asked me about the time of her last breath. He explained that after turning off the lights and closing his eyes, something dark rushed towards him. It was cold and terrifying, and suddenly he saw my sister's face in his mind. He just knew she had passed away. It sent shivers down my spine. A few days later, my second eldest sister and my brother's ex-wife, who lived together, called me, sharing their experience of crashing noises in the bathroom at 5 a.m. Their dog wouldn't stop growling at the top corners of the room. They asked me to help cleanse their apartment, and I obliged. Now, I can't help but fear that I might be the next target. However, nothing happened. Almost a week went by, and one night as I lay in bed with my grandchildren, my grandson looked toward my bedroom door and uttered, "No, no, no, spooky." He was only 4 years old. I didn't even turn to look. I reassured him that everything was all right and that our bed was covered in white light protecting us. I moved my hand as though waving a magic wand, enveloping us in this comforting embrace. He sat up and glanced around and said, "Oh, thank you," before falling back asleep. I followed suit. On the contrary, my son and his fiancée couldn't sleep at all that night. I keep a bright nightlight on in my room, so there was no explanation for what they exactly were experiencing. We live in an old farmhouse-style house, and my son's room is upstairs in the loft, with the doorway facing my room and the kitchen. My son told me that he and his fiancée descended into the kitchen and both instinctively looked toward my room to check if I was awake. In the doorway, they saw an absence of light, an absorbing darkness. They stood there, frozen in disbelief and overwhelmed with fear as they tried to peer into my room. It was as if whatever it was could not enter, but it stood mere feet away from my bed, lingering for a while before vanishing. Later that month, I took my grandchildren with me to my mother and sister's home to place their remaining belongings into storage. To our horror, we encountered the same darkness, shaking us to the core. It made me question past events in our lives. Did this entity make my sister the way that she was? Did it play a part in altering the course of our lives? Or was the presence we witnessed in that house something entirely different? I hope my sister finds peace. What perplexes me is that everyone in our family has experienced warm and loving encounters with our mother. Some have felt her touch on their hand, a stroke on their cheek or back, and at times, caught a whiff of her perfume. But not a single one of us had been visited by my dear sister. It breaks my heart to realize that we truly don't know what lies beyond. Could she be trapped somewhere and we're unable to help her? Or has she simply moved on? I hope it's the latter. Someone shared a thought with me, though, and I can't help but agree. They suggested when my sister passed away, the entity lost its hold on her. That's why it had been appearing in other family homes, searching for a new host. But it seems none of us were in a dark enough place for it to force itself an attachment. When she passed, one of my sisters remained with her, whispering spiritual affirmations, gently guiding her toward the light until she was gone. That brought a sense of solace, knowing that my sister was not alone in her final moments. It reassured me that she had the love and support and a guide to help her towards whatever awaited her on the other side. Yet the lingering presence of darkness in our lives continued to unsettle me. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to uncover, more answers to seek. I delved into research about spiritual phenomena, seeking explanations for the strange occurrences within my family. I reached out to experts in the field, hoping to gain some insight into what we had experienced. Through my exploration, I discovered stories of entities that attached themselves to individuals, draining their energy and causing turmoil. These entities thrive on negative emotions, seeking out vulnerable souls to feed upon. The more I learned, the more I realized that my sister had unknowingly become a host for such a malevolent entity. It pained me to think about her struggles, and the dark moments were not solely her own, but manipulated by an external force. The entity had preyed upon her vulnerabilities and amplified her inner demons, fueling her descent into a darker state of being. It explained the drastic shift in her personality and the unexplained phenomenon surrounding her. Armed with this newfound knowledge, I became determined to protect myself and my family. I sought guidance from spiritual healers and learned techniques to cleanse our living spaces and strengthen our spiritual boundaries and ward off any negative energies that may try to infiltrate our lives. As time passed, the oppressive presence that had plagued us began to fade. The air felt lighter and a renewed sense of peace settled over our home. We started rebuilding our lives, proclaiming the happiness and love that had been overshadowed by the darkness. However, the scars left by my sister's tumultuous journey remained. The impact of her actions, influenced by the entity's manipulation, still reverberated through our lives. Forgiveness became a crucial part of my healing process, both for myself and for my sister's troubled soul. I found solace in forgiving her, recognizing that she had been a victim herself, trapped in a web of darkness that she couldn't fully comprehend. I released the anger and resentment that had lingered within me, choosing to focus on the beautiful memories of my sister's love and unique spirit. Now, as I reflect on our shared experiences, I'm reminded of the fragility of life and the unseen forces that can shape our journey. I've come to accept that there are mysteries we may never fully comprehend, but I find comfort in knowing that love and light will always prevail. Though the loss of my sister will forever leave a void in my heart, I hold on to the hope that she's finally found the peace and freedom that she longed for. And as I continue to navigate life's uncertainties, I carry her memory with me, honoring her unique spirit and cherishing the lessons learned from our shared experiences. One word: run. Prior to 2016, I lived in Palmdale, California. At that time, my sister, whom I affectionately called Honey, and my youngest daughter lived with my mother in a rented townhouse apartment in Oxnard, about 2 hours away. Every week or two, I made the long drive to take care of them, going shopping and cleaning their house. And as they were both disabled, my mother was the core of my heart, and my sweet sister had helped raise me, so I was always there for them whenever they needed anything. Let me describe the layout of their apartment. The kitchen was located at the back of the first floor, with a door opening to the backyard. There is a spacious area connecting the kitchen and the living room, and the front door was situated there. On the right side, we had the bathroom and my mother's bedroom, while the stairs were on the left, with a half-wall railing leading up to the first landing. My mother often sat on her lift recliner on the right, facing the base of the stairs. One night we were all gathered in the living room, watching a show with the lights on. My daughter was upstairs in her room, and we were sharing laughter over something amusing we saw on TV. In the midst of our enjoyment, I noticed something strange on the stairs. It swiftly darted down the steps, peeking up at me before hiding behind the railing. As it did so, sudden cold chills swept into the living room. My mother remarked the drop in temperature and pulled her robe tighter around herself. Initially, I thought it just might be my daughter playing tricks on me, but when she didn't pop up from behind the railing, concern began to creep in. I asked my mother, who had a full view of the stairs, if she had seen anything. She replied, "No, dear, I thought I did, but there's nothing there." That's when it hit me. I instinctively knew what it was and where it had come from. Without a second thought, I rushed up the stairs and burst into my daughter's room, demanding, "What did you do?" She stared at me with wide eyes, fully aware of what I was referring to, and started apologizing. I urged her to explain what she had done to invite it into our house. She proceeded to tell me that when her friends were visiting, they thought it would be fun to summon a spirit. They attempted to contact the deceased father of one of her friends who had passed away 2 years prior. However, something else came through, frightening them all. They promptly stopped their endeavor, and her friends ran home without even saying goodbye. I was furious. "How dare you play with something that you don't understand?" I scolded her. I acknowledged that she had good intentions of helping her friend, but I reminded her that I warned her years ago to never dabble in things that she couldn't comprehend or control. Not only did I constantly worry about my family's health, but now I had to worry about this supernatural presence. I asked her if she had at least closed the door, and she looked at me with a blank stare. Obviously, she hadn't. She explained that they had made a makeshift Ouija board out of paper, and once they were done, she ripped it up and thrown it all away. But that door needed to be closed. We gathered the torn pieces, and she called her friends. Unfortunately, 2 of them were too terrified to return, so when we had to proceed with the closing ceremony without him, and deep down, I knew it didn't work. The presence was still lurking, hidden. Given the circumstances, there was nothing more I could do at that time. Let's fast forward to 2016. I had an opportunity waiting for me in Washington State, so I begged and pleaded for my mother and sister to come with me. However, my sister, Honey, was incredibly afraid of change, and although my mother desperately wanted to join me, she couldn't leave Honey's side. Now, looking back, I wish I'd been more persistent. So I made the move, reluctantly leaving them in the care of my daughter and her now husband. Within those 2 years, my eldest sister, Honey, experienced a severe decline in her health. 8 months after I'd moved away, my mother shared the devastating news with me. She had been diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. I flew and drove back and forth to be with them, and every time I visited, I showed them beautiful pictures of my new life in Washington State with its green surroundings. I urged them to come with me, but Honey remained apprehensive and declined every time. It broke my heart. In 2018, they both passed away, my mother from cancer and my sister from her pre-existing illness. Losing them took a significant part of my heart and soul. After my daughter and her husband moved out, they left all of my mother and sister's belongings in the apartment. Someone had to put everything into storage, and of course that duty fell upon me. Despite being the youngest of 6 siblings, I felt it was my responsibility. I made the drive with my 2 grandchildren, aged 8 and 4, because there was no one available to watch them for such extended periods of time. When we arrived, the apartment was in complete disarray. Dirty dishes and moldy food littered the counters and filled the sink. The floor appeared covered in a layer of soot, and my mother and sister's personal belongings were strewn about. In my mother's room, a barricade of trash had piled up, blocking the path to her door. In the middle of an open space on the floor, there is a full-length mirror hanging from a wooden ladder, a mirror I had never seen before. Overwhelmed by the sight, I couldn't help but cry. I set up a clean spot for the living room for my grandson to play with his tablet, and my granddaughter expressed her desire to help me. While I was bagging things up in the kitchen, I noticed my granddaughter standing motionless, staring into the mirror. Initially, I didn't think much of it, but she remained fixated on it. Then, without looking away, she spoke to me, saying, "Nana, can you get rid of this mirror?" I thought she wanted me to move it, but she insisted that it be removed from the house. Curious as to why she seemed so frightened, I asked her what had scared her. She explained that while she was looking into the mirror, she saw only darkness surrounding her reflection, no sign of anything else. It was as if she stood alone amidst the darkness, with something ominous approaching. I gazed into the mirror, not at my own reflection, and indeed, it appeared unusually dark. Without any further hesitation, I took the mirror outside and shattered it into tiny pieces, discarding them into the trash can. We decided to sleep in the living room that night, and it took us days to finish organizing everything. On that final night, we were alone. I had just finished mopping downstairs and locked all the doors and windows throughout the entire house. We settled in the bedroom upstairs, right across from my daughter's old room, with a new mattress laid out on the floor. I always left a light on in the hallway. As I began reading a book online, my granddaughter fell asleep beside me, and my grandson occupied himself with a tablet at the foot of the bed. As sleepiness crept over me, my grandson yawned and looked up from his tablet. His eyes widened, and he suddenly ran to the bedroom door, exclaiming, "Spooky!" He slammed the door shut and hurried back. Huddled as closely to me as possible, his behavior sent shivers down my spine, leaving me feeling uneasy. I could see movement in the hallway, dimming the light beneath the door. Swirling and peculiar shapes appeared, as if someone were pacing outside. Blackness intermittently surged through the cracks, a accompanied by cool wisps of air seeping into the room. That night felt endless, and I remained on guard until exhaustion finally overcame me and I drifted off to sleep. However, I awoke hours later, needing to use the bathroom. Fear coursed through me, but I couldn't wait until daybreak. Slowly, I opened the bedroom door, dreading what awaited me on the other side. To my relief, there was nothing. But deep down, I knew something was there. I could sense it. I tried to be as quick as possible, leaving the bathroom door open so I could hear the kids. As I rushed back to the bedroom, I heard a swoosh behind me. I slammed the door shut and lay there, holding the children tightly until daybreak. Later that morning, my sister called me. She couldn't fathom how we had managed to stay in that house. When I asked her why, she recounted her experience when she had gone to the apartment to retrieve some boxes of pictures. She had heard strange noises emanating from my daughter's old room upstairs. The sounds were so loud that she felt an overwhelming presence of malevolence. Every fiber of her being urged her to leave, so she did. She also revealed to me that her son-in-law, whom I had no knowledge of at the time, had been practicing black magic and summoning dark energy in that room. It was an unsettling revelation. Late that afternoon, we had finished everything, and the kids were already in the car, packed and ready to go. I just wanted to take one last look inside my mother's bedroom where she had slept. The walls held countless memories, and I hoped that if I looked hard enough, I would see her lying there, as she had done before. In my mind, I imagined her telling me not to cry. As I stood in the doorway, a chill ran up my spine. The hairs on the back of my neck and arms stood on end, and I felt something closing in on me. A warm breath brushed against my ear, and I heard a single emphatic word: run. I bolted out of the house with lightning speed, not even bothering to lock the door behind me. As we drove away, my granddaughter asked me who was standing in the upstairs window. My first real fear as a child. Let me begin by saying that we had an amazing and caring mother. She always prioritized us above everything else, and sometimes worked 2 jobs just to support all 6 of us. She did her best with what she had, and what she was capable with at the time. I also knew that she had a personal interest in spiritual growth, metaphysics, and occult sciences. It seemed like she was addicted to the sensation of the unknown. In some ways, it became part of our lives, and we willingly joined her on this journey. When I was 5 years old, I had a bicycle accident that resulted in the loss of my big toe. My siblings were instructed not to put me on the back of the bike without my shoes on, but my sister didn't get the memo. Being the youngest of 6 with 4 older sisters and 1 brother, I couldn't sleep in the same bed with my sister anymore because of the contraption I had to wear to keep my foot in place. There was a risk that she might accidentally hurt me while moving in her sleep, so my mother created a cozy pad with blankets and pillows next to the couch where I could safely sleep in the living room. At that time, we lived in a townhouse apartment in Hollywood, California. The living room was a spacious one with high ceilings. To the left, there was a wide-arched doorway leading to the dining room and kitchen. Strands of film strips obtained by my mother from her job hung across the archway like beads. Straight ahead, there was a staircase, and underneath it was my mom's desk. To the right, there was a long leather couch and my makeshift bed. The wall behind the couch was adorned with enormous psychedelic zodiac posters, which made her place quite groovy. It was the late 60s. We often experienced peculiar occurrences, though nothing truly frightening. Occasionally we heard footsteps running down the stairs while we were sitting at the couch, or creaking sounds in the hallway. My sister and I even saw someone who resembled our grandmother standing in the doorway of our bedroom, silently watching us. It was too dark to see her face clearly. My mom told me that I used to talk about seeing angels and how I believed that I chose her before I was born, because she was exactly what I needed in my life. I might have some vague memories of those conversations, but most of them have faded away. However, one particular incident still lingers vividly in my mind. It happened one night when I was watching The Late Show in the living room with my eldest sister. She was on the couch and I was on the bed pad. Everyone else had already gone to bed. I must have dozed off because when I woke up, everything was eerily quiet. The moonlight streamed through the kitchen window, casting colored reflections from the film strips onto the floor. Due to the immobilizing device on my foot, I couldn't move. I lay there with my head resting on my arm, fighting against the heavy weight of my eyelids. As I gazed at the pretty colors dancing on my little fingers, something caught my attention. The color reflections seemed to be moving. I glanced up at the archway and saw the film strips swaying gently as the breeze brushed against them. Lying back down, I watched as they gradually synchronized their swaying motions. I wasn't frightened at that point. Instead, I was filled with curiosity. Then all of a sudden they stopped. Each and every one of those froze simultaneously. I found it incredibly intriguing. I propped myself up on my elbows, still lying on my back, and tilted my head to get a better view. The film strips started to separate as if someone was passing through them. There behind the strips stood a figure casting a shadow. It had a humanoid shape, but it appeared gray and lacked a distinct face. I sensed a masculine energy emanating from it. As it moved closer, I noticed its feet were absent. The figure crouched down just 2 feet away from my pad, on the floor in front of me. I remember pondering over why it didn't emit any light. Fear hadn't fully gripped me yet. I simply didn't understand what was happening. The figure came even closer, leaning over my head. I innocently looked up at it, and to my surprise, it was less than 2 inches away from my face. I could feel its icy breath on my nose, causing my eyes to dry up and my tears to stream down my cheeks. For the first time, genuine fear coursed through my veins. I tried to call out for my mother, but no sound escaped my lips. My heart pounded relentlessly, its rapid beats reverberating in my ears. I attempted to move my body back, but the apparatus restraining my foot rendered me immobile. The figure loomed over my small form, and I began to sweat profusely. It started emitting an otherworldly sound, starting as a low chuckle that morphed into a high-frequency, drawn-out screech, reminiscent of radio static. Then I felt an excruciating pain pierce into my big toe, as if a long burning needle was being driven into the bone. Overwhelmed by terror, I wet the bed uncontrollably, and a deafening ringing filled my ears. The room seemed to echo, and everything seemed spinning. I caught a glimpse of the room flipping upside down as it became engulfed in blinding whiteness, and then I lost consciousness. When I regained consciousness, I found myself cradled in my mother's arms. She held me tightly, repeatedly asking, "Baby, are you all right?" Apparently, she had a premonition and rushed downstairs to check in on me. She never told me whether she saw anything unusual. Blood was oozing from my big toe, and the doctor speculated that I'd intentionally or unintentionally ripped out one of the stitches while asleep, although I was certain that I hadn't moved at all. Recently, my sister revealed that her mother had the apartment blessed after that incident. Perhaps that's why I never encountered that entity again. All I know is that my mother never allowed me to sleep alone in the living room from then on. In fact, once my toe had healed, I slept beside her every night, and she would hold my foot throughout the night, ensuring my safety. Please help her. This happened around 2007, and I found myself deeply involved with a self-help meeting. Almost every day I immersed myself in these gatherings, dedicating my time to helping others and being of service. It was an environment that I felt like a second family in, where we respected and we were well loved. I even brought my daughter along, and she thoroughly enjoyed the camaraderie and experience there. Although I never went around sharing my own family's past or our paranormal encounters, I didn't want people to think that I was even weirder than I already appeared. So when one lady began talking about her haunted house during a meeting, I didn't think much of it. People often hopped on the paranormal train without considering more rational explanations, like drafts or rattling pipes at night. I always valued the principles of cause and effect. However, my daughter leaned in and whispered to me that I should help this lady. I whispered back, dismissing her suggestion, assuming that she was just seeking attention like she had done in the past. Besides, this lady had never been the kind to be nice to my daughter and me, despite her efforts to be friendly. So why should I go out of my way to assist someone who has shown us such rudeness? Time passed, and one morning before the meeting, she walked in looking disheveled. I asked her what was going on, and she simply replied, "I need coffee, long night." I shrugged my shoulders and moved on, focusing on setting things up for the meeting. When the meeting began, it was her turn to share. She started by asserting that she was not crazy and that her house was haunted. People began rolling their eyes, but I found myself listening intently. She described how she felt watched in the shower, how the towel would mysteriously move, and how it observed her sleeping while shaking the bed. Then she revealed that her child refused to stay in the crib, screaming all night and waking up with unexplained scratches on his face and back. In that moment, I looked up from the paperwork on the table in front of me and saw the desperation in her eyes. Deep down, I knew she wasn't lying. My daughter touched my leg and whispered, "Please help her." Despite not considering myself an expert in such matters, I couldn't let a child suffer. I remembered what it was like to be in that situation as a young child, and even though I didn't particularly care for this woman, I couldn't turn a blind eye. After the meeting, I pulled her aside and offered to help, explaining that I needed to walk through her house to first get a feel for what they were dealing with. She seemed relieved that someone believed her. My daughter desperately wanted to accompany me, but I had always shielded my children from such experiences. However, she persisted, and I thought, what harm could a walkthrough do? I'm just assessing the situation. When we arrived at her house, she greeted us at the door with tea and cookies. Stepping inside, I noticed that despite all the lights being on, the room seemed strangely dark. Earlier, I had asked her to ensure the air conditioning was turned off and all the vents and windows were closed. As we moved from room to room, I sensed a tangible shift in density and temperature. My attention was repeatedly drawn to the bedroom wall. I asked her what lay on the other side, and she mentioned a closet, inviting me to explore it if I wished. Stepping into the room, I immediately felt an invisible force pulling me back. The torn pictures hanging haphazardly on the walls, a half-ripped Barney poster still clinging to its staple, and the general disarray made me uneasy. Suddenly, the closet door swung open on its own, accompanied by a chilling breeze. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were not alone. Hastily, I retreated from the room, closing the bedroom door behind me. Concerned, I inquired about the child's whereabouts. She casually replied that he was away. We sat down on the couch, and she proceeded to describe the details of the occurrences and their locations within the house. As we spoke, my gaze fixated on a particularly large fly. It was winter, an unusual season for flies. The insect hovered above her head for a while, then moved over to my daughter's head, completely avoiding me. This continued until it finally landed on my daughter's shoulder. Suddenly, a lock of her hair stood on end. She brushed it down with her fingers, looking concerned, as if questioning whether anyone else had noticed. I don't think the lady paid any attention. The fly then flew up on my daughter's head once more, causing a larger section of her hair to defy gravity. Reacting swiftly, I got up and excused ourselves, stating that we needed to step outside for a moment. The woman seemed frantic about me taking my daughter along, but it was then that I realized my daughter was vulnerable and in need of protection. I uttered a protective prayer and visualized surrounding her with white, comforting light before instructing her to wait in the car. Upon re-entering the house, the woman seemed like a different person. She had cleared the table where we had been sitting, which astonished me considering I had only been gone for a minute. She reassured me that everything was now fine, expressing confidence that it would all go away. Curiosity lingering, I asked her about her young son, the reason she had sought my help. Nonchalantly, she disclosed that he cried excessively, so she had given up and went to children's services. She seemed to brush it off as inconsequential. Stunned, I stood there, grappling with what was just transpiring. As I walked toward my car, the woman called out, "Hey, bring your daughter back any time." However, from that moment on, I rarely attended the meetings, and whenever she did, my daughter and I avoided her like the plague. A few years later, a friend informed me that she had spotted the woman at social services with her kids. Apparently, she had moved. I hadn't even known that she had more than one child, but I suppose that she must have just regained custody of them. Despite my personal feelings towards her as an individual and as a mother, I genuinely hope that they're all doing well. The evil that lives here. My name is Brandy, and I am a 56-year-old. I currently reside in Washington, reflecting on the experiences that have shaped my life and the lives of my loved ones. Over the years, my children have urged me to document our stories, as many of our family members have passed away, leaving countless untold tales. I don't want these valuable experiences to be forgotten, so I decided to share them with my children. Brace yourselves, for there have been numerous bizarre and supernatural occurrences in our lifetime, many of which were witnessed by others. Allow me to recount one such incident that transpired approximately 27 years ago, when my family and I were house hunting for a rental property. During our search, I had the opportunity to meet the previous tenant of a rundown yet habitable house. She vehemently warned me against residing in that particular house, especially with small children. According to her, the house was not only dilapidated, but also plagued by haunting entities. Moreover, she cautioned me against allowing any man to live there with me, as they would fall victim to the evil that resided within those walls. Initially, I dismissed her warnings, assuming she was either crazy or harbored some grudge against the landlord. Desperation led us to choose that house, as we were in dire need of a home. Furthermore, I believed that with my past experience and knowledge of house cleansing, we would be able to overcome any haunting. Little did I know I should have heeded her advice. The house itself had an old, musty ambiance, constructed entirely out of wood. The walls, ceiling, and floors were made of wood, and even the bedroom doors blended in with the walls, painted on the other side. The front of the house featured French doors, leading into an enclosed yet open-viewed screen porch with the main living space stretching out as a long one, and the open area combining the living and dining room sections. Strangely, despite the presence of a heater and the location in the desert, the house remained persistently cold. Situated in the high desert of California, the house sat on the corner of an acre lot surrounded by barren desert. Across the street, there is a popular grocery store and a few small shops far enough away from their occupants to be oblivious to any of the disturbances emanating from our house. In bygone days, it had served as a town hall, and if I recall correctly, a turkey ranch before that. One particular morning at 6 a.m., we were preparing for a 3-day trip to Disneyland, the happiest place on earth. My 3 children, Michael aged 1, Penny aged 4, and Ginny aged 3, were sound asleep on my bed in our bedroom at the other end of the house. Wanting to pack in peace without disturbing them, I stood at the dining room table, folding clothes. My boyfriend's mother, Opal, sat across from me, keeping me company. Suddenly, we heard the bedroom door creak open slightly. Raising our gazes, we witnessed my daughter Ginny, clad in her adorable pink and white flowered onesie, peering into the room. In a light-hearted manner, I said, "Ginny, you know it's too early, go back to bed." To which she responded in her sweet, innocent voice, "Me up now, Mommy." Her words elicited chuckles from both Opal and me, and I jokingly mentioned to Opal that Ginny must be exceptionally excited. However, I insisted that Ginny return to bed, explaining that we were not leaving at that moment. In response, Ginny stomped her foot with more force, causing the entire house to shake slightly. I exchanged a perplexing glance with Opal, realizing that something was off about the situation. Despite my attempts to calm Ginny down and convince her to go back to bed, She stood there stubbornly, her innocent eyes fixated on me. Feeling a mixture of concern and curiosity, I walked over to Ginny and gently took her hand. As I held her small, delicate fingers in mine, I noticed that they were unusually cold, almost icy to the touch. It sent a shiver down my spine, but I tried to dismiss it as mere coincidence. "Come on, sweetheart," I coaxed, trying to hide my growing unease. "Let's go back to bed and we can talk about going to Disneyland when you wake up." But instead of complying, Ginny's face contorted into an expression of anger and frustration. Her normally bright eyes darkened, and her once cheerful demeanor shifted into something unsettling. She tugged her hand away from mine with surprising strength, and in a voice that was not hers, she uttered words that froze me in my tracks. "You can't leave. This is my house now." A deep, raspy voice emanated from her tiny frame. Opal and I exchanged terrifying glances, our hearts pounding in our chests. It was evident that something supernatural was at play, something far beyond our comprehension. I felt a rush of protective instinct surge through me, and I knew I had to act swiftly to ensure the safety of my children. Summoning all the strength I could muster, I spoke firmly, refusing to let fear consume me. "No, this is our house. You need to leave right now. You have no power here." As the words left my lips, a sudden gust of wind blew through the room, extinguishing the nearby candles and sending papers flying in all directions. The atmosphere grew heavy, and a chilling silence filled the air. I could sense a malevolent presence looming over us, testing our resolve. Just as panic threatened to consume me, I felt a surge of courage welling up from within. I remembered the stories of my grandmother and how they told me about dealing with supernatural entities, and I knew I had to confront whatever was haunting our home. "Opal, stay with Ginny," I said, my voice steady but laced with determination. "I'm going to find a way to cleanse this house and protect my children." Leaving Opal and a bewildered Ginny behind, I hurried to the nearby library, desperate to find any information that could help me understand and combat the supernatural forces that plagued our home. Hours turned into days as I delved into ancient texts, searching for rituals and spells that could banish the evil presence from our lives. Armed with newfound knowledge and a sense of purpose, I returned to the house, ready to face the entity head-on. I gathered my children close, explaining to them that in simplest terms as possible what was really happening, and assured them that we would all be safe. With sage in hand and a heart full of determination, I embarked on a cleansing ritual, moving from room to room, reciting incantations and banishing the negative energy that had taken hold. The house trembled and shook, as if resisting my efforts, but I refused to waver. Finally, in the last words of the ritual leaving my lips, the air cleared, and a serene stillness settled over the house. The malevolent presence had been expelled, leaving behind a newfound sense of peace. Over time, the house regained its warmth, and the unsettling occurrences became nothing more than distant memories. My children grew up, and we eventually moved on from that house, but the lessons learned and the strength gained remained with us forever. We carried the knowledge that darkness could overcome, and that love and determination could conquer pretty much the most malevolent of forces. As the years passed, Jeannie and Opal blossomed into remarkable individuals. They became resilient, compassionate, and wise beyond their years. We often spoke about our shared experience, reflecting on the power of unity and the indomitable spirit that had guided us through the harrowing ordeal. Jeannie, in particular, developed a keen interest in the supernatural. She voraciously consumed books about ancient folklore, paranormal investigations, and spiritual practices. Her thirst for understanding and her innate connection to the otherworldly fascinated me. Together, we embarked on numerous journeys, visiting haunted locations and conducting research, and assisting others who were facing similar challenges. Opal, on the other hand, channeled her strengths into advocating for the well-being of children. She dedicated her life to supporting and protecting young ones who had experienced trauma or found themselves in vulnerable situations. Opal's compassion and unwavering commitment to making a positive difference in the lives of others inspired everyone around her. Our family's bond grew stronger through the years, grounded in the shared adversity that we had overcome. We celebrated milestones together and cherished quiet moments and held each other close during times of joy and sorrow. The experiences that we had endured in that haunted house served as a constant reminder of our resilience and the unbreakable love that bond us together. As time went on, our story became a source of inspiration for those who had heard it. Ginny, now a renowned paranormal investigator and author, shared our tale in books and lectures, spreading hope and empowering others to confront their own fears. Opal continued her advocacy work, touching the lives of countless children and families, leaving a lasting impact on the world. Looking back, I realized our encounter with the supernatural had changed the course of our lives. It had shaped us into the individuals who had refused to be defeated by the unknown, who embraced challenges as opportunities for growth, and who believed in the power of compassion and resilience. In the end, our journey was not just about escaping a haunted house. It was about discovering our inner strength and finding purpose and creating a legacy of love and courage. And as our family's story continues to be shared, it serves as a testament to the extraordinary power that lies within each one of us to overcome the darkness and thrive in the face of adversity. The thing from my childhood home followed me. So let me start by telling you the incredibly bizarre and unsettling experience I've been going through lately. It all began when my mom and I decided to leave the house one day. We had just gotten new glasses and received prescription sunglasses along with them. Naturally, I grabbed them and headed out. However, upon returning home, I noticed that the case in which the sunglasses came was lying on the floor. It struck me as odd because I distinctively remembered leaving it in its designated spot. Little did I know that it was just the beginning of a series of strange occurrences. You see, my mom had to assist my dad in moving some plywood from his truck to the shed, and he was building it. Her own shoes had fallen apart in the washer, so she requested to borrow a pair of my tennis shoes. Being a helpful child, I obliged and went to my room to retrieve them. Now I should mention I typically rotate between 3 pairs of shoes: my trusty Converse, my reliable winter boots, and my comfortable flip-flops. For months, my Converse had been lazily resting on the floor in front of my TV in my room. However, when I went to grab them, they were nowhere to be found. Panic started to set in as I frantically searched over every nook and cranny, even checking inside the closet. And guess where I eventually discovered them? They were neatly tucked away in a shoe organizer within my closet, a place designated for shoes I rarely wear. It was as if a mysterious force had decided to organize them for me. Strange, right? After this bewildering incident, I decided to join my parents outside and help them with their tasks. It was still dark outside, and it was around 6. Equipped with a flashlight, I accompanied them to provide some much-needed illumination. As my parents headed back to my dad's truck, I suddenly heard tapping sounds emanating from the nearby forest. Now I understand that you might think that it was just a bird or some other incident creature going through its business. Typically, I'd agree with you. However, this tapping sounded different. It was slow and almost deliberately so. And eerily quiet, despite being right behind me. It didn't resemble any animal I was familiar with. Now let me digress for a moment and recount an incident involving the scent of my deceased grandmother's perfume. You see, my mom and I were engaged in the task of cleaning the ceiling fan, preparing it for the seasonal switch in airflow direction. We needed to prevent the accumulation of dust, which would inevitably fall when the fan was turned on. As we stood in front of the bedroom door with the fan switched on, attempting to discern its current airflow direction, I suddenly caught a whiff of my late grandmother's perfume. It was a distinct scent that I associated with her only. Curious, I turned to my mom and asked if she could smell it too. To my surprise, though, she couldn't detect any of this fragrance. This incident reminded me of a comment that I had read in a video narrating my previous experiences. The commenter claimed that I had somehow managed to anger my grandmother's spirit, and she had transformed into a vengeful entity. Frankly, I found this notion quite laughable, as my grandmother was the epitome of sweetness, and I had never witnessed her expressing anger or malice. Now let's delve into the complex dynamics of my family. It's worth mentioning that my parents aren't exactly the best role models. My dad tends to be controlling and intimidating and verbally abusive towards both me and my mom. On the other hand, my mom encompasses all three negative traits while also exhibiting physical aggression towards me. The situation reached a breaking point some time ago when my mom threatened to kill me. That was the final straw, prompting me to move in with my sister. However, there was a waiting period before I could transition to her place. Thus, I had to endure an excruciating week in my old home, which turned out to be the genesis of some truly harrowing experiences. It was during this time that I felt encountered by ominous voices and experienced sleep paralysis. Initially, my mom was the one to hear the voice, although she couldn't decipher its message. It wasn't until later that I also heard it myself. On one particular night, as I lay in bed struggling to fall asleep, a common occurrence due to my chronic insomnia, I noticed a peculiar shadow at the foot of my bed. Intrigued and somewhat perplexed, I sat up, attempting to discern the source of this anomaly. To my utter terror, I heard a raspy feminine voice whispering, "Don't go." The shock of that moment caused me to lose control, and I began screaming for my mom. Despite knowing that the voice couldn't have belonged to her, I simply couldn't bring myself to walk past that menacing presence. My mom rushed into the room, bewildered by my screams, and I narrated the horrifying encounter to her. Fearing for our safety, we decided to stay up and watch a movie, hoping to distract ourselves from the lingering fear. Eventually, exhaustion overcame me and I fell asleep on the couch while my mom retreated to her own room. Now here's an interesting tidbit about me. I rarely manage to fall asleep anywhere other than a bed. It's an exceptionally rare occurrence, happening no more than 5 times in my entire life. On this particular night, however, I experienced another unsettling episode. Abruptly awaking from my slumber, I heard what sounded like twigs snapping. At first, I dismissed it as a mere dream, as why would there be twigs in the living room, right? But then I recalled the vivid imagery that had plagued me for the past year. In the darkness of my living room, I had frequently imagined a specific figure squatting in an Asian-style position, entirely concealed by a camouflaged blanket adorned with twigs and other natural elements. The only visible features were its eyes, which filled me with inexplicable terror. I had always visualized this creature situated near the corner of the wall, just next to the entertainment center, hidden from sight due to the TV obstructing the view. For some reason, I had been too afraid to confirm whether it truly existed or if it was simply a figment of my exhausted mind's imagination. However, during what I initially believed to be a dream, I saw this figure. Yet it wasn't crouched as I had imagined. Instead, it was standing upright, towering over me. Its height surpassed 7 feet, and I immediately realized that it was no mere dream. It was an encounter with the very entity that had whispered to me before. It approached me with a pronounced limp, each step resonating through the air like a woodland path being traversed. It drew so close that I could faintly discern its horrifying visage within the shadowy folds of its forest-like covering. The closest approximation I can offer is the monsters featured in the Doctor Who episode, The Waters of Mars, except this creature had a white face with black cracks, resembling a distorted mouth encompassing the entire facial area. Its pupils were white, surrounded by black where the whites of the eyes should have been. They were large and menacing, while its mouth remained agape in a silent scream. I felt an overwhelming surge of fear, practically immobilizing me, and it whispered without opening its mouth, "Don't go." In an instant, it vanished from sight, but the fear lingered, keeping me frozen in place for what felt like an eternity. I had never before experienced such paralyzing terror, even though I had encountered numerous life-threatening situations in the past. In retrospect, I began to suspect that the shadowy figure in my room might actually be the ghost of my deceased neighbor. It seemed plausible that maybe he somehow was safeguarding me within the confines of my own room, perhaps even derived a twisted pleasure from the task. Curiously enough, nothing else in my room had ever frightened me except for the presence of a Scooby-Doo doll. I reasoned that the entity wanted me out of that room, enabling it to toy with me as if it held no power within those walls. It appeared that this malevolent force only made itself known once my mother and I entertained the idea of leaving our abode. I couldn't help but wonder if there was some connection between the figure and the nearby forest, considering its appearance. However, I couldn't definitively confirm this hypothesis. As the days passed, I occasionally caught glimpses of the figure before finally leaving the house. On one occasion, I opened the medicine cabinet mirror in the bathroom, searching for toothpaste, and upon closing it, I caught a chilling reflection. The creature was staring back at me. When I turned around, it had vanished. Another encounter occurred while I was engrossed in playing Red Dead Redemption 2 in the living room. I glanced in the direction of my imagined spot, only to find the figure crouched there, silently observing me. However, the most unexpected sighting transpired when I ventured outside to check on a pair of stray cats. To my astonishment, the creature was seated in the driver's seat of my mother's car, choosing the most unlikely of locations to reveal itself. Upon relocating to my sister's place, a semblance of tranquility settled over my life, at least temporarily. My focus shifted towards settling in, finding employment, and establishing a stable routine. Nonetheless, on the 6th night of my stay, sleep paralysis revisited me with a vengeance. Once again, the figure materialized before me, standing tall while donning its enigmatic blanket. Slowly, it climbed into my bed, positioning itself directly above me, its face looming near mine. This time, it whispered, in a tone that seemed almost hurt, "You left?" as if posing a question. Paralyzed and unable to respond, I grappled with the bizarre notion that this entity had somehow robbed me of my ability to speak, only to inquire about my departure. As its hands closed around my neck, it bellowed the phrase, "You left," repeatedly, relentlessly, making it impossible for me to breathe. Eventually, I succumbed to the lack of oxygen and lost consciousness. Astonishingly, upon awakening, I found no marks or bruises on my neck, further deepening the mystery. Since that fateful night, the encounters have persisted, albeit in varying forms. The figure would manifest itself at the foot of my bed, either climbing or circling around while alternately whispering or screaming in that same pained tone, accusing me of leaving. I'm left with profound confusion and distress, grappling with the question of what exactly this entity represents. Could it be a product of my own imagination, a manifestation of my deeply troubled psyche? I am aware that my narrative may sound utterly unbelievable, and I myself struggle to fully accept its reality. Contemplating the appropriate course of action feels like an insurmountable task. Should I seek assistance of a priest, hoping for some form of spiritual intervention? Or should I admit myself to a psychiatric institution, fearing that my mind has become a playground for hallucinations and delusions? These are the unsettling quandaries that plague me every waking moment, and I'm uncertain if I'll ever find respite from this ongoing nightmare. Doppelganger Encounter. Just 3 days ago, an eerie incident unfolded before my very eyes, alongside my dear friend. We embarked on a journey to Walmart, strolling along a familiar pavement trail adjacent to the neighborhood basketball court. Little did we know that this seemingly ordinary expedition would soon take a turned twist, enveloping us in a perplexing web of enigma. As we began our leisurely stroll, a peculiar event transpired, catching us off guard. Suddenly, as if conjured out of thin air, 3 individuals materialized right before our eyes. Initially, we brushed it off, assuming that they were fellow trail enthusiasts. After all, this particular path was commonly frequented by many. However, upon closer inspection, our hearts skipped a beat. These 3 figures bore an uncanny resemblance to our close friends, down to the tiniest details. It was as if they were meticulously crafted replicas, almost indistinguishable from the originals. Ordinarily, this coincidence would have been of little concern. However, one of our friends had recently embarked on a journey to Georgia, while the others were known to be at their respective homes. A shiver cascaded down our spines as the gravity of the situation sank in. Something was amiss, and an unsettling feeling washed over us. Nevertheless, we resolved to proceed, albeit with a hint of unease lingering in the back of our minds. We figured there was no harm in continuing our venture. After all, the truth awaited us further down the trail. As we trudged along, engrossed in our thoughts, an inexplicable occurrence transpired. A voice resonated through the air, echoing with an uncanny resemblance to the timbre, cadence, and intonation of one of our dear friends. Startled, my companion and I exchanged bewildered glances, questioning the authenticity of the voice that we had just heard. Bracing ourselves for the potential prank or harmless jump, we cautiously turned the corner of the trail, only to be confronted by a void. Our friends, or rather the doppelgangers that bore their likeness, had vanished without a trace. Undeterred, we pressed forward, our curiosity piqued and our apprehension mounting. To our astonishment, we stumbled upon them once more, this time in the parking lot of a home goods store along our route to Walmart. Maintaining a safe distance, we stealthily observed them, hoping to unravel the mystery that enshrouded our once mundane journey. In scrutinizing their features, a disconcerting realization washed over me. Our youngest friend, the embodiment of innocence, stood at a peculiar angle. As I tried to discern his facial features, my heart sank. There was nothing, no distinguishable traits adorning his countenance. The absence of any discernible facial features instilled an indescribable sense of horror within me. Yet it was not just their visages that were twisted in an unnatural manner. As they turned around, their entire countenances contorted in ways that defied the laws of nature. It was as if their bodies contorted to impossible degrees, defying the very limitations of human anatomy. A sudden revelation struck me. The path they were treading mirrored one that we had traversed together nearly a month ago. Every step, every placement of individuals in that eerie procession mirrored our past journey with unwavering precision. Driven by a mix of curiosity and a desire for answers, we decided to follow in their enigmatic footsteps, our hearts pounding with a peculiar blend of trepidation and fascination. Turning the corner, we ventured forth, only to be confronted by an inexplicable void. The entities that had captivated our attention had vanished, leaving no trace of their existence. It was as if they were phantoms, figments of our imagination brought to life for a brief, spine-chilling interlude. Unable to contain my apprehension, I confided one of my friends who had supposedly been part of this unnerving encounter. To my astonishment, she reacted with sheer terror, her very being trembling with fear. What alarmed her even more than the inexplicable doppelgangers was the revelation that their presence on the trail indicated their proximity to our location. It was as if an invisible thread bound them to our lives, leaving an indelible mark on our consciousness. A collective decision was reached to shroud this otherworldly phenomenon in secrecy, transforming it into a taboo topic that dared not be breached. Yet, deep within the recesses of my mind, a gnawing unease persisted, fueling my desire for resolution. Just today, as I ventured outside to dispose of the garbage, an unsettling incident unfolded in the depths of a dimly lit alleyway. A voice, unmistakably belonging to that of my friend, resonated through the murky shadows, although subtly distorted. A chill crawled up my spine as I turned to face the source of the sound, only to behold 3 figures, cloaked in an ominous shroud of darkness. Their silhouettes mirrored those of the enigmatic entities I'd encountered on that fateful day. It was as if they were lingering in the ethereal realm, silently observing my every move. Filled with an inexplicable dread, I swiftly concluded my task, hastily discarding the refuse and retreating to the safety of my house. At present time, I find myself grappling with the concoction of emotions and uncertainty, curiosity, and insatiable thirst for closure. While I cannot categorize this series of events as a catastrophe of grand proportions, the enigma surrounding it lingers, and a shadow cast upon my consciousness. Seeking solace and understanding, I implore anyone who possesses knowledge or insight into this otherworldly phenomenon to come forth and shed light upon our bewildering predicament. For now, I remain vigilant, yearning for answers that might bring an end to this surreal chapter of my life. Partner's grandfather. It was a typical night in my dorm room when I invited my partner to spend the night with me. Our dorm hall had gained quite a reputation for its eerie paranormal activity, but I'd always brushed off such claims, knowing that people often enjoy scaring themselves with spooky tales. However, little did I know that this particular night would be unlike any other. As we settled down for sleep, my partner quickly dozed off, completely oblivious to the mysterious events that we were about to unfold. In the dead of night, or perhaps in the early hours of the morning, I found myself abruptly waking up. As I opened my eyes, a chilling sight greeted me. An elderly man standing right beside the bed. He was tall, sporting a head of silver-gray hair and a noticeable beer belly, and there was something strangely familiar about his presence. I couldn't place where I had seen him before, but this presence sent shivers down my spine. Feeling overwhelmed, I succumbed to unconsciousness once again, only to be transported into a peculiar dream involving the very same man. In the dream, we were strolling through a dense forest that bordered my school, engaged in a conversation that seemed to revolve around utterly random topics like the trees and the grass. Curiosity consumed me, and I repeatedly asked for his name, but he remained silent, refusing to provide me with an answer. Eventually, I managed to recall the name, Robert, and in that moment, the dream abruptly ended, leaving me perplexed and yearning for answers. When both my partner and I finally were stirred awake, I couldn't shake off the lingering thoughts of the elderly man and the surreal dream. Determined to unravel the mystery, I turned to my partner and inquired about his grandfather's name. Without hesitation, he responded with a single word: Robert. My heart skipped a beat and I found myself momentarily frozen in disbelief. I mustered the courage to share every detail of what had transpired during the night, expecting my partner to be as astonished as I was. To my surprise, however, he displayed an unexpected calmness, unfazed by my account of the encounter. He calmly explained that his mother had always believed that his grandfather, Robert, watched over him even after his passing. Thus, it was quite likely that Robert's protective gaze extended to me as well. This revelation caught me off guard, as my partner had never shown any inclination towards spirituality or supernatural beliefs. The fact that I'd never encountered someone else's deceased relative before only added to the sense of strangeness that enveloped the situation. However, I couldn't help but feel the strong bond I shared with my partner, coupled with the stories I had heard about his grandfather and the remarkable similarities between him and my own late grandfather. And maybe that somehow formed a bridge of connection between our worlds. Reflecting on that night, I realized that there are inexplicable forces at play in the universe, forces that defy rational explanation and challenge our understanding of reality. It was a profound and haunting experience that left an indelible mark on my consciousness, forever blurring the lines between the physical and the spiritual realms. From that day forward, my perspective on the paranormal shifted, and I became more open to the inexplicable wonders that may exist beyond our comprehension. In the end, the encounter with Robert served as a powerful reminder that there is much more to this world than meets the eye, and that sometimes the boundaries between the living and the departed can become intertwined in ways that we can't fathom. Perhaps in those mysterious moments we catch a glimpse of a hidden harmony, where the past, the present, and the future converge, and where the spirits of loved ones continue to watch over us, bridging the gap between the physical and the metaphysical. It was a realization that there's a deeper interconnectedness in the universe, one that transcends our limited understanding of reality. From that point on, I embarked on a journey of exploration and self-discovery, eager to delve into the realms of the supernatural and uncover the hidden truths that lay beyond the veil. I delved into ancient texts, researched the accounts of paranormal phenomenon, and sought the guidance of spiritual practitioners. Through my studies, I began to comprehend that the phenomenon I had experienced was not an isolated incident. Countless tales existed of loved ones reaching out from beyond the grave, providing comfort, guidance, and protection to those who remained in the physical realm. These stories spanned across cultures and generations, forming a rich tapestry of human connection with the spirit world. With each newfound piece of knowledge, I became more attuned to the subtle energies and vibrations that surrounded me. I learned about the concept of spirit guides, spiritual beings who serve as mentors and guardians throughout our lives. It became clear that Robert, my partner's late grandfather, had assumed the role of the spirit guide, extending this benevolent influence not only over my partner, but also over me. Embracing this newfound understanding, I sought to deepen my connection with Robert and explore the possibilities of communicating with him directly. I delved into meditation and practiced various spiritual rituals in the hopes of establishing a stronger link to the metaphysical realm. Through these endeavors, I discovered that the boundaries between the physical and the metaphysical were far more fluid than I ever imagined. During my meditative states, I began to perceive subtle signs and messages from Robert. It could be a gentle whisper in my mind, a fleeting image in my peripheral vision, or a sudden surge of warmth and reassurance. These experiences filled me with a profound sense of awe and gratitude, affirming the existence of a realm beyond our tangible reality. As time went on, I shared my journey with others who had encountered similar phenomena. I became a part of a community of like-minded individuals who sought to understand and embrace the mysterious forces at work in this universe. We exchanged stories and compared notes and supported one another in our spiritual quests. Together, we explored the depths of our psychic abilities, honing our intuition and experimenting with various divination practices. We discovered that we could tap into the collective consciousness, accessing ancient wisdom and guidance from those who had traversed the realms of existence before us. Through my continued connection with Robert, I also realized the profound impact of ancestral ties and the enduring presence of our forebears on our lives. Their love, wisdom, and experiences are imprinted in our very being, shaping who we are and influencing the paths that we walk. It's through acknowledging and honoring our ancestors, that we can tap into the wellspring of strength and guidance. Today, as I reflect upon my journey, I'm humbled by the vastness of the universe and the interconnectedness of all things. I've come to understand that the paranormal and the spiritual are not to be feared or dismissed, but rather embraced as integral parts of our human experience. The encounter with Robert, the bridge between our worlds, has forever transformed my perception of reality. He taught me to remain open-minded and to seek connections beyond the visible, and to trust in the unseen forces that shape our lives. So as I navigate this intricate dance between the physical and the metaphysical, I do so with a newfound sense of wonder and reverence. I'm forever grateful for the presence of Robert, the benevolent spirit guide who continues to watch over me, bridging the gap between realms and reminding me that love and connection transcend the boundaries of life and death. Terror in Paradise. Not a ghost story, but a paranormal one. It's pretty long. When I was 10 years old, my family and I embarked on a new chapter of our lives in San Domingo, Dominican Republic. It was a picturesque place with breathtaking weather, stunning beaches, and our residential boasted a spacious garden. The street we called home was adorned with vibrant flowered trees, painting a picturesque backdrop that seemed to exude tranquility and happiness. Little did I know that amidst this idyllic setting, I would encounter the most terrifying experience of my young life. During my time in Santo Domingo, I became acquainted with a girl named Elle. She was 2 years my senior and accompanied me to the school bus every day. Elle's older sister, who was 15 years old, was widely regarded as beautiful, causing many to overlook the inherent beauty possessed by Elle herself. Her introverted nature and inherent shyness seemed to stem from the shadows cast by her older sister's radiance. However, in my eyes, Elle was undeniably beautiful. She possessed mesmerizingly long legs and a sweet, enchanting smile that could light up any room. Her deep, captivating eyes seemed to sparkle with life. Gradually, Elle and I started conversing on the bus, and our friendship blossomed. Even her mother mentioned that Elle preferred the company of younger friends, as she often felt intimidated by individuals her own age. One fateful day, Elle extended an invitation for me to visit her house. Given that we lived merely a few blocks apart on the same enchanting street, I eagerly accepted. As we entered her abode, I marveled at the beauty of the surroundings. Elle, her older sister, and I congregated in her room, engrossed in a spirited game of cards while sitting cross-legged on the floor. The room itself exuded a cozy ambiance, with shelves brimming in the games and books adorning all the walls. Time seemed to melt away as we reveled in the joyous moments, oblivious of the impending darkness that would soon envelop us. In the midst of our laughter and camaraderie, Elle suddenly fixed her gaze upon me and accused me of cheating. Taken aback, I vehemently denied the allegation, my focus fixed solely on my own cards. At first, I brushed it off as a silly joke, assuming she was merely teasing me. However, her accusatory glances persisted, each time intensifying in annoyance. It soon became apparent that she wasn't looking at me, but rather just beside me, as she repeated her claims of my cheating. The air grew heavy with tension, and Elle's expression twisted into a mask of anger. I exchanged perplexed glances with her sister, both of us equally astounded. Then, with a sudden jolt, Elle's head tilted back, her eyes rolling upward, revealing the whites framed by her ebony complexion. Her arms convulsed uncontrollably, and a hoarse voice emanated from her mouth, beseeching us to get me out of here. Panic ensued as her sister and I sprang to our feet, our hearts pounding in our chests. Elle continued to beseech us with this eerie voice, while we frantically made our way to the door. I yearned to flee to escape the clutches of this horrifying ordeal, but my fear of leaving her sister behind immobilized me. In desperation, her sister cried out for their parents, her voice trembling with desperation. Lost in the moment, I too joined in, a futile plea for her own parents, who were blocks away. Elle's parents soon rushed to her side, the father instinctively scooping up his child, still in the throes of her torment, and cradling her in his arms. He attempted to rouse her to bring her back to us from the depths of whatever nightmarish realm had taken hold of her. The weight of the situation hung heavy in the air as he shook her gently, desperately hoping for any return. But Elle remained unresponsive, her blank eyes fixed on some unseen specter. The father, fueled by a surge of adrenaline and paternal instinct, made a courageous yet unsettling decision. With a mixture of strength and fear etched upon his face, he lifted Elle off the ground, her legs dangling limply in the air. It was a surreal sight, her young body suspended as if defying gravity, her crossed legs still mimicking the position she held while sitting on the floor moments earlier. The image burned itself into my memory, an indelible mark of terror that would haunt me for years to come. Eventually, he gently placed Elle back on the floor, and suddenly change came over her. Her tense muscles relaxed, and a look of confusion washed over her face as she questioned what was happening. It was as if a veil had been lifted, and she had returned to us, her own self, once again. The immediate danger had passed, but the emotional scars would linger. In the aftermath of that harrowing episode, time seemed to blur. Elle was absent from school, and the relief that washed over me was palpable. I couldn't bear the thought of facing her, haunted by the memory of her possession. Even the mere sight of her sister became a reminder of the darkness that we had witnessed together. My parents had been in contact with Elle's family, and they informed me that she was undergoing medical examinations to determine the nature of her condition. The hope of finding a rational explanation brought some semblance of comfort, allowing me to rationalize the events that had unfolded. Days turned into weeks, and Elle's absence continued. Each time I passed by her house, a mixture of fear and curiosity welled up within me. It took time, but gradually the grip of terror began to loosen its hold. As the school term drew to a close, my fear subsided and the memory of that haunting incident began to fade. Vacation provided a much-needed respite, and I found solace in the distractions of daily life. Yet I couldn't completely erase the lingering unease that nestled deep within my subconscious. The memory of Elle's vacant expression and trembling arms would occasionally resurface, a chilling reminder of the fragility of our perceived reality. Months passed, and it was time for my family to leave the beautiful country that had become our temporary home. As we prepared to embark on a new chapter of our lives, the memory I carried with me were a tapestry of experiences both delightful and haunting. Among them, the chilling image of Elle's possession remained etched in my mind, an enigma I was determined to understand. Years later, as I delved into the field of psychology, I found myself drawn to the study of abnormal behavior and the mysteries of the human mind. Armed with knowledge and a thirst for answers, I sought to uncover the truth behind what had transpired with Elle. Armed with my own rationality and skepticism, I became an atheist, challenging superstition and searching for scientific explanations for life's enigmas. In a fortuitous encounter, I had the opportunity to share Elle's story with a close friend and a seasoned psychologist, hoping to gain some clarity. I shared my belief that her experiences were rooted in psychosis, a rational explanation for the inexplicable. However, my friend with years of experience and wisdom looked into my eyes and cast doubt upon my conviction. He probed further, asking if there had been any signs of psychosis prior to that fateful episode, signs that may have eluded my young and naive understanding at the time. I paused, contemplating his question, delving into the depths of my memory of possibly to unearth any overlooked clues. As I sifted through the fragments of the past, I began to recall moments that might have hinted at something amiss. Elle's interactions had always carried a certain air of aloofness, as if she struggled to fully grasp the nuances of social interaction. Her responses to humor often fell flat, leaving her seemingly detached from the collective laughter that resonated through the classroom. Could these have been early indicators of a deeper underlying condition? I shared these newfound insights with my friend, recounting Elle's peculiar behaviors that I'd brushed off as mere idiosyncrasies of her personality. He nodded, his expression growing somber, as if he had anticipated this revelation, and then he posed the question that pierced through my skepticism, shattering the fragile facade of rationality I'd meticulously built around myself. "What did we all feel in that moment?" he asked, his voice filled with a mix of empathy and gravity. It was a question that demanded introspection, a soul-searching exploration of the collective experience we had shared during Elle's possession. Pure horror, that was the overwhelming emotion that had permeated the room, gripping each of us in its icy embrace. The tendrils of fear had snaked their way through our hearts, leaving an indelible mark on our psyches. It was a terror that had transcended logical explanation, a primal instinct that told us that we were in the presence of something beyond our comprehension. My friend's diagnosis, though unconventional and rooted in the realm of the supernatural, struck a chord deep within me. Possession, a phenomenon that defied the boundaries of science and rationality, seemed to be the only explanation that could account for the intensity and inexplicability of what had transpired. The realization sent shivers down my spine, challenging the very foundations of my beliefs. How could I, a staunch atheist, reconcile the existence of something so ethereal and otherworldly? It was a question that would haunt me for years to come, testing the boundaries of my intellectual resolve. Over time, I delved deeper into the realms of spirituality and metaphysics, seeking answers to the enigma that had consumed my thoughts. I explored ancient texts and studied esoteric philosophies and engaged in profound conversations with individuals who had experienced similar encounters. While the scientific part of me still yearned for empirical evidence and logical explanations, I couldn't ignore the weight of the personal experience and the profound impact it had on those involved. The story of Elle became a catalyst for a profound shift in my worldview. It reminded me that as much as we strive to explain and understand the complexities of the human mind, there will always be phenomena that elude our grasp, pushing us to question the boundaries of what we consider to be real or possible. In the years that followed, I became more open to embracing the mysteries of existence, recognizing that human experience is a tapestry woven with threads of both the tangible and the intangible. And while I continued my pursuit in my career of psychology, I carried with me the understanding that there are phenomena that lie beyond the scope of scientific explanation, beckoning us to explore the depths of our consciousness and the vastness of the unknown. Elle's possession, with all its haunting implications, remained an enigma that defied simple categorization. It served as a constant reminder that sometimes the most profound truths lie not in the confines of logic, but in the depths of our own experiences. We find a myriad of unanswered questions and uncharted territories waiting to be explored. It was a realization that urged me to embark on a journey of self-discovery, seeking to reconcile the realms of science and spirituality within the intricate tapestry of human consciousness. I delved into the ancient wisdom of various cultures, immersing myself in teachings of mystics and shamans and spiritual guides who possessed profound insights into the mysteries of the mind and soul. I attended workshops and retreats and seminars, eager to expand my understanding of the metaphysical and unearth hidden truths that lay dormant within my own being. Through meditation, introspection, and the exploration of altered states of consciousness, I began to glimpse the interconnectedness of all things and the profound influence of energy on our existence. I witnessed firsthand the transformative power of healing practices as individuals tapped into realms beyond the physical, accessing the profound wisdom and unlocking dormant potentials within themselves. In my therapeutic work, I started integrating traditional psychological approaches with holistic methodologies, recognizing that the human experience encompasses more than just the cognitive and behavioral aspects. I embraced alternative modalities such as energy healing and mindfulness and somatic practices, witnessing their profound impact on the well-being of my clients. Elle's possession became a catalyst for me to bridge the gap between science and spirituality, acknowledging that the human psyche is a complex amalgamation of biological, psychological, and spiritual elements. I learned to approach mental health from a holistic perspective, understanding that our thoughts, emotions, and beliefs are intricately intertwined with our spiritual essence. As I continued to explore the depths of the human consciousness, I encountered individuals with diverse experiences, accounts of near-death experiences, past life regressions, and encounters with spiritual entities. These encounters, while often dismissed as mere hallucinations or fantasies, resonated with a deep truth within me. They served as reminders that our understanding of reality is limited, and there exist dimensions beyond our immediate perception. The years passed and my understanding deepened. I began to recognize that the world we inhabit is far more mysterious and expansive than what we can fathom. It's a realm where science and spirituality intertwine, where rationality dances with the unknown, and where the answers to life's greatest mysteries may lie just beyond the veil of our current understanding. Today, as I reflect upon the haunting experience of Elle's possessions, I carry a sense of awe and reverence for the intricacies of the human mind and the vastness of the spiritual realm. I've come to accept that some phenomena defy logical explanations, transcending the confines to the scientific framework. And in that acceptance, I found liberation, an invitation to embrace the profound and mystical and the unexplainable. In the end, it's through embracing the enigmas of life that we truly expand the horizons of our consciousness, and perhaps, in this ever-unfolding journey, we may inch closer to unraveling the mysteries that lie dormant within us, forever seeking to understand the depths of our own experiences. My old haunted house. Last part. One fateful night, I found myself abruptly awakened from a deep slumber. The room was shrouded in eerie silence, disturbed only by an unsettling smell reminiscent of smoke permeating the air. Fear gripped me tightly as I sat up in bed, my mind racing with thoughts of potential danger lurking in the darkness. Driven by a mix of curiosity and trepidation, I mustered the courage to stand up and began to cautiously sniff the air, desperately searching for the source of the mysterious odor. As I approached my older daughter's bed, a shocking sight unfolded before my eyes. An ethereal cloud of gray smoke hovered ominously above her, casting a chilling aura in the room. With the heart pounding in my chest, I urgently called out for my partner, imploring them to join me in unraveling this perplexing enigma. Together, we meticulously scoured every nook and cranny of my daughter's bedspread and blankets, even venturing under the bed in a desperate quest for answers. Yet, despite our diligent efforts, we found no tangible evidence of fire or smoke. It bewildered us both to witness the tangible presence of the smoky cloud, yet be unable to explain its origin. Anxious thoughts flooded my mind as I swiftly wrapped my child in a protective blanket, prepared to evacuate the house if necessary. As I tended to my second child, my partner returned from investigating the kitchen and my library's chimney, reassuring me that no fire had erupted. However, something perplexing lingered. How could we both have witnessed the same swirling cloud of smoke without any accompanying scent? The once pervasive smell had vanished, leaving behind only a sense of unease and a lingering doubt in our minds. Regardless, we resolved to double-check the entire house before reluctantly returning to bed, our minds haunted by the inexplicable event. Days turned into nights, and on another dark evening, the clock ticked towards 9 o'clock as my daughter and I engaged in light-hearted chatter and play on the upper floor. Abruptly, the joyous atmosphere was shattered by 3 resounding knocks on the bedroom door. The unexpected interruption perplexed me as I struggled to imagine who could be seeking entry at such an hour. With a mixture of curiosity and concern, I contemplated the possible visitors. Could it be my aunt, or perhaps the nanny, both possessing keys to our homes and residing nearby? The thought of my aunt arriving unannounced seemed unlikely, and she had always made a point of notifying us beforehand. Alternatively, the nanny might have encountered a dire situation requiring immediate attention. Regardless, the unknown entity behind the door signaled a distressing scenario involving someone close to us. Summoning the courage to inquire, I hesitantly called out, "Who is it?" Silence greeted my question, compelling me to raise my voice in a second attempt for a response. Alas, no answer permeated the air, deepening the misery. I pondered the improbable notion of a burglar audaciously knocking on our second-story door, a cynical prank or maybe a sinister attempt to instill fear in our hearts. Rationalizing the situation, I reasoned that if an assailant were indeed present, they would inevitably resort to breaking the cathedral glass, granting them access to our sanctuary. Fearing for the safety of my loved ones, I swiftly instructed my daughters to seek refuge beneath the protective confines of the large bed. Equipping myself with an iron bar and a knife, I resolved to confront whoever dared encroach upon our haven. Steeling myself, I flung open the door with a mixture of determination and trepidation, only to find an empty void on the other side. I ascended the stairs, illuminating the path with a flick of the switch, and raised my voice once more, demanding an answer from the unseen intruder. Yet the only response that echoed through the empty halls was a haunting silence. Frustrated but determined, I returned to the bedroom, reassuring my trembling daughters that I would venture downstairs to investigate further, urging them to contact the authorities in the meantime. With each step, my grip tightened around the iron bar, my senses heightened, and a surge of adrenaline coursed through my veins. The house, once a sanctuary of comfort, now felt like a labyrinth of uncertainty and unease. I meticulously combed through every room, meticulously examining every corner, desperate to uncover any trace of an intruder. Yet, to my bewilderment, there was no sign of forced entry, or any indication that someone was even trespassing upon our domain. The unexplained occurrences continued to escalate, gradually wearing down my spirit and exacerbating my insomnia. Waves of darkness crashed upon my psyche, dragging me into the depths of a depression. The mounting pressure eventually led to the departure of our maid, who could no longer bear the unsettling atmosphere that pervaded our home. Even the nanny, tormented by whispers that seemed to trail her every move, eventually decided to resign, leaving me with no choice but to take temporary leave of absence from work and focus on unraveling the enigma that had engulfed our lives. Every day became a battle, as strange noises emanated from the roof, eliciting fear in my daughter's hearts. Yet, amidst the chaos, a glimmer of solace appeared in the form of a friendly ghost, comforting my youngest child during moments of distress. Even our feline companions, usually poised and serene, would occasionally succumb to bouts of frenzy, fixated on something unseen to my eyes. The weight of it all bore down on my soul, pushing me to the brink of despair, as suicidal thoughts whispered their venomous promises in my mind. Desperate for a solution, my partner and I embarked on a journey to rid our lives of these malevolent forces. It was then that we reached out to a renowned shaman, seeking their wisdom and spiritual guidance. Despite my initial skepticism and resentment toward the shaman's confident demeanor, the need for salvation outweighed my reservations. The shaman instructed us to form a circle around a charcoal incense burner, filling the air with a fragrant haze as they chanted ancient incantations. Astonishment seized us all when, in the midst of the ritual, my older daughter's nose began to bleed profusely. Panic flooded my being as I hurried over to attend to her, attempting to stand the flow of blood. The shaman circled her head, their expression of mix of concern and determination, and in that moment, I felt a shift in the energy of the house, as if a veil had been lifted and a newfound calm settled upon us. Miraculously, the bleeding ceased, and a sense of tranquility embraced us, replacing the chaos that had reigned for far too long. Eager to restore harmony in our lives, the shaman continued their spiritual cleansing, purifying every room with the fragrant smoke of sacred herbs. Even before the ceremony had concluded, exhaustion washed over me like a gentle wave, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, I drifted into a peaceful slumber. From that moment onward, a profound sense of serenity enveloped our once turbulent abode. In a dream, my late boyfriend, whose presence had been an anchor in my heart, visited me, bidding me farewell, but assuring me that he would continue to watch over us. Tears streamed down my face as I embraced him, his ethereal form a bittersweet reminder of the bond that we had cherished. Though his physical presence was no longer with us, his spirit lingered, offering solace and guidance during moments of vulnerability. In the wake of these supernatural encounters, I began to learn the art of letting go. It was a gradual process, accompanied by tears shed and hearts mended. I accepted that the realm of the afterlife held mysteries beyond our comprehension, that my beloved partner's continued presence was a testament to the enduring power of love. As life settled into a new rhythm, the insomnia that had plagued me began to wane, allowing moments of uninterrupted rest to soothe my weary soul. The shadows that once danced menacingly in the corners of my mind receded, replaced by a newfound sense of inner peace. The laughter of my growing daughters became the soundtrack of our home, and their resilience in the face of adversity inspired me to embrace the beauty of each passing day. Yet there were occasional echoes from the past that punctuated our tranquil existence. The distant sound of the doorbell ringing or the flicker of lights brought fleeting reminders of the ethereal realm that intertwined with our own reality. In these moments, I found solace in the knowledge that our lives had been touched by something extraordinary, something beyond the ordinary scope of human understanding. With the passage of time, the wounds healed, leaving behind scars that served as testament to our collective strength. The memory of those haunting nights became a distant echo, gradually fading into the recesses of our minds. We emerged from the darkness, resilient and reborn, our spirits infused with a newfound appreciation for the fragility and preciousness of life. The house itself underwent a transformation, no longer a vessel for the enigmatic forces that had disrupted our peace. It stood as a sanctuary, a haven of warmth and love, where the echoes of our past encounters with the supernatural became whispers of resilience and triumph. Today, as I reflect upon our journey, I'm grateful for the lessons learned and the resilience that emerged from the depths of despair. Our family bonds grew stronger, forged in the crucible of adversity. We became guardians of our own happiness, protectors of the light that shone within each of us. In the end, our encounter with the spiritual realm served as a reminder that life encompasses both the seen and the unseen, the known and the unknowable. It taught us to embrace the mysteries that lie beyond our comprehension and to find strength in the interconnectedness of all things. And so we move forward, carrying the lessons of our extraordinary experiences. We face each day with gratitude and hope, knowing that even in the face of darkness, there's always the potential for light to prevail. We tread our path with open hearts, mindful of the ethereal forces that may touch our lives, and we cherish every second, for in each passing moment, the infinite unfolds. Mysterious hole in our backyard that disappears after winter. On that chilly day, my sibling Vivi and I found ourselves unwilling to venture outdoors. However, our beloved dog Frisbee needed to go outside and attend to her needs. Reluctantly, we decided to let her out, hoping she would return swiftly. As time passed without her reappearing at the door, concern began to creep in. Vivi, taking the initiative, braved the cold and ventured outside to check on Frisbee's whereabouts. What I'm about to recount is Vivi's narrative as he conveyed it to me. Stepping out into the frigid air, Vivi called out Frisbee's name, only to be met with a distant echo of her faint barks. Following the sound, Vivi traversed the expanse of our backyard, his footsteps muffled by the layer of snow underfoot. It was in the middle of that wintry landscape that Vivi's eyes beheld an unexpected sight. A deep hole. Although our backyard was spacious, this cavity had never existed before. Kneeling down at the edge of the pit, Vivi extended his hand, reaching for Frisbee in an attempt to pull her to safety. However, fate had different plans in store. As he leaned forward, his grasp slipped on icy snow, causing him to lose his balance and tumble into the hole himself. Struggling to regain his footing, Vivi's attempt to climb out were repeatedly foiled by the treacherous grip of the snow, which caused him to repeatedly descend back into the abyss. Determined to rescue Frisbee from her precarious predicament, Vivi managed to scoop her up in his arms, lifting her out of the hole. With a gentle nudge, he pushed her away from the edge, urging her to stay clear. Yet being the playful puppy she was, Frisbee persisted in attempting to return to the hole's depths. Sternly, Vivi admonished her with a firm no, which finally deterred her. Meanwhile, as time stretched on and neither Vivi nor Frisbee returned indoors, a sense of worry began to consume me. The cold weather outside was no place for them to linger, and I dreaded the possibility of Vivi falling ill. Anxious to relocate them and ensure their well-being, I decided to venture outside and call for them. As I stepped into the wintry landscape, my eyes met the sight of Frisbee bouncing towards me, her furry coat glistening with the dusting of snow. However, Vivi was nowhere to be seen. Intriguingly, instead of approaching me, Frisbee abruptly turned and scampered back toward the hole, as if beckoning me to follow her. In that moment, I heard Vivi's voice carried by the wind, calling out for help. Answering his desperate plea, I called back, determined to assist. With caution echoing in Vivi's voice, he warned me to tread carefully, as the hole possessed the potential to ensnare me as well. Given that we were the only children at home, apart from our father who remained inside, oblivious to our predicament, it was crucial to proceed with utmost care. Taking measured steps, I inched closer until Vivi's figure emerged before me, standing within the depths of the hole. Curiosity burning within me, I questioned how he had found himself in this predicament. His reply unveiled the story of his valiant effort to retrieve Frisbee, which had led to his own fall into the hole. Despite his ordeal, Vivi managed to lift Frisbee to safety before succumbing to the pit's clutches. Determined to rescue him, I knelt down. Extending my arm in an attempt to pull Vivi out, I felt the slippery sensation of the snow beneath me, and the more I exerted force, the more I found myself slowly sliding down into the hole alongside of him. Realizing that I couldn't hold on without jeopardizing both of our safety, I reluctantly let go of Vivi's hand and assured him that I would find something to aid him in his escape. Rushing into the garage, my heart pounding with a mix of worry and determination, I quickly scanned the shelves for a suitable tool. My eyes landed on our collection of plastic kid shovels, their vibrant colors beckoning me to grab one. I snatched the sturdiest-looking shovel and sprinted back to the edge of the hole where Vivi anxiously awaited my return. With a sense of urgency, I handed him the plastic shovel, instructing him to create a foothold on the snow, enabling him to climb out. Vivi nodded, his face a mixture of gratitude and determination. He began digging into the snow, his gloved hands gripping the shovel tightly as he carved out steps in the wall of the pit. With each movement, snow cascaded down, scattering around him like wintry waterfalls. Even with the footholds in place, the task of ascending proved arduous for Vivi. The combination of exhaustion, the numbing cold, and the uncertainty of his footing hindered his progress. Determined to provide any assistance I could, I positioned myself at the edge of the hole, grabbing hold of the plastic shovel's blade. I assured Vivi to hold on to the handle tightly. I braced myself and exerted all my strength, pulling outward as he summoned his remaining energy to climb. Slowly but steadily, Vivi began to ascend, his boots finding purchase on the footholds that he had meticulously carved. With each pull, he inched closer to freedom. The strain was evident on both of our faces, but the determination to overcome this ordeal fueled our efforts. Finally, with a burst of strength, Vivi emerged from the depths of the hole, panting and covered in snow, but undeniably relieved. Without wasting a moment, I reached out my hand, helping him stabilize himself on solid ground. With Frisbee's tail wagging excitedly nearby, we embraced, grateful for our reunion and the successful rescue. The three of us huddled together, sharing a collective sigh of relief and a bond strengthened by the shared adventure. Aware of the chilling air that had surrounded us throughout this ordeal, we hurried back indoors, Frisbee bounding happily at our side. In the comfort of our warm home, we shed our snow-dusted garments and prepared something nourishing and hot to replenish our energy. Sipping on steaming mugs of cocoa and devouring bowls of comforting soup, we allowed the warmth to seep back into our bodies, chasing away the remnants of the wintry chill. As the winter days eventually gave way to the arrival of spring, Vivi and I couldn't help but return to the scene of our escapade, curious to see if the mysterious hole still remained. Armed with the same plastic shovel that we had relied on for Vivi's rescue, we carefully prodded the area where the pit had once stood. However, to our astonishment, the hole had vanished without a trace, leaving only an unblemished expanse of lush green grass. Puzzled yet relieved, we exchanged glances, silently agreeing not to divulge this extraordinary occurrence to our parents. After all, they may dismiss it as mere figments of our imagination. Instead, we cherished the memory as our secret, forever etched in our hearts as a testament to the unwavering bond between siblings, and the unwavering bond between the mysterious wonders that life occasionally bestows upon us. In the years that followed, Vivi and I continued to share a special connection, forged by the shared experiences of that wintry rescue. It became a story we would retell countless times, relishing in the remarkable circumstances that had brought us closer together. Frisbee, our faithful companion, remained a constant reminder of that fateful day, a living testament to the strength of our familial bond. As time passed, the memory of that disappearing hole faded into the background of our lives. We grew older, pursuing our individual paths, while always cherishing the unbreakable bond that we shared. Vivi's bravery and resourcefulness during that incident became emblematic of his character, while determination to assist him became a defining moment of resilience in my own life. With each passing winter, as snowflakes blanketed the earth once more, Vivi and I couldn't help but cast a nostalgic gaze toward the backyard, half expecting the enigmatic hole to reappear. However, the magical occurrence remained confined to the recesses of our memories, forever preserved as a cherished secret between siblings. Our shared experience with the elusive hole became a symbol of the extraordinary possibilities that exist within the ordinary fabric of our lives. It taught us to embrace unexpected challenges with courage and ingenuity, knowing that we had each other's unwavering support. We carried that lesson forward as we navigated the trials and triumphs that awaited us in the years ahead. Through it all, Frisbee remained our steadfast companion, a furry reminder of the loyalty and unconditional love that family brings. She was more than a pet. She was an embodiment of the resilience and joy that can only be found in even the most challenging of circumstances. As we grew older, our paths diverged, leading us on separate journeys of self-discovery. Yet the bond forged that wintry day remained unshakable, serving as a foundation of strength during times of uncertainty. No matter the distance that separated us, the memory of that shared adventure held us close, a reminder of the unbreakable thread that connected us as siblings. Looking back now, I realized that our encounter with the mysterious hole was more than just a remarkable incident. It was a turning point in our lives. It instilled in us a sense of resilience and adaptability, and the importance of relying on one another during challenging times. It became a testament to the power of familial love, teaching us that together we could overcome any obstacle that came our way. So as Vivi and I stand side by side, gazing at the now flourished backyard, we're filled with gratitude for the extraordinary experience that shaped our lives. And although that the hole remains a distant memory, its impact on our lives will forever be etched into our hearts, a reminder of the remarkable bond between siblings and the unpredictable adventures that await us all. Door closed to my kid's room. A few days ago, something peculiar occurred in my house, and I feel compelled to document the event as they unfold. Although it may not be a monumental incident, I have a penchant for capturing even the minutest of details. I must admit that I'm writing this primarily for my own sake, rather than for your entertainment, which might explain why I tend to be long-winded. However, if you find yourself growing wary, the title can serve as a concise summary. Let me provide you with some context. We've been engrossed in the renovation project of our home, transforming our upstairs area into a charming kids' room in anticipation of the arrival of our second child. The stairs leading to this newly renovated space can only be accessed through the nursery, and they cut through our bedroom, directly overhead of our bed. Consequently, the sounds of footsteps on those stairs reverberates through our bedroom, making them quite noticeable. On the particular day in question, it was lunchtime, and my wife sought solace in our bedroom, accompanied by our feline companions. Taking a well-deserved break from her duties, meanwhile, I found myself stationed in the kitchen, feeding our firstborn, who was securely seated in her high chair. From my vantage point in the kitchen, I had a clear view of 3 doors: our bedroom door, the entrance to the basement, and the entrance to the nursery. Notably, the nursery door featured a bifold design, composed of slats that could be folded open or closed. At that moment, the door happened to be partially open, left in that state by the gentleman working on the upstairs renovations, who had passed through it earlier. As I focused on feeding my child, a sudden noise caught my attention. My eyes darted toward the nursery door, which seemed to be trembling slightly as if being jolted. With bated breath, I observed the door slowly and mysteriously inching its way towards closure. My initial assumption was that the diligent worker had quietly closed the door from the other side, yet I hadn't witnessed him entering the room. Suspicion crept into my mind, prompting me to investigate further. I swiftly opened the door and positioned myself at the bottom of the staircase, straining my ears to catch any sounds of movement emanating from upstairs. To my surprise, an eerie silence enveloped the upper floor, devoid of any indication that someone was present. Puzzled but determined to dismiss my nagging doubts, I briefly checked on my firstborn, ensuring her well-being, before proceeding to consult my wife. I approached her inquisitively, seeking to ascertain if she had noticed anyone ascending the staircase. To my relief, she confirmed that she had indeed heard the telltale sounds of footsteps. Convinced that my earlier unease had stemmed from my own lack of attentiveness, I chalked it up to a mere lapse in situational awareness and directed my focus back to the task at hand, nurturing my child. Little did I know that the fate had more intrigue in store for me. Merely a few minutes later, the sound of the front door swinging open reverberated through the house, signifying the return of the diligent worker from his break. I observed him as he crossed the threshold, casually strolled into the nursery, and ascended the stairs to the upper floor. Surprised by this unexpected turn of events, as I had firmly believed him to already be upstairs, I instinctively followed in his wake, eager to confront him and gain clarity. Upon reaching the top of the staircase, I found myself face to face with the worker, alone and undeterred. In an attempt to assuage my lingering doubts, I mustered the courage to engage with the worker in conversation. With a mix of curiosity and concern, I inquired if there was anyone else accompanying him during his ascent to the upper floor. His response was a simple yet perplexing, "Nope." Confounded by his answer, I couldn't help but apologize for bothering him with my inquiries, despite the lingering sense of unease gnawing at the back of my mind. It was evident that something peculiar had occurred, something beyond the realm of rational explanation. I reluctantly left the worker to his duties, retreating back downstairs to resume my parental responsibilities, all the while grappling with the mysterious happening that seemed to defy logic and understanding. As the day wore on, my thoughts constantly returned to that enigmatic moment when the nursery door closed, seemingly on its own accord. It was as though an unseen presence had quietly intervened, disrupting the rhythm of our daily lives. I found myself seeking solace in every corner of my mind, attempting to rationalize the inexplicable occurrence, but all efforts proved futile. That night, as I lay in bed, the events of the day replayed in my mind like a vivid montage. Each detail, from the sound of the door jostling to the eerie silence upstairs, played on a loop, fueling my curiosity and stirring a desire for answers. I was determined to unravel the mystery that had taken hold of my home. In the days that followed, my quest for understanding consumed me. I delved into research, scouring the depths of the internet for any accounts of similar encounters or paranormal phenomenon. I stumbled upon countless tales of haunted houses and spectral apparitions and unexplained happenings, each one adding another layer of the intrigue to my own personal mystery. In my pursuit of answers, I also reached out to friends and acquaintances, sharing my bizarre experience in the hope that someone could shed light on the situation. Many offered their own theories and speculations, ranging from supernatural to the mundane. Some suggested that our home might be haunted, while others proposed more mundane explanations like drafts or faulty hinges. Despite the plethora of suggestions, none seemed to fully account for the precise sequence of events I had witnessed. The sense of unease persisted, urging me to continue my investigation. I decided to consult with experts in the field of paranormal phenomena, seeking their insights and expertise. Paranormal investigators, mediums, and even skeptics visited our home, conducting thorough examinations and employing various methods to detect any otherworldly presence. Night after night, we gathered around hushed anticipation, as they set up infrared cameras, electromagnetic field detectors, and other specialized equipment. We hoped that these scientific tools would unveil the truth hidden within the walls of our abode. However, despite their diligent efforts, the investigations yielded no concrete evidence or definitive conclusions. The experts themselves were perplexed by the lack of tangible findings. Some offered explanations rooted in the realm of psychology, suggesting that stress of impending parenthood might have heightened our senses, leading to perceived paranormal encounters. Months passed, and the memory of that inexplicable day gradually faded into the recesses of our minds. Life resumed its normal rhythm, filled with the joys and challenges of raising our growing family, yet the lingering sense of mystery never truly dissipated. To this day, we remain uncertain about what truly transpired on that fateful afternoon. The nursery door, with its inexplicable movement, continues to be a topic of occasional discussion, woven into the fabric of our family's lore. It serves as a reminder that the world is vast, mysterious, and filled with unexplained phenomena that defy our comprehension. As I conclude my lengthy retelling, I recognize that the quest for answers may never reach a definitive resolution. Some mysteries are destined to remain unsolved, adding a touch of intrigue and wonder to our lives. And so as I continue to cherish the memories of that inexplicable day, embracing the unknown, and finding solace in the enduring mystery that lingers within the walls of our home. I think my nephew is seeing a shadow man that he calls the Black Man. Lately, my nephew has developed a fondness for a game he calls Ghosts, and this involves me playing with these small Halloween-themed toys. It's an innocent and imaginative game, but occasionally he asks me questions about what ghosts really are. Given that he's only 4 years old, I haven't gone into great detail about it, opting instead to provide a vague explanation that won't frighten him. But I must mention that there have been some peculiar incidents in the past that have left me somewhat unsettled. For instance, he would occasionally point at a corner of the room and inquire about the identity of the man standing there, even though there was no one visible to me. At other times, I would find him engaged in animated conversations with someone who, to my eyes, simply wasn't there. But back to our recent game of Ghosts. As we began playing again, I posed a question to him, asking if he remembered what ghosts were. In response, he nodded thoughtfully, and then much to my surprise, he asked if I could be the Black Man ghost. I was taken aback by his words, not only because we don't raise him to be in a racist household, but also because he's too young to comprehend what the complexities of racism are. Upon realizing this, I gently told him, "Wow, nephew, I never expected you to say something like that. How about we play a different game for now?" However, he persisted, pleading with me, saying, "Please be the Black Man. The Black Man scares me." I was at a loss for words, grappling with how to process his request and struggling to formulate an appropriate response. In an attempt to divert his attention and alleviate the tension, I suggested, "Hey, let's go for a drive. You always enjoy that, right?" Hoping a change of scenery would clear his mind. I took him for a drive while he eventually drifted off to sleep. Reflecting on the incident, I can't help but feel a sense of curiosity and concern. When we play Ghosts again, perhaps I should take on the role of this Black Man and inquire about his appearance. I could ask him questions like, what does he look like? How does he talk? Does he wear a hat? By exploring these details in a way that he can comprehend, maybe it will shed light on his perception and reveal more about his experiences. Recalling my own childhood, I remember being visited by shadow people at his age. I can't help but pray that he isn't going through a similar ordeal, although I remain determined to support and understand him, whatever he may be facing. This is probably a needle in a haystack situation, but I'm trying to research a missing person my grandma knew who went missing in 1972. He believed he was possessed. His name was Don or Donald from Maryland. Let me share with you an intriguing tale that revolves around my grandmother and her husband, who happened to be the proud owners of a local grocery store named the C&J Grocery. This story unfolds in the past, about 3 weeks before an unsettling incident occurred involving a man named Donald, whom they fondly called Don. He worked as an employee, specifically a cashier, at their beloved store. It was an ordinary day when Don made an unexpected visit to my grandma's house. The sun was beginning its descent, casting a warm glow upon the world, and the clock struck 5 in the late afternoon. Don's arrival caught my grandmother off guard, as her husband was away toiling at his job. Nevertheless, she graciously welcomed him into her home, extending her hospitality by preparing a steaming cup of coffee. The television hummed in the background, tuned to a channel featuring the renowned televangelist Jimmy Swaggart. As they sipped their coffee and engaged in conversation, their topic of discussion gravitated towards matters of faith and spirituality. To my grandmother's surprise, Don confided in her, revealing a deep personal belief that he was, in fact, possessed by a malevolent entity. Intrigued yet concerned, my grandmother inquired further, seeking to understand the basis for his distressing conviction. Don's response, although cryptic, hinted at a haunting experience as he simply stated, "Something happened, and it's inside." Their exchange continued for approximately an hour, during which Don shared the weight of his burden, as if unburdening his soul to a confidant. This evening descended. Don abruptly departed, as if an unspoken alarm signaled his hasty exit before my grandmother's husband returned home. It appeared as though he carried an unspoken fear, or perhaps an uncanny intuition that urged him to depart swiftly. My grandmother, in her usual candor, recounted the details of Don's visit to her husband upon his return. To her surprise, even before mentioning Don's possession, her husband vehemently expressed his disapproval, commanding her never to permit Don entry into their home ever again. This uncharacteristic anger, rarely exhibited by her husband, emanated from a place of deep concern. He adamantly stated that something was gravely amiss with Don. While my grandmother struggled to comprehend her husband's vehement reaction, she respected his wishes, cognizant of the fact that their emotions were intertwined with a deep-rooted understanding of Don's personality. According to her husband, Don's demeanor at work underwent unsettling transformations, contingent upon the individuals that he encountered. Though unable to articulate the precise nature of these changes, her husband described instances where Don's disposition turned fiercely wrathful, particularly towards random customers, often of a religious inclination. It was during these episodes that his voice altered, his eyes seemingly transformed into abysmal pools of darkness. However, as swiftly as these episodes transpired, Don would revert to his former self, as though the bizarre interludes had never even occurred. The realization that Don had crossed the threshold of their home, juxtaposed against this peculiar behavior at the store, exacerbated her husband's anger and trepidation. 3 weeks elapsed after that enigmatic visit, and Don failed to appear for work. This absence was unprecedented, as he had never missed a single day before. Furthermore, he didn't visit the store to collect his paycheck, nor did he offer any form of communication to account for his sudden disappearance. Troubled by this inexplicable turn of events, my grandmother and her husband promptly contacted the local authorities, seeking their assistance in unraveling the mystery. Accompanied by the police, my grandmother embarked on a quest to uncover the truth behind Don's vanishing act. Their destination was his residence, a dwelling where he resided alone. As they arrived at his abode, my grandmother was struck by the impeccable orderliness that pervaded the entire interior. Every item meticulously arranged contributed to an atmosphere of immaculate cleanliness. It was as though Don had embarked upon a thorough cleansing of his surroundings. Notably, his red automobile, an integral part of his life, was conspicuously absent, noticeably missing from its usual parking spot. Curiously, his wallet and personal belongings remained intact, undisturbed, including a suitcase tucked away in his closet. In the aftermath of Don's disappearance, no one ever caught sight of him or heard a whisper from his lips ever again. The passage of time seemed to erode the urgency of his absence, as life resumed its relentless march forward. However, my grandmother, forever haunted by unanswered questions, often contemplated the fate that befell this enigmatic young man. Recounting the events that transpired, she couldn't help but be captivated by Don's charisma, which exuded an almost hypnotic allure. Despite their relationship remaining strictly professional, my grandmother found herself drawn to the sweet nature and undeniable attractiveness. In hindsight, she couldn't shake the feeling that Don's single visit to her house held deeper meaning, as if he were attempting to convey something vital, a message suppressed by an unseen force. It felt as though an invisible barrier prevented him from fully articulating his plight, leaving my grandmother with an unsettling sense of unfinished business. Perhaps, she contemplated, external forces were at play, thwarting his desperate attempt to communicate. And so, dear reader, this marks the culmination of my knowledge regarding the perplexing story surrounding the disappearance of a young man in his 20s, hailing from the state of Maryland. If, by some miraculous twist of fate, anyone reading this narrative possesses information that could aid in the quest to locate this missing individual, who labored at the grocery store christened C&J, I beseech you to step forward. This peculiar tale, permeated with the undeniable air of eeriness, has left an indelible impression upon my psyche. Together, let us endeavor to uncover the truth shrouded within this unsettling enigma. My family isn't seeing the figures I'm seeing. Throughout our time in this house, my family and I have encountered a series of unsettling, consistent occurrences, as if the succession of eerie events have taken on a life of their own. Initially, we only experienced occasional sounds of footsteps or caught glimpses of peculiar shadows. However, in the past month and a half, I've started noticing figures appearing here and there within the confines of our home. Oddly enough, it seems that I'm the sole witness to these specters. A few days ago, while my family and I were engaging in cleansing the basement's laundry room, something truly unnerving transpired. As we finished our task, I caught sight of a man emerging from the storage space beneath the stairs. He moved on his stomach, making it difficult to see his entire form, yet I could discern his facial expression and the fact that he was lying down. Strangely, it felt as if he derived pleasure from my observing him, all the while exuding an air of intoxication or euphoria. Remarkably, no one else seemed to notice his presence. Later that same day, my mother and grandmother departed to take our dog to the farm, leaving me alone in the house. Engaged in cleaning out the kitchen cupboards, I suddenly heard a loud elderly man's burp resonating from the living room. The sound was reminiscent of someone who had indulged in excessive drinking. I knew for certain that I was the only one upstairs, since the only way to reach the upper level was from the basement. And that was through the kitchen, and my brother had not passed by me at all. Almost a week ago, I left my room to feed my cat. At that time, my mother and my grandmother had left to pick my younger brother from their father's place, while my other brother remained downstairs. Upon my return to my room, a chilling sight awaited me. Down the hallway stood a headless white figure. Its appearance was far from human, resembling twisted and contorted sharp bones jutting out from an unnatural angle. The mere sight of this grotesque apparition sent shivers down my spine, especially considering I knew that I was the sole occupant of the upper floor. In the past week, my friend's birthday arrived, and I decided to make her a cake. As I ventured downstairs to retrieve some food coloring for the cake, I caught a glimpse of a figure peering at me through a gap in the door separating the main area of the basement from the laundry room. This gap was considerably wide, and what I saw terrified me to the core. A pitch-black figure stood alarmingly close to the door, close enough for me to discern the texture of his hair. Devoid of any facial features, it stood there silently. The proximity of this entity, less than a foot away from me, struck such fear in my heart that I immediately rushed to find my brother, who resided in the laundry room, urging him to stand by my side until I'd gathered everything I needed. Each time I mustered the courage to discuss these apparitions with my family, their responses remained consistently dismissive. They either claimed not to see anything or offered similar explanations. I find myself perplexed as to why no one else can perceive these figures that haunt my vision. And more importantly, why am I the only one who bears witness to these inexplicable manifestations in the first place? The mysteries surrounding our house continue to confound me, leaving me with more questions than answers. Masked thing keeps following me. In our humble abode, a place that became an intriguing amalgamation of unexplained phenomena, a myriad of peculiar occurrences regularly unfold. It seems that my residence has become a breeding ground for the enigmatic, where ethereal noises, elusive footsteps, and the unnerving presence of shadowy figures pervade the atmosphere. Over time, I've grown accustomed to these manifestations, assimilating them into the tapestry of my existence. Yet, an unsettling shiver still courses through my veins wherever my eyes fall upon a new apparition. The incident I'm about to recount took place a day when solitude reigned supreme within the walls of my dwelling. With my family temporarily absent, I embraced the opportunity to engage in some domestic tidying before their imminent return. The afternoon unfolded uneventfully, each task completed with meticulous precision, bringing me even closer to the comforting notion of a tidy abode. There was but one final chore to accomplish: fetching a fresh, pristine tea towel from the closet nestled within the corridor that connected my mother and my own sanctuary. It was here, amid the threshold of our respective domains, that an unanticipated encounter awaited me. As I approached the closet with measured steps, a flicker of movement caught my eye. A masked figure, poised majestically at the very heart of the corridor, a nexus where two worlds converged. Towering above me by a few inches, a small concession to my diminutive stature of 5'2", this enigmatic entity was adorned in a cloak with the deepest of ebony, its very presence accentuated by the vibrant crimson shawl draping its form. The visage was concealed beneath the flawless white mask, crafted in an oblong shape, with black markings meticulously etched to define its eyes, a mouth, and a nose. Intricate patterns of orange and yellow danced upon the shawl, an ethereal canvas woven into its fabric. A primal fear coursed through my veins, raising hairs on the nape of my neck as I contemplated the nature of this unearthly vision. Could it be a figment of my fevered imagination, conjured by an overactive psyche attempting to rationalize the uncanny occurrences that beset my humble abode? Yet the vividness of its presence defied any such dismissive explanation. Days elapsed, and the persistent enigma did not relent. Engrossed once again in the act of cleaning, I ascended from the dimly lit abyss of the basement, clutching a laundry-laden basket. Setting it down upon the cool tiled floor of the kitchen, I reached for my trusty water bottle, longing for a revitalizing sip. It was then, through the corner of my eye, that I caught a glimpse of the mysterious figure, resolute in its observation of my every move. Standing resplendent within the confines of the living room, it beckoned my gaze with a silent insistence. It is worth noting that this enigmatic being, despite its proximity, never uttered a single utterance. It made no sound, leaving no discernible footfalls in its wake. Curiously, I never ventured too close, refraining from breaching the intangible barrier that separates our realms. In truth, I never felt directly threatened by its presence. Nevertheless, the disconcertion I experienced whenever our eyes met remained palpable, a disquieting reminder of the incomprehensible nature of its purpose. Perplexity now ensnares my thoughts, intertwining my consciousness with an intricate web of questions. How did this enigmatic specter find its way into the sacred confines of my cherished abode? What draws it here, to my sanctuary of solace? Alas, the answers elude me, like whispers carried by an ephemeral breeze. In my pursuit of solace, I turned to old age rituals, embracing prayer as a shield, smudging to cleanse the lingering energies, and burning incense to imbue the air with a fragrant plea. Yet as days turn to weeks, and weeks bleed into months, the presence persists, unfathomable in its intentions, and unyielding in its vigil. The relentless passage of time has not sated my curiosity. As I navigate the labyrinth corridors of my existence, I find myself ever vigilant, seeking signs, searching for meaning within the ethereal confines of this bewildering encounter. Does this masked enigma seek to communicate? Its silence merely a cryptic code waiting to be deciphered? Or does it exist solely as a testament to the unfathomable mysteries that inhabit our world, a harbinger of the esoteric truths that lay beyond the grasp of mortal comprehension? As I venture forth, my heart a tapestry of trepidation and intrigue, I am reminded that within the realm of the inexplicable, answers often elude even the most ardent seeker. I remain an unwitting participant in the spectral dance, an observer ensnared by the enigmatic allure of the unknown. Only time will reveal the true nature of this perplexing entity, and until then, I'm left to navigate the winding corridors of my existence, hoping against hope that one day the enigma shall unravel its secrets and deliver unto me the enlightenment I so fervently seek. Watching Spirit. I've always had a passion for baking, especially when I have the kitchen all to myself. It's my little sanctuary where I can put on my favorite tunes through my trusty earbuds and let my creativity flow. However, something strange started happening recently, and has left my entire family bewildered. We began hearing peculiar thumping and banging noises originating from the attic area, just outside my room. Although the precise location may not be crucial to the story, it sets the stage for the events that unfolded. On this particular day, as I was nearing the completion of the batch of cookies I was diligently crafting, those mysterious thumping sounds echoed through the air once again. At first, I dismissed them as mere interference from my music, and I simply lowered the volume. But as fate would have it, a few minutes later, the enigmatic noises persisted, compelling me to pause my tunes and investigate further. Eager to get to the bottom of this strange occurrence, I strained my ears, trying to discern the source of the sound. Initially, I entertained the notion that my mother and grandmother had returned from their grocery shopping expedition, causing the commotion upstairs. I eagerly awaited the familiar sound of the back door opening, signaling their return. However, to my surprise, the door remained closed, and no familiar voices or footsteps permeated the air. Instead, an unsettling sensation washed over me, as if a pair of unseen eyes were intently fixed upon my every move. Now, I must admit that I've always been easily spooked by the sensation of being watched, and in this situation, there was no exception. My gaze darted anxiously around the room, searching for any indication of the mysterious presence. I even considered the possibility that my beloved dog or mischievous cat might be responsible for the eerie occurrences. Alas, a thorough inspection yielded no signs of their whereabouts. My eyes finally settled upon the hallway leading to the attic, and that's where I spotted it, a grotesque figure peering at me from the shadows, its haunting smile sending shivers down my spine. The creature's appearance was chillingly bizarre, with its pallid, almost grayish-white skin and fingers that seemed discolored at the tips. Its eyes were pitch black, devoid of any reflection or discernible source of light, while its unkempt light brown hair hung limply in stringy strands. The most disconcerting aspect was its sinister yellowed teeth that greeted me in an unsettling grin. Terror gripped me so tightly that I instinctively sprinted downstairs to the basement, a place I seldom ventured alone unless accompanied by another family member. Trembling with fear, I implored my brother to join me, seeking solace and reassurance in his presence. We huddled together in the kitchen, the thumping noises continuing intermittently. We exchanged perplexed glances as if silently questioning each other's involvement in this surreal situation. Yet no rational explanation presented itself, and the enigmatic entity never revealed itself again during our vigil. Since that spine-chilling encounter, I've occasionally caught sight of the eerie being, observing me with a fixed gaze or peering out from me from various locations in the kitchen. It never attempted to communicate or emit any other audible sounds. Its behavior, though disturbing, did not escalate beyond its persistent watchfulness and the occasional chase it would embark on. I distinctively recalled one unnerving incident when, astonishingly, I spotted the creature approximately 30 feet away from home, lurking near a friend's place. This revelation sent shivers down my spine, leaving me to ponder its intentions and question why it seemed to be fixated on me. I must emphasize that I have no involvement in witchcraft, nor do I dabble in summoning spirits. Similarly, none of my family members harbor any interest in such occult practices, and we have never engaged with the Ouija board or any other means of inviting supernatural entities into our lives. The inexplicable presence that shadows me remains an enigma, its motives and desires shrouded in darkness. It seems content with silently observing me, occasionally taunting me with its disturbing smile, and on rare occasions pursuing me in menacing chase. As the days stretch on, I find myself constantly on edge, never knowing when or where this mysterious being might reappear. Its presence casts an unsettling shadow over my daily routines, infiltrating my thoughts and instilling a perpetual state of unease within me. What does it want from me? Why has it chosen to follow me and watch me so incessantly? These questions torment my mind, yet answers elude me, leaving me to navigate this inexplicable nightmare with a sense of trepidation that lingers like an indelible stain. I stayed in a haunted house in Warwick, and I swear it was evil. During the time when I was expecting, my partner and I decided to temporarily stay at his cousin's house for approximately a month before we could move into our own apartment. This particular residence happened to be an ancient farmhouse located in a recently developed area of Warwick, Rhode Island. Surrounding the property, one could find farms and woods stretching in one direction, while a quaint little town awaited in the opposite direction. Upon our arrival, we were informed that this house had been constructed during the mid-1800s, which immediately piqued my interest. However, my partner, whom I shall refer to as Byron, quickly commented on how the stairs seemed uncharacteristically dark and eerie, even in the middle of the day. Curiosity getting the better of me, I gazed in the same direction, only to find that he was absolutely right. There was an undeniable, sinister aura emanating from those stairs. As we slept in the living room, a space that provided a clear view into the kitchen, we couldn't help but notice how the stairs transformed into a foreboding, uncomfortable void during the nighttime hours. Curiosity getting the better of us, making us decide to mention our observations to Byron's cousin and to his wife, who happened to be the owners of the house. To our surprise, instead of showing any concern or alarm, they burst into laughter and proceeded to regale us with tales of people allegedly being pushed down those very stairs. It seemed that they did not subscribe to the idea of supernatural entities haunting the premises, as they have had enough real-life problems to contend with, especially considering the husband's abusive tendencies and struggles with substance addiction. Living in that house was a chaotic experience, to say the least. The husband and wife were clearly grappling with significant emotional and financial turmoil. They had a 6-year-old son who, due to his fear of the shadows, adamantly refused to sleep upstairs alone. This revelation only added to the mounting unease. On multiple occasions when I found myself alone in the house, I caught glimpses of seemingly human figures out of the corner of my eye. Even more disconcerting were the instances where I spotted black dots with long, spindly legs scurrying across the floor, only to vanish when I attempted to directly focus on them. Furthermore, I would occasionally glimpse a figure in my peripheral vision, only to discover that it was one of the family members who seemingly appeared out of thin air without any prior indication of their presence. The inexplicability of such occurrences left me feeling profoundly unsettled. Byron would often mention how, while sitting in a particular chair in the living room, one would instinctively feel the need to glance over their shoulder into the adjacent doorway, as if anticipating the arrival of someone descending a staircase that no longer existed. This notion alone was enough to send shivers down my spine, considering that I slept in close proximity to that doorway and frequently experienced the eerie sensation of someone approaching me. Strangely enough, there came a day when Byron and I were the sole occupants of the entire house. Standing face to face, merely 2 feet apart, engaged in lively conversation, we were startled by the sound of a woman's voice distinctly uttering, "Shh!" from right in between us. Naturally, I turned to Byron seeking confirmation, as if he spoke those words, only to be met with his wide-eyed expression and a simple response of, "No, did you?" In that moment, we dismissed the incident as a nervous chuckle, rationalizing that our animated discussion must have disturbed the unseen inhabitants of the house. Eventually, we mustered the courage to discuss our unnerving experiences with the rest of the family, including a second cousin residing upstairs. To our relief, they validated our claims of admitting to have witnessed and felt similar inexplicable phenomena. They nonchalantly mentioned how they assumed the mysterious black voids scurrying across the floor were merely one of their dogs, and learned to ignore them as they turned out to be harmless. The cousin living upstairs divulged that the curtains to his closet would frequently sway as if being pushed, despite the absence of any discernible breeze. His explanations ranged from being stoned or fatigued, conveniently dismissing the possibility of paranormal presence. The wife shared a particularly disturbing detail with me, recounting how when they first moved into the house, her son would frequently spot a man in a hat. Initially, they attributed it to his vivid imagination, but as time went on, it became increasingly challenging to ignore the signs of a haunting. Moreover, the front of the house, especially during nighttime hours, became a place to avoid for practically everyone. It felt as though someone would pass by the doorframe and approach while you were sitting in the living room. One fateful night, unwilling to embark on the lengthy journey around the vast house to reach the car, I braved the brisk walk through the front door. To my horror, I heard an ominous growling emanating from the side of the house. Despite owning 3 dogs, one of which was a powerful bull mastiff, I was too petrified to call for her. Instead, I hastily retreated into the house, only to discover all 3 dogs were already safely indoors. Needless to say, I vowed never to use that entrance ever again. Living in that haunted farmhouse took a significant toll on our emotional well-being, and perhaps being pregnant heightened my sensitivity to the surrounding energies. The list of strange occurrences continued to grow, but one of the most recent conversations I had with one of the tenants, renting a room at the far end of the desolate hallway, the only door in that isolated corridor, struck me as particularly noteworthy. I recounted our experiences of hearing the inexplicable shh directly between Byron and me. Astonishingly, she revealed that she too frequently heard the same unsettling sound in the hallway whenever she and her son became too loud. However, she attributed the noise to the young son of the house, and they were maybe speaking into the hallway, an explanation that left me far from convinced. In conclusion, my time spent in that farmhouse remains etched in my memory as a period of eerie and mysterious encounters. From the disconcerting darkness of the staircase and the spectral figures that seemed to materialize and disappear at will, to the inexplicable growls and the chilling shh that echoed through the house. It was an emotionally draining and spine-chilling experience. The fact that other occupants of the house acknowledged similar phenomena only added to the conviction that something otherworldly resided within those aged walls. Whether it was merely a product of our overactive imaginations, or an actual encounter with the supernatural, the enigma that that haunted farmhouse in Warwick and Rhode Island had continues to linger in my mind, reminding me of the unexplainable mysteries that exist beyond our realm of comprehension. My in-laws' house. My story begins when I embarked on a journey into the early stages of my relationship with my now beloved husband, whom I shall refer to as B. We were both young, just 20 years old, when an opportunity presented itself to deepen our connection. B's parents, as fate would have it, asked us to stay over at their house, to house sit, while they luxuriated on a well-deserved vacation for a few days. Naturally, I readily agreed to their proposition, knowing full well that they would have no qualms about me bringing along my faithful canine companion. Moreover, the fact that they graciously offered to cover the expenses for food and groceries, not to mention their close proximity to town, made the offer all the more appealing. Thus, with my circumstances being flexible at the time and B having to work during the day, I happily embraced the opportunity, envisioning a period of tranquility and relaxation in the near future. The first night at B's parents' abode unfolded seamlessly, following a typical routine that involved savoring a delicious pizza, cozying up and watching a movie, and retiring to bed early in anticipation of B's early morning work schedule. However, during that particular night, I experienced a vivid nightmare that inexplicably left me feeling anxious upon awakening, even though I couldn't recall its details. Despite my lingering unease, I found solace in the comforting presence of my devoted dog, Abby, who served as my emotional support animal, though she's since retired due to the arrival of my service dog. Abby's unwavering companionship proved immensely helpful, offering reassurance as I went about tidying up the house. Completing some laundry tasks on behalf of my mother-in-law, who happened to be behind her chores, throughout the day I engaged in a range of activities from cleaning to simply relaxing, awaiting B's return from work. However, amidst the day's tranquility, I retrieved an unexpected phone call. B's cousin, embroiled in a disagreement with her parents, urgently needed to find a new home for her dog, Oakley. As a result, B's parents volunteered to take Oakley and provide him with a loving abode. Consequently, I happily agreed to accommodate Oakley's early arrival, and upon B's return home, we warmly welcomed the newest member of the household into our midst. As the evening approached, we decided to venture into the basement, where B's parents had an impressive entertainment system and a well-stocked bar. Eager to indulge in our favorite shows, we made our way downstairs, accompanied by Abby, who descended the stairs without hesitation. However, Oakley, despite our coaxing, adamantly refused to budge from the top of the staircase. His trembling body betrayed an overwhelming fear that I had never witnessed in a dog before. Realizing the distress Oakley was experiencing, I reassured B that we could easily enjoy our evening upstairs without venturing further. It seemed like a minor inconvenience at the time, and with that settled, we settled down to enjoy our meal. As the night wore on, my mind couldn't help but wander back to the basement and Abby's peculiar behavior whenever we ventured into that space. I recalled how she would stand guard, positioning herself in front of the bathroom located down there, never straying far from my side. On a few occasions, she even emitted low growls, her protective instincts kicking into gear. Yet, attributing the odd occurrences to the age of the house, I dismissed them as insignificant and unworthy of concern. We retired to bed that night, blissfully unaware of the horrifying ordeal that awaited me within the realm of my dreams. In this particular nightmare, the terror I experienced felt more tangible and petrifying than anything I'd ever encountered before or since. In the dream, I found myself lying in the same bed where I had fallen asleep, my gaze fixated on the wall opposite me. To my profound horror, a chilling presence manifested before my eyes. It was an ominous figure, clad in a shroud of darkness, emanating an odor reminiscent of death and tar. Towering over me, it contorted its unnaturally long limbs to avoid striking its head against the ceiling. Its proportions were grotesquely distorted, with arms that extended far beyond normal limits and stumpy, oddly angled legs. The figure's long black hair appeared damp, its strands clumping together in a macabre fashion. Its eyes, void of any light, resembled dark abysses, while its lips bore a peculiar shade of blue. Its skin was marked by an intricate network of veins, emitting an eerie sucking sound with every breath it took. Jagged teeth, some broken and others menacingly sharp, filled its disturbingly wide grin. Yet the most distressing aspect of this malevolent entity was its gait, a haunting limp that produced a disconcerting thud and dragging noise as it ominously advanced towards me, its laughter ringing out in a deranged manner. This laughter, while not booming, contained an element of concealed mirth, like an attempt to stifle amusement. Its maniacal smile betrayed its sinister delight in my fear, fueling my escalating panic. Desperately, I attempted to scream, only to find myself jolted awake. Yet the figure persisted, continuing its relentless approach. Paralyzed, I was unable to move or draw breath, overcome by sobs of terror. Just as I felt as I was being crushed under the weight of a grand piano, Oakley suddenly burst into the room, emitting a primal snarl. At last, I managed to unleash a blood-curdling scream, my frantic plea for help directing towards my mother, as I believed my husband wouldn't be able to perceive my distress. In a flash, B leapt out of bed, hastily flicking the bedside lamp on, and casting his concerted gaze upon me. To my immense relief, the figure had vanished. In that moment, I felt as though I had narrowly escaped the clutches of death itself. Overwhelmed with emotions, I called Oakley up onto the bed, where he, now in tears, sought solace by nestling close to me. My husband, armed with a bat, thoroughly searched every nook and cranny of the house, eventually discovering poor Abby locked in the bathroom, her cries and howls echoing through the walls. It puzzled us both, as she had been beside Oakley and me when we fell asleep, leaving us bewildered as to how she became trapped in that confined space. Upon being freed, Abby rushed to my side, immediately checking on my well-being, while Oakley took up a position near my husband, joining him in investigating every inch of the house. Yet there was one area they refused to explore, the basement. Despite my husband's best efforts to coax Oakley into accompanying him downstairs, the dog's trepidation remained unyielding. In a hurried examination, my husband found no signs of an intruder within the basement's depths. When my husband eventually ascended the stairs to join me, I mustered the courage to confide in him that I simply had to leave. The events of that dreadful night had left an indelible mark on my psyche, compelling me to seek respite away from that home. With the dogs in tow, we embarked on an early morning food run, followed by a drive through the snow-laden landscape. Although the weather conditions were far from ideal, I felt a sense of safety on the road that far surpassed the unease I experienced within the confines of the house. Inevitably, I returned to the house, knowing that the upcoming night would be my last in the unsettling environment. Determined not to succumb to sleep, I opted to spend the night on the couch, with both Abby and Oakley nestled close by. The restless hours ticked by as I fought off exhaustion, refusing to succumb to the sinister pull of slumber. Finally, the dawn broke, and I bid farewell to the house, exhaling a sigh of relief as I distanced myself from its haunting aura. Since that harrowing incident, I have steadfastly declined any future offers to house-sit for Bee's parents. Although I still mustered the courage to visit them for brief periods during the day, regrettably, the lingering feeling of being observed and pursued has never left me, leaving me in constant states of unease. One might assume that Bee's parents would dismiss my account as the ramblings of an unhinged mind, but to my astonishment, they exhibited no surprise when I shared my ordeal with them. In fact, they displayed a disturbing level of familiarity with the horrors I had experienced, as if they were all too aware of the malevolent presence that had plagued their home. Alien in my room. When I was around 8 or 9 years old, I found myself in the familiar confines of my childhood bedroom. Nestled against the edge of a dense woodland, night had fallen, casting a shroud of darkness outside, while I lay tucked beneath my blankets. It was during those late-night hours that my slumber was disturbed. As a peculiar light pierced through the window, bathing the room in a luminous yellowish glow, the sight struck me as odd, prompting me to turn away and divert my gaze from the enigmatic radiance. As I lay there attempting to make sense of the unusual phenomenon, a strange sensation rippled through the air. Without warning, I felt a presence slithering into my bed next to me. Every fiber of my being was awake and alert, eliminating the possibility of sleep paralysis or any other such explanation. The weight of the mattress shifted, as if in response to the intruder's arrival, and I felt a gentle touch upon my arm, barely grazing my skin. A rush of terror engulfed me, leaving me utterly bewildered and paralyzed by the sheer enigma of the situation. In a desperate attempt to shield myself from the fear that gripped me, I resolved to feign sleep, gingerly adjusting my position while peering through the narrow slit between my eyelids. It was then that I beheld the astonishing sight, a creature unlike anything I had ever encountered before. Nestled beside me lay an alien entity, its skin emanating an eerie grayish hue. Although my vision was limited, I still perceived this otherworldly form, imprinted indelibly in my memory. My heart pounded restlessly within my chest, urging me to maintain control over my breathing, for fear that even the slightest disturbance would betray my consciousness to this otherworldly visitor. Summoning every ounce of courage, I devised a plan within the depths of my racing mind. I resolved to flee to the safety of my parents' room, situated just beyond my own door and across a small landing. With bated breath, I counted down in my mind. 3, 2, 1, and propelled myself forward with the urgency I'd never known. My bedroom door swung open in a frenzied motion, and without a second glance I dashed into the darkness, my feet carrying with me an incredible swiftness. In my panicked rush, I collided with the sliding door that guarded my parents' chamber, inadvertently shattering the lock. My mother and father, awakened by the commotion, witnessed the sheer terror etched upon my face. Though they initially believed an intruder of human origin had infiltrated our abode, their belief in my account in the event remained unwavering. Together we embarked on a thorough search of our dwelling, scouring every nook and cranny for any trace of the intruder. Yet to our bewilderment, we found no evidence of its existence. Even to this day, my mother occasionally brings up that inexplicable incident, her perspective having shifted over time. She now entertains the possibility that the enigmatic being that invaded my childhood sanctuary was not of this world, an extraterrestrial or paranormal entity. As the years passed and I matured, I discovered within myself a set of peculiar talents. At times I possess an uncanny ability to sense forthcoming events, foresee chance encounters with people, and predict significant occurrences. Furthermore, I have developed a profound skill in the art of tarot reading, a talent that lies beyond the bounds of the ordinary. These strange and extraordinary gifts have left me pondering the connection between the unearthly encounter of my youth and the abilities I possess today. Curiously, my grandmother too shared these extraordinary capabilities. It is an intriguing coincidence that this shared lineage of mystical gifts between my grandmother and me exist. As I reflect upon her presence in my life, I can't help but wonder if she too had encountered similar otherworldly phenomena during her own earthly journey. Perhaps she possessed knowledge and understanding that she passed down to me, a torch-bearer for her family's unique connection to the unseen realms. In my quest for answers, I immersed myself in the study of ancient wisdom and esoteric teachings, eager to uncover the hidden truths that lie beneath the surface of our ordinary existence. Through diligent research and exploration, I delved into the realms of metaphysics, spirituality, and the intricate tapestry of the human psyche. The more I learned, the more I realized that my experience were not isolated incidents, but part of a larger cosmic puzzle. As I expanded my understanding, I began to recognize that my encounter with the alien entity was a catalyst for my spiritual awakening. It had ignited a flame within me, propelling me on a path of self-discovery and enlightenment. I sought guidance from spiritual teachers, engaged in meditation and energy practices, and embraced the interconnectedness of all things. With each passing day, my gifts grew stronger and more refined. The premonitions and intuitive insights that they once perplexed me now became trusted companions in navigating the intricate tapestry of life. Through tarot readings, I tapped into the collective wisdom of the universe, providing guidance and illumination to those who sought clarity and understanding. Yet, as my abilities flourished, so too did the questions that tugged at the corners of my mind. Why had the alien chosen me that fateful night? Why had it not pursued me or attempted to harm me? The enigma persisted, fueling my curiosity and driving me to seek answers. In my ongoing exploration, I came across ancient accounts and testimonies of encounters with extraterrestrial beings and paranormal phenomena. These stories resonated with my own experiences, weaving a tapestry of interconnected narratives that spanned across time and cultures. It became apparent that I was not alone in my journey. A vast network of individuals had experienced encounters with the unknown, and together, we formed a tapestry of shared experiences and unexplained phenomena. Through interactions with fellow truth-seekers, I discovered a community that provided solace, validation, and support. We exchanged stories and compared notes and pieced together fragments of the cosmic puzzle. Together we unraveled the threads that connected us to the mysteries of the universe, drawing strength from our shared quest for understanding. As I continued my spiritual odyssey, I became attuned to the whispers of the cosmos, sensing the intricate interplay of energies and forces that shape our existence. I began to understand that my gifts were not anomalies or mere chance occurrences, but a manifestation of the divine spark within me, a reminder of the vast potential that resides in every human soul. Now, armed with wisdom gained through years of exploration, I stand at the precipice of a new chapter in my journey. I am called to share my experiences, to shed light on the enigmatic and extraordinary, and to inspire others to embrace their own gifts in connection to the unseen realms. Through my words, my teachings, and my presence, I aspire to uplift and empower those who are ready to embark on their own path of self-discovery and spiritual awakening. In the grand scheme of my life, the unforgettable encounter with the alien entity remains a profound and transformative thread. It is a reminder that we're not alone in this vast and wondrous universe, that there are realms beyond our comprehension, and that our human potential extends far beyond the boundaries of the ordinary. With each step I take, I navigate the intricate tapestry of existence, guided by the light of curiosity and fueled by an insatiable thirst for truth and understanding. I'm driven to unravel the mysteries that lie beyond the veil, to venture into the realms of the unknown, and to embrace the limitless possibilities that await. Through my journey, I've come to realize that the connection between the unearthly encounter of my childhood and my present gifts is not a mere coincidence. In fact, it's a testament to the intricate web of cosmic energies that intertwine our lives, transcending time and generations. My grandmother, with her own set of extraordinary abilities, passed down a legacy that continues to shape my path. As I delve deeper into the realm of metaphysics and spirituality, I find solace in the knowledge that I'm part of something greater than myself. The encounter with the alien entity was not a singular event, but a gateway to a world unseen, a world that invites exploration and discovery. It was a catalyst for my spiritual evolution, guiding me toward the realization of my true purpose. In embracing these unique gifts, I strive to serve as a beacon of light, illuminating the way for others who might be embarking on their own journey. I'm reminded of the importance of authenticity, of staying true to oneself amidst a world that often seeks to confine and label. By embracing the extraordinary, I encourage others to embrace their own inherent magic and potential. As I share my experiences and insights, I'm also humbled by the connections formed with the kindred spirits who resonate with my story. Together we create a tapestry of collective wisdom, drawing strength from each other's journeys and forging a path towards greater understanding and enlightenment. I continue to explore the depths of my gifts, honing my intuition and expanding my spiritual awareness. I'm guided by a profound sense of purpose, fueled by the desire to make a positive impact on the world around me, whether through tarot readings, intuitive guidance, or simply offering a compassionate ear. I strive to empower others, helping them tap into their own inner wisdom and embrace the magic that resides within. And so, my journey unfolds, an intricate dance between the earthly and ethereal worlds, between the known and unknown. I walk this path with awe and reverence, grateful for the experiences that have shaped me and the connections that have enriched my life. With each step, I am reminded of the profound interconnectedness of all things, the undeniable presence of something greater than ourselves. As I navigate this vast tapestry of existence, I am driven by an unwavering belief in the power of the human spirit and the limitless possibilities that lie within each of us. The encounter with the alien entity was not a moment of fear or confusion, but a catalyst of transformation and growth. It opened my eyes to the boundaries and the wonders of the universe, ignited a fire within me that will continue to burn brightly as I embark on the next chapter of my extraordinary journey. Story number 2. A demon? For the past few years, I've been experiencing strange occurrences that I always dismissed as mere illusions or tricks of the eye. You know those moments when you catch something out of the corner of your vision and you quickly rationalize it as nothing out of the ordinary? As someone who didn't particularly believe in ghosts, I attributed these experiences to my own uncertainties. However, there was a peculiar pattern to these sightings. Every time I glimpsed something, it was always near the entrance of my bedroom. Last night was no exception. I retired to bed earlier than usual, feeling quite exhausted. However, as fate would have it, I abruptly awoke in the middle of the night, around 2 a.m. Strangely enough, I found myself wide awake and devoid of sleepiness. Deciding to make the most of the wakeful hours, I opted to stay up a little bit longer and occupied myself with my phone. Time seemed to slip away, and before I knew it, an hour had passed. Suddenly, a distinct sound caught my attention. It was the creaking of my bedroom door, as if someone was pushing it open. Expecting to see my dad entering, I instinctively looked up, only to be greeted by a chilling sight. Instead of my father's familiar figure, I witnessed a dark, ominous hand extending around the doorframe. It reached out and with an eerie swiftness, flipped off the light switch before promptly closing the door again, plunging my room into darkness. Alarmed and filled with a surge of adrenaline, I wasted no time. I sprang out of bed, determined to confront my dad about this peculiar incident. Hastily opening my bedroom door, I peered into the hallway, calling out to my father. But to my bewilderment, there was no one in sight. The hallway stood eerily silent and deserted. Confusion gripped me and I continued calling out, desperately hoping for a response. However, my pleas were met with absolute silence. It was evident that my father was fast asleep in his room. Faced with this inexplicable situation, I realized that it couldn't have been my younger brother either. He couldn't have slipped out of his room, traversed the hallway, and descended the stairs without me noticing. The timing simply didn't add up. Yet I was hesitant to leap to conclusions involving the supernatural. Instead, I resolved to discuss the matter with both my father and brother the next morning. So when morning arrived, and I eagerly sought answers from my family members, I questioned them about the events of the previous night, hoping for some clarification. Much to my surprise, both my father and brother adamantly denied any involvement in this strange encounter. They insisted that they neither opened my door nor tampered with the lights. As the only other individuals in the house besides me, their statements perplexed me even further. Curiosity piqued, I delved deeper into the conversation with my father. He mentioned that I had actually awoken him during the night while talking to my brother. This revelation startled me, as I had no recollection of engaging in any conversation with my brother that night. I immediately refuted my father's claims, suggesting that he must have heard me calling out to him after the lights went out. In an attempt to clarify the timeline, I inquired about the specific time he heard the voices. Astonishingly, it coincided precisely with the moment that I had described. However, my father remained skeptical, insisting that he distinctly heard another voice responding to mine. This revelation baffled me as my brother had been sound asleep, and I would have undoubtedly noticed if he had been conversing with me. Furthermore, my brother himself denied any involvement in the conversation. His denial only deepened the mystery surrounding the events of that night. With my father's testimony and my own experiences, a chilling realization began to take hold. It appeared that my father had heard someone else speaking to me, a voice that certainly didn't belong to my brother. Could it have been the same entity that I had glimpsed near my bedroom door? As someone who knew very little about the supernatural, I yearned for some semblance of understanding, some plausible explanation for these inexplicable occurrences. Turning to the realm of possibilities, I considered various theories. Perhaps there was a logical, albeit uncommon explanation for what I had experienced. One possibility was that of a sleepwalking episode. It was plausible that either my father or brother had unconsciously wandered the halls, tampered with the lights, and engaged in a conversation with me, all without any memory of it. However, this theory faltered under scrutiny. The timing, the quickness with which the hand had manipulated the light switch, and the absence of any evidence of sleepwalking behaviors rendered it an unlikely explanation. Another avenue to explore was the concept of a mischievous intruder. Could someone have infiltrated our home, toying with us during the night? Although it seemed far-fetched, I couldn't entirely rule it out. Intruders driven by unknown motives have been known to engage in bizarre and inexplicable behaviors. But as I pondered this possibility, doubt managed to creep in. Why would an intruder focus solely on my bedroom door and engage in a cryptic conversation? It didn't align with typical intruder behavior. Reluctantly, I had to confront the notion that the supernatural might indeed be involved. Could my home be haunted by a ghost or some other ethereal presence? The idea sent shivers down my spine, but I couldn't ignore the mounting evidence. The consistent sightings near my bedroom, the inexplicable actions witnessed by both myself and my father, and the voice that didn't belong to my brother, all pointed to the paranormal. Determined to seek answers, I embarked on a quest for knowledge. I researched about hauntings and spirits and paranormal activities. Countless tales of documented cases recounted similar experiences, validating the experience and the entities that I had. And there were maybe stories of restless spirits seeking solace and conveying messages, and these too resonated with my own encounters. Armed with this newfound understanding, I reached out to experts in the field of the supernatural. Paranormal investigators, mediums, and experienced individuals had dedicated their lives to unraveling the mysteries of the otherworldly, and these became my guides. They listened to my account with intrigue, offering insights and theories of their own. One prevailing theory put forth by the paranormal experts was that my home could be a focal point of spiritual energy. The entrance to my bedroom might serve as a portal, allowing glimpses into the supernatural realm. The entity I had seen could be residual energy, trapped in a loop, replaying its actions over and over. As for the voice my father heard, it could be an attempt by a spiritual being to communicate with the living, using me as a conduit. A different possibility was the presence of a poltergeist, a mischievous and disruptive entity known to manipulate objects and create disturbances. Poltergeists were often associated with heightened emotions or stress within a household, and their actions could manifest as the opening and closing of doors, flickering of lights, and even audible voices. Despite the theories and insights offered, no definitive answer emerged. The world of the supernatural remained an enigma, and no concrete proof or scientific explanation to satisfy my quest for understanding. I had to come to terms with the fact that some mysteries may forever elude rational explanation. The realm of the supernatural, with its elusive and intangible nature, often defied the grasp of human comprehension. In the midst of my contemplation, I realized that dwelling on the unknown would only consume my thoughts and perpetuate my unease. Instead, I chose to focus on finding solace within myself and creating a sense of tranquility within my home. I embarked on a journey of spiritual exploration, seeking practices such as meditation and smudging and prayer to cleanse the energy surrounding me. Over time, a newfound acceptance settled within me. I acknowledged that there were forces beyond my understanding, entities that operated in realms that we can barely fathom. While these encounters continued to unsettle me at times, I resolved to coexist with the inexplicable, embracing the mysteries that lingered just beyond our perception. In sharing my experience with others, I discovered a community of individuals who had also faced inexplicable phenomenon. Their stories provided comfort and reassurance that I was not alone in navigating this esoteric realm. We exchanged advice, anecdotes, and coping mechanisms, building a support network of understanding and empathy. As the years passed, the sightings and encounters gradually diminished in frequency. Whether this was due to my growing acceptance, the shifting energies within my home, or the enigmatic nature of these phenomena, I couldn't ascertain. Nonetheless, I chose to view it as a positive development, a sign that perhaps the ethereal entities had found their own peace or had moved on to another plane of existence. To this day, I remain open to the mysteries that surround us, cherishing the moments of wonder and awe that the supernatural world presents. I've come to appreciate that not all questions can be answered, and not all experiences can be neatly explained away. Some facets of life will forever remain shrouded in intrigue, inviting us to embrace the unknown and to marvel at the vastness of the unseen. In the end, my journey through these unexplained encounters taught me valuable lessons about humility and curiosity and the resilience of the human spirit. It reminded me that even in the face of the inexplicable, we have the capacity to seek solace, forge connections, and find meaning amidst the enigmatic tapestry of existence. And so, I continue to navigate the ever-unfolding story of my life, embracing both the known and the unknown with a sense of wonder and reverence. An inexplicable event that happened during the anti-Sikh riots of 1984. I won't delve into the intricate details of these events as they remain a sensitive issue even today. But for context, let me provide some background. The 1984 Sikh riots, also referred to as the 1984 Sikh massacre, involved a series of organized pogroms against Sikhs in India, following the assassination of Indira Gandhi by her Sikh bodyguards. Indira Gandhi's assassination was in retaliation to her order of the Indian Army to attack the Hamanandir Sahib complex in Amritsar, Punjab, in June 1984. The ruling Indian National Congress Party was complicit in orchestrating these riots. Now, back in the 80s, when I was a teenager, my mother and I lived with my grandfather in Patna, Bihar. Our immediate neighbors were a Sikh couple who had 2 daughters around the same age as my mother. Let's call them Father F and Mother M. They were genuinely the kindest people you could ever meet. When the violence erupted, Patna largely remained unaffected. Nevertheless, for the safety of everybody in the town and other reasons, my grandfather advised F to change their house plate to a Hindu name, and he complied. F refrained from going out in broad daylight, and all phone calls were redirected to our house. However, these arose grave problems. M had been visiting Delhi for her 2 daughters during the tumultuous time, which was the epicenter of the violence. One night, my grandfather received a phone call that sent shivers down his spine. It was M on the other end of the line. M's brother, whom she had been visiting, had gone out in search of food since the rations were running low, and he hadn't returned since morning. To make matters worse, some workers affiliated with the Indian National Congress had marked their front door with the letter S. This act designated their house as belonging to a Sikh family, making them targets for the impending night attack. Removing the sign would have likely resulted in instant death had anyone witnessed it. My practical-minded grandfather instructed her to shut all the blinds, switching off the lights, and to hide the girls beneath the cupboard. M followed his instructions. After some time, she mustered the courage to peek through the window, only to witness an enraged mob breaking into houses, setting them on fire, and mercilessly murdering the residents inside. It was later discovered that the INC workers had been provided with voter lists, enabling them to identify and target Sikh individuals. Sikh spelled S-I-K-H, if that's pronounced right. I apologize. Overwhelmed by the situation, she broke down. Suddenly, a ray of moonlight pierced through the curtain partition, illuminating a framed painting of Guru Nanak Ji, the founder of Sikhism, and the first of their gurus interpreting maybe this was a sign. M wept and prayed, "Waheguru Ji, have mercy. If not me, save my children." Then she waited, holding her breath. Miraculously, nothing happened. No one came knocking on their door. For some inexplicable reason, the crowd had overlooked their house and moved on to the next one. Perhaps they couldn't see the S sign in the darkness, or maybe someone had forgotten to consult the voter list. I don't know, and neither does M. All we know is that she and her daughters were spared. Her brother returned next morning and informed her that some good Samaritans, had saved his life by hiding him in their house. The time when my astrologer friend tried to escape his destiny. While delving into the realms of the occult and palmistry, I found myself acquainted with a senior and accomplished astrologer, whom I shall refer to as M. M possessed an extraordinary gift of accurately predicting the past, present, and future. And he could do this prediction of individuals merely by analyzing their horoscope, known as Kundli in India. However, this gift seemed more like a curse than a blessing to him. M had studied his own Kundli and discovered that his fifth house was afflicted by severe misfortune. According to his astrological analysis, his firstborn child was destined to endure immense suffering throughout their life. Therefore, he reached a suitable age for marriage. He presented a condition to his parents. He would personally assess the Kundli of the woman he was going to marry. In the region of Bihar, where we resided, Kundli matching held utmost importance, especially in the context of arranged marriages. In many cases, couples didn't meet each other until their wedding night, relying solely on the compatibility of their horoscopes. M found himself in a similar situation. He had no opportunity to meet or date the prospective woman, but instead had to judge them solely based on their Kundli. After careful consideration, he eventually chose a woman whose horoscope predicted that she would give birth to the healthiest child imaginable. He hoped that her favor Kundli would counterbalance the unfortunate fate foretold by his own. Upon finally meeting his chosen bride, M sensed a certain uneasiness, but decided to overlook these instincts as they were already married. Several years passed and she gave birth to a baby boy. Tragically, the child suffered from a birth defect that left him severely disabled. M was devastated by this unexpected turn of events. Despite his efforts to prevent such a fate, it seemed as though destiny was mocking his astrological abilities. Filled with anger, he confronted his wife, who eventually broke down and confessed the truth. It turned out that her original Kundli was also plagued by afflictions. In fact, it was so unfavorable that every family who received her horoscope had rejected her as a potential match. Consequently, her parents sought the assistance of an astrologer who fabricated a flawless Kundli for her, which was then presented to M for examination. Thus, fate, wielding its omnipotence, orchestrated the union of two individuals bound to share a common destiny. In time, M came to accept his fate and wholeheartedly devoted himself to caring for his son, whom he regarded as a manifestation of God's will. The time my granduncle lived with a witch, Trudale, for 3 months. I have a story to tell, a chilling encounter that happened to my granduncle many years ago. It was in the early 1970s when he landed a government job with the civic body of Varanasi, Uttar Pradesh, India. This meant that he had to leave his home in Ranchi, Jharkhand, and find a place to live near his new workplace. Being young and unmarried, he settled into a small house close to his office, embarking on a solitary life. In those days, my granduncle enjoyed taking nighttime strolls along the serene banks of the Ganges River. It was during one of these walks that he experienced something truly otherworldly. As he wandered the quiet riverside, he suddenly heard the sound of a woman crying. Intrigued and concerned, he followed the source of the weeping and discovered an elderly woman dressed in white, sitting alone beneath a tree. It felt like a scene right out of a cliché Bollywood horror movie. Approaching the woman, my granduncle asked her what was troubling her. She revealed herself as a widow, donning the white saree as per the customs, and lamented that her son had abandoned her under the influence of his wife. Touched by her plight, my granduncle, being a kind-hearted soul, offered her shelter in her home, or in his home. He suggested that she could live with him and assist with the household chores such as cooking and cleaning. The woman gratefully accepted his offer, and without delay, they went back to my granduncle's abode. However, my great-grandmother, wise and perceptive, wasn't convinced by this seemingly kind act. She warned my granduncle to keep a close watch on the woman, sensing something amiss. but for the first few days, everything seemed normal. The woman diligently carried out her household duties, although my granduncle noticed that the food she cooked had an abysmal taste. He voiced this concern about the quality of the meals, but his complaint fell on deaf ears. Driven by curiosity and a growing suspicion, my granduncle decided to investigate further. One day, instead of leaving for work as usual, he stayed hidden in a corner of the house, peering through a window to observe the woman while she prepared food. What he witnessed in that moment was beyond horrifying. The woman was making dough, but instead of using ordinary ingredients, she mixed her own excrement, which means poop, into the mixture and proceeded to knead it with her backward-facing feet. Shocked and repulsed by what he had just witnessed, my granduncle's presence was suddenly noticed by the woman. In the blink of an eye, she vanished into thin air, leaving him in a state of utter disbelief. Overwhelmed by the traumatic encounter, my granduncle fell ill, plagued by a high fever that persisted for 10 to 12 agonizing days. It seemed as though he had been marked by an inexplicable event that transpired before his eyes. It was only through the intervention of an occult practitioner who performed a jada ritual, a minor exorcism, that my granduncle finally regained his health and returned to his normal self. To this day, he shudders at the memory of that fateful night, forever haunted by the encounter with this enigmatic old woman who possessed a dark and sinister secret. Update. Went ghost hunting again. Against my better judgment, my friends from the club and I decided to go ghost hunting again for Halloween. This story isn't as long, but it's still really creepy. So this time we opted to explore haunted roads near campus instead of hunting on the campus itself. The first road we ventured down was known as Crybaby Road, named after the legend that the woman hung her baby there, and you can hear her wailing. We didn't hear any crying, but something eerie happened. When we reached the end of the road, a voice whispered, "Turn left," as if urging us to leave. We couldn't help but chuckle as the ghostly interaction occurred. The second road, which I'll refer to as H Road, turned out to be the scariest and most unsettling part of the night. According to the legend, a school bus had once veered off the road, crashing into multiple trees before coming to a stop at a large tree. The bus driver died instantly, while the children on board perished when the bus burst into flames. Now their spirits haunted the road. So as we drove closer, we were all having a good time in the car, chatting and joking around. Yet, the closer we got, the more an overwhelming sense of dread began to envelop us. Personally, I felt as if I were choking back sobs, overwhelmed by the heavy atmosphere. I took out my phone and I opened my spirit box detection app, ready to see if we could pick up any ghostly signals. The app emitted an audible beep that came more frequent and louder and closer that we got to the ghostly presence. As we approached H Road, the beeping intensified, signaling something otherworldly nearby. We came to a stop, about to turn onto the haunted road, when the Spirit Box app emitted a clear and distinct message. God, no! It sent shivers down our spines, and in that moment, we collectively freaked out and hastily retreated from the scene. On our way out, one of the group members, who I'll refer to as V, decided to communicate with the spirits using tarot cards. To our dismay, she pulled the Devil card, which only added to our growing unease. Panic began to consume us. To make matters worse, our driver K experienced a sudden loss of signal on her Google Maps, which repeatedly instructed her to turn around. No matter what we did, the navigation refused to redirect properly and persisted in telling us to make a U-turn. So fueled with fear, we fled the area as quickly as possible. As we distanced ourselves from that dreaded road, everyone in the car started expressing relief. They spoke of a weight lifting off their shoulders and the tension suddenly dissipating. However, I couldn't share in their newfound calm. Throughout the car ride, I felt sick to my core, as if on the verge of bursting into tears. I couldn't pinpoint the exact cause, whether it was the lingering effects of fright or something else entirely, but the only time I felt better was when we finally returned to campus. Overall, it was a spine-chilling experience that reinforced my reservations about ghost hunting. The encounters on Crybaby Road and H Road were haunting reminders of the unknown and the lingering presence of spirits. Despite the fear and unease that consumed me that night, I couldn't deny the lingering intrigue for the supernatural. But perhaps next time, I'll exercise even greater caution when delving into the realm of the paranormal. In the House, Secrets of the Woods, Volume 7. The house sat right beside the road, dilapidated and weathered by time. Mother Nature had begun reclaiming the land, erasing the remnants of what man had built. Today, it's gone, consumed by flames caused by reckless teenagers engaging in forbidden activities. However, back in the late 1930s, that little house was a site of a horrific crime. During that time, 2 elderly sisters called it their home. One fateful summer night, an escaped convict sought refuge in the house, considering it a hideout from the law. Unbeknownst to him, the sisters were hiding in the closet. The details that unfolded within those walls remain a mystery, but according to the police, it was one of the most terrifying scenes they had ever investigated. We used to refer to it as the witch's house, as the screams of the 2 sisters echoed through the air when you passed by. If you've read my previous posts, you'd know about the woods located just behind it. The local newspaper extensively described the gruesome crime scene. My grandfather had kept a copy, and I vividly remembered reading it, akin to a Stephen King novel. The 2 women were found in the living room floor. One body had been dismembered, with the head, arms, and legs severed from the torso. And the other body had multiple stab wounds and had been eviscerated, with the organs placed next to the body. Limbs from one of the bodies were discovered in the kitchen, bathroom, and bedroom, while the head was found in the trash can. The entire house was drenched in blood. The convict's identity and the sisters' names were disclosed in the article, but I won't mention them here. When the authorities discovered the convict in the attic, he was in a state of panic, covered in blood. He claimed that he thought he was alone in the house until he stumbled upon the sisters hiding in the closet. The details of why he committed those gruesome acts remains unknown. The police reported that he described the sisters as if they were possessed, moving with unnatural speed. They chanted an unknown language and told him that he was to be sacrificed. The convict himself sustained numerous stab wounds, bite marks, and claw marks all over his body. He later died at the hospital from apparent heart attack. Before his demise, he informed the police that after the sisters turned on each other, one of them gutted the other, who continued chanting even after death. He claimed that he had used an axe to dismember her, and even after severing her head, the chanting persisted. To this day, one aspect of the crime remains unanswered: the rune-like symbols written in the sisters' blood on the walls. The fingers of a severed arm were found covered in blood, suggesting that the symbols were written by one of the sisters using their own blood. Another peculiar aspect is that on the same day, 5 reports emerged of convicts escaping chain gangs, stumbling upon houses with 2 elderly women, yet this particular convict was the only one to survive. The others were purportedly killed by the elderly woman. In the summer of 1992 marked a significant milestone in my life. Having just graduated from high school, I anticipated starting a well-paying job with a construction company in the fall. That summer was filled with celebration and one memorable night. After consuming a fifth of Jack Daniels, not a whole Jack Daniels, we decided to engage in what we called spook hunting. Armed with a Ouija board, we set off for the witch's house, a place where we had never dared to explore before. As a group of 3, we found ourselves standing at the back door of a dilapidated house. That night, an eerie silence engulfed the surroundings. No chirping crickets, no croaking frogs, no barking dogs, and not a single car passing by on the unusually busy state road. It was an unsettling stillness that sent chills down my spine. With a knife and a crowbar, we managed to pry open the boarded-up door and make our way inside. The interior of the house was filled with an oppressive darkness, and we relied on our flashlights to navigate through the debris. Every step had to be taken with caution, as the rotten floor threatened to give way beneath us. The living room greeted us with an old coffee table surrounded by trash and scattered boxes, a perfect spot, we thought, to initiate our Ouija board session. Little did I know that this choice would haunt me forever. We gathered around the coffee table and placed our hands on the planchette. Tentatively, we began to ask simple yes or no questions. Is there anyone in the house with us? We asked. To our astonishment, the planchette slid towards yes, and the air grew heavy with anticipation and unease. Would you like to talk to us? We inquired, our voices trembling slightly. The planchette moved again, spelling out a definitive yes. A sense of foreboding washed over us as we ventured deeper into the realm of the supernatural. Are you okay? The planchette's response jolted us. It spelled out a clear and resounding no. We exchanged nervous glances, sensing that something malevolent lurked in the shadows of this forsaken house. What happened? We mustered the courage to ask, our voices barely above a whisper. The planchette spelled out a chilling word. Killed. A shiver ran down my spine and my heart pounded in my chest. Desperate to help, we asked, Is there anything we can do to bring you peace? The planchette's answer sent shockwaves through our souls. It spelled out a single horrifying word. Die. The air seemed to grow even colder and a sense of impending doom settled upon us. Suddenly, laughter echoed through the house, seemingly emanating from all directions. It started as a faint whisper and steadily grew louder, mocking and malevolent. Panic seized us as we swung our flashlights around, trying to pinpoint the source of the haunting laughter. It was then that we noticed that dried blood stains splattered across the walls, a grotesque testament to the horrors that had unfolded within these walls. Fear seized our hearts and instinct took over. We scrambled towards the back door, stumbling over rotting floorboards in our frantic attempt to escape. The laughter pursued us relentlessly, growing louder and more deranged. As we burst out into the night, our eyes widened in terror at the sight of an ethereal orb just in front of us, as if blocking our path, urging us to return to the house. We tripped over one another and scrambled to put distance between ourselves and the otherworldly presence. The orb pursued us until we reached the safety of the roadside, and then as quickly as it had appeared, it vanished into the night. We stood there, gasping for breath, our eyes fixed on the now dreaded house. The laughter transformed into blood-curdling screams that pierced through the darkness, reaching the ears of someone nearby who promptly called the police. The house trembled as if possessed, and we could hear the sounds of objects crashing and breaking within. I could have sworn I glimpsed figures moving through the shattered windows. When the police arrived, the haunting screams ceased abruptly, and an eerie silence once again blanketed the area. The officers inquired about the commotion, their expressions a mix of concern and skepticism. We mustered our best attempt at feigning innocence, realizing the gravity of the situation that we found ourselves in. We were just passing by and heard the screams too, I stammered, trying to sound convincing. We were too scared to go inside and see what was happening. The policemen exchanged glances, seemingly unconvinced by our hastily concocted story. One of them, a stern-looking officer, stepped forward and approached the house. He knocked on the door, his knocks echoing through the night, and to our astonishment, the haunting screams ceased abruptly, leaving behind an unsettling silence. No one answered the door, and after a moment's hesitation, the officer motioned to his colleagues to join him. With a forceful kick, they broke through the door and entered the house, their flashlights piercing through the darkness. From our vantage point on the roadside, we anxiously awaited, our hearts pounding in our chest. The dried blood stains that had covered the walls seemed to have vanished, leaving no trace of the horrors that we witnessed just moments ago. The officer emerged from the house, his face pale and his voice filled with disbelief. He approached us, his gaze intense and probing. "If this is some kind of prank, "Y'all be facing serious consequences," he warned, his voice laced with a hint of suspicion. We exchanged glances, our minds racing to come up with a plausible explanation. "Officer, we swear we had nothing to do with it," one of my friends blurted out, his voice trembling. "We were all just curious, but when we heard those screams, we got scared and ran." The officer regarded us skeptically, but after a moment's pause, he sighed, realizing there was no concrete evidence to implicate us. "I don't want to see any of you hanging around this place again," he cautioned, his tone grave. "And I suggest you head home now before any more trouble arises." Relieved yet unnerved, we nodded in agreement, eager to distance ourselves from the malevolent presence that had plagued us in that house. As we dispersed, each of us carried the weight of that night's events forever etched in our memories. The following morning, the sun rose. It was an ordinary day, casting its warm glow over the neighborhood. I tried to convince myself that it had all been just a twisted nightmare, a figment of our overactive imaginations fueled by alcohol and the dark tales that we had heard. But my denial shattered when my phone rang. It was one of my friends, his voice trembling with a mix of fear and disbelief. "You won't believe this," he whispered. "The Ouija board, it's back in my house. It was sitting on my porch swing when I woke up." A chill ran down my spine as the weight of the situation sank in. Whatever malevolent force we had awakened in that house seemed to have followed us, refusing to let go. The supernatural had intertwined itself with our lives, leaving us trapped in a web of darkness and uncertainty. Those woods held secrets that were better left undisturbed, a realm where the line between the living and the dead blurred. As the days passed, we couldn't shake the feeling that something malevolent lurked in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to unleash its wrath. Time would tell whether the teenagers who burned down the house had inadvertently unpleased a supernatural force, or if it had always resided there, confined within the decaying walls. But one thing was certain: our lives had been forever changed, and the horrors of that fateful night would continue to haunt us, serving as a constant reminder that some secrets should never be unearthed. The events that unfolded within the walls of that house had become an indelible part of our collective consciousness. We tried to go about our lives as best we could, but the weight of the supernatural presence lingered in our thoughts, casting a shadow over our every move. Strange occurrences became commonplace, unexplained noises echoing in the dead of night, objects moving on their own, and unrelenting feelings of being watched. Sleep became an elusive luxury as nightmares plagued our restless nights. The faces of two elderly sisters haunted our dreams, their anguished screams reverberating through our subconscious. We couldn't escape the feeling that they were trapped, seeking retribution or closure from the injustice that had befallen them all those years ago. Desperate for answers and a respite from the supernatural torment, we delved deeper into researching the history of the house. The more we uncovered, the darker and more sinister the tale became. Whispers of witchcraft, ritualistic sacrifices, and malevolent entities intertwined with the sisters' story. Rumors circulated among the locals, sharing tales of strange occurrences and unexplained disappearances tied to that accursed house. Some believed that the sisters had dabbled in dark arts, drawing the attention of otherworldly forces that ultimately consumed them. As we pieced together the fragments of information, we discovered that the markings on the walls, resembling rune-like symbols, were indeed linked to ancient occult practices. The sisters had unwittingly stumbled upon an ancient ritual, unleashing forces they couldn't comprehend or control. Haunted by the realization that our own actions had unwittingly set events into motion, we resolved to confront the darkness head-on. Armed with newfound knowledge, we gathered tools and protective artifacts, determined to face the supernatural entity that had gripped our lives. Returning to the remains of the burnt house, we stood before it, its charred structure a stark reminder of the devastation that we had unknowingly unleashed. The air hung heavy with anticipation and trepidation as we prepared ourselves mentally and spiritually for the battle ahead. Chanting ancient incantations and invoking protective spells, we cautiously stepped inside the remnants of the house. The atmosphere grew thick with an otherworldly energy, and the temperature plummeted, sending shivers down our spines. The malevolent presence lurked in every corner, its presence palpable. Through the creaking floorboards and dilapidated walls, we moved with purpose, following the trail of darkness to the very heart of the house. There, in a decrepit room, we found the remnants of the sisters' belongings, a testament to their tragic existence. With every step we took, the walls seemed to close in on us, the air growing heavier, but we pressed on, unwilling to succumb to fear. Gathering our strength, we confronted the entity, speaking words of banishment and offering solace to the tormented spirits. As our voices filled the room, a surge of ethereal energy pulsed through the air. Shadows writhed and twisted, and the malevolent force fought against our efforts. But determination fueled our resolve, and with a final burst of collective energy, the darkness was expelled, dissipating into the ether. A profound silence settled over the house, broken only by our labored breaths. The presence that had plagued us for so long had been vanquished, its hold released. It was a bittersweet victory, for we had paid a heavy price for our curiosity and ignorance. Leaving the remnants of the house behind, we emerged into the sunlight, forever changed by the supernatural ordeal that we had endured. The scars of that experience would forever remind us of the fragile boundary between the known and the unknown, the light and the darkness that coexist in our world. We had delved into a realm beyond our understanding, facing the consequences of our actions head-on. The witch's house, once a place of horror and malevolence, now stood as a poignant reminder of the power of the supernatural and the importance of respecting its boundaries. We couldn't erase the past or undo the horrors that unfolded within those walls, but we could learn from our mistakes and strive to protect others from similar fates. In the aftermath of our encounter, we shared our story, warning others of the dangers that lurked in the shadows. We became advocates for the understanding and respect, urging people to approach the mysteries of the world with caution and reverence. As time passed, the tales of the witch's house faded from the headlines, becoming whispers of local folklore. The charred remains served as a solemn monument to the past, a reminder of the darkness that once resided there. Nature, relentless in its reclamation, began to envelop the remnants, slowly erasing the physical traces of the house's gruesome history. But the impact of that fateful night remained etched in our souls. We carried the weight of the experience, forever changed by our journey into the unknown. It taught us the fragility of our existence, the delicate balance between the seen and unseen, and the importance of humility when faced with these forces beyond our comprehension. From that point on, we vowed to cherish the light that illuminated our lives, appreciating the beauty and simplicity of every day. We became guardians of knowledge, seeking to uncover the truth while treading carefully, mindful of the consequences that may lie in wait. The witch's house became a symbol not just of tragedy and darkness, but also of resilience and growth. It served as a testament to our ability to confront our fears, learn from our mistakes, and emerge stronger on the other side. Years later, as I walked past the overgrown lot where the witch's house once stood, I can't help but feel a sense of gratitude for the journey I set us upon. It was a journey of self-discovery, of facing our deepest fears and emerging with newfound wisdom. Though the house may be gone, its legacy lives on in our hearts and minds. We carry the lessons learned, the scars earned, and the determination to navigate the mysteries of life with reverence and humility. As we continue our individual paths, we share a bond forged in the crucible of the supernatural, that forever connects us, reminding us of our shared humanity and the unending quest for understanding in a world that will always be filled with wonders and secrets yet to be unveiled. Weird noises and a weird light in the sky. So earlier this year, my family and I embarked on a holiday to my mom's hometown. We now reside in a different country, making it a much-needed and delightful getaway. Strange occurrences began unfolding during our stay. We lodged at the house where my mom grew up, boasting a spacious front garden and an expansive backyard. As is pretty common in that area, the back garden was flanked by a neighbor's garden on the left and right. Toward the back, there was a shared area used for cows and horses, or so I gathered. Beyond this communal space lay a massive forest. Across from the house, just outside the front, a road stretched ahead. On the other side of the road, numerous hills adorned the landscape, featuring private areas predominantly inhabited by animals. We spent slightly over 2 weeks there, adhering to the COVID isolation regulations, which kept us primarily confined to the house. Most of the time was spent outdoors, engaging in play and tending to the garden by mowing the lawn and cutting down old tree branches. Every now and then I would hear a peculiar noise, a blend of human laughter and a dog or wolf's howl. It lasted for about 2 or 3 seconds before abruptly ceasing. Sometimes it would occur in a series of 5 of these laughs, while at other times it was only 1. What made it even more peculiar was that the sound, though quite loud, seemed distant, yet everything in the vicinity echoed, from someone shouting to the sirens of ambulances and passing trains, if that's what you call them. Logically, the source of the sound had to be nearby, and yet it appeared to emanate from a great distance. Strangely enough, it seemed as if I was the only one that was reacting to the sound during the initial couple days. Seeking validation, I approached my mom and inquired if she heard the sound too. She responded in the negative, attributing it to some sort of animal. Over the following days, I remained vigilant, hoping to catch sight of the source. However, all that met my gaze were cows, horses, sheep, goats, and chickens, and pigs, none of which could produce any such sound. It persisted throughout our stay, occurring randomly and sporadically. For the longest time, it seemed as though I was sole witness to it, until I realized that my brother was also responding to it. When I questioned him about his reaction, he described the exact same sound that I had been hearing. Secondly, let me share an eerie incident involving a light. We had an outdoor toilet, although renovations were underway. We had commenced the construction of an indoor one. Late that night, nature called, and I grabbed a torch before venturing outside. As I gazed skyward, I noticed a light resembling a large star, but with an L shape. Assuming it to be a figment of my drowsy state, I disregarded it and proceeded to use the toilet. After completing my business, I turned to look back at the spot where the star-like light had been, only to find it had transformed into a square-shaped U, akin maybe to an L and an inverted L positioned together. Lost in contemplation regarding the nature of this peculiar phenomenon, I heard the laughter once again, swiftly directing the torch toward the presumed origin, but the sound seemed to encircle me. Call me whatever you wish, but fear gripped me, compelling me to sprint back to the safety of the house. That's the entirety of the strange occurrences I experienced during our holiday. Something kind of weird happened this morning. Both of my siblings are still in school, and every morning it's my responsibility to help them get ready. My mom and I work together, making sure that everything they need before my brother heads off to school, with my mom driving with him while my sister takes the bus. This particular morning was like any other. As my siblings were getting ready, my mom decided to bake some half-baked mini baguettes. We placed them in the oven and eagerly waited for them to be ready. Once they were done, my sister turned off the oven, and my mom and I both double-checked to ensure that it was indeed switched off. With everyone out of the house, I thought it was a good time to tidy up a bit. I took a quick break to use the toilet and switched off the kitchen light as I left the room. As I sat there, attending to my own business, I suddenly heard a peculiar noise echoing from downstairs. It was difficult to describe, but it resembled the sound of a sheet of paper being forcefully ripped apart. Without wasting any time, I rushed downstairs to investigate the source of the noise. To my surprise, I discovered that the kitchen light was inexplicably switched on, even though I was certain I had turned it off. Moreover, the oven was also on, despite the fact that my sister had turned it off earlier, and both my mom and I had confirmed its status. Nothing else seemed out of place or disturbed in any way. Bewildered, I recounted the strange incident to my mom when she returned home. However, instead of taking it seriously, she simply laughed it off. I understand that she might think I just forgot to switch off the light, although I'm positive I did. But the oven? It's difficult to comprehend how 3 people could be so sure it was turned off, especially considering the type of oven that we have, where you need to twist the knob to set to the desired temperature. It's particularly impossible to accidentally turn it on or off without realizing it. The mystery of what transpired that morning continues to puzzle me, although my mom found it amusing. I can't help but wonder if there's something more to it. Perhaps there's a logical explanation that eludes us, or maybe there's a hidden presence in our home playing tricks on us. Whatever the case may be, I can't shake off the eerie feeling that lingers whenever I recall that incident in the kitchen. Visited by a spirit. A few years ago, I met a new friend named Leah. From the moment we crossed paths, a connection sparked between us. There was something about Leah that drew me in, an array of qualities and admirable traits. Most importantly, she became my guiding light during a desperate and sorrowful chapter of my life. We shared a common burden, the weight of depression that had haunted us for years. Together, we had weathered numerous storms and emerged stronger. Leah had endured her fair share of trauma, her own experiences intertwined with those of others. Eventually, she decided to uproot herself, seeking solace by changing every aspect of her life. Several months later, an extraordinary incident occurred at night, a peculiar encounter, not quite like any dream I've ever experienced before. It wasn't sleep paralysis either, a condition I had encountered previously. In this extraordinary occurrence, there was an absence of sights and sounds. It seems as though my senses were suspended, unnecessarily in that realm. However, I could perceive the presence of another entity, a sense of friendship and femininity emanating from it. Yet the identity remained elusive. Though it didn't trouble me, it exuded a serene and affable aura, despite conveying a peculiar message. The presence urged me to smash through. It's difficult to articulate, but the sensation resembled hurtling a car at full speed into an impenetrable concrete wall. I resisted, understanding that obeying this request would result in our demise. I attempted to communicate my dissent, persuading the spirit that it was misguiding in the course of action it was suggesting. However, the spirit remained insistently calm, compelling me to proceed. It wasn't menacing or malevolent, it merely insisted with composure. So ultimately, I acquiesced and shattered through the metaphorical barrier. Still, there was no light or sound, and yet I found myself unattached to the ground, hovering but not soaring. It wasn't heaven, nor was it hell. It felt like a void, lacking any defining characteristics. Silently, I posed a question without uttering a word. Is this dead? In response, an answer resonated within me, devoid of verbalization. Yes, this is dead. However, you don't belong here. Abruptly, I snapped back to reality, disoriented and dazed. What on earth had just occurred? I hesitated to share this bewildering experience with my husband, revealing that his wife had dreamt about colliding into the concept of dead and willingly followed through. It seemed far too strange, but the peculiarity of it all overwhelmed me and I felt compelled to confide in him. 2 days later, a text message shattered my world. Leah had taken her own life, an inconceivable tragedy that transpired on the very night of my dream. Shock and devastation engulfed me completely. It suddenly dawned on me that the enigmatic visitor I had encountered was none other than Leah herself. She had foreseen the overwhelming anguish that would consume me. She understood the depths of my vulnerability, knowing that suicidal thoughts might haunt me. In some extraordinary way, she had reached out to me, reassuring me that dead was not my place to be. Before this profound encounter, I might have claimed to believe in spirits, but now I hold an unwavering conviction in their existence. Furthermore, a profound realization had settled within me. No matter how deep my depression may descend, suicide should never be an option for me. Leah's ethereal visitation remains etched in my memory, a poignant reminder of the enduring bond that we shared and the importance of cherishing life. Notes from tonight's meditation: twin souls, mirrors, meaning of life, goddess, tears with no sadness. Tonight, my meditation took an unexpected turn after playing 2 songs: Pussifer's The Humbling River, followed by Live's Lightning Crashes. Personally, I have a deep connection with the Humbling River, and I interpret it as a metaphor for the awakening and a promising future. However, when the second song started, I was overcome with a profound cathartic release. My grandmother had recently passed away, and I had been fortunate enough to be with her in her final days. I cried intensely, allowing myself to appreciate the beauty of both life and death. As my tears subsided, I could feel the heightened activity in the crown in my third eye chakra. To continue my meditation, I decided to listen to a guided breathing meditation track. The rhythmic patterns of the breathing reminded me of ways that we breathe when we're falling asleep. With deep breaths in and quick breaths out, I experienced a tingling sensation like overlapping webs, spreading from my feet to my hands, and my chakras, and throughout my body. Although I didn't strictly adhere to the guided breathing, I followed a comfortable rhythm once these sensations intensified. Amidst the other visual experiences, I perceived a structure of small spheres arranged in a tunnel-like formation. Intrigued, I focused my meditation on the phrase, "no one," in my mind's eye. I visualized the letters spinning, with the letter E remaining fixed or rotating around. This visualization emphasized the mirrored nature of "no on" and transformed into a shiny reflective image split down the middle. I then shifted my focus to "no one is watching," and then this phrase began to evoke a presence. My thoughts wandered to something I had noticed earlier in the day. Repeated instances of the number 222 and 22222, culminating in a car license plate reading 2 eyes. Intrigued by the synchronicity, I meditated on the phrase 2 eyes, which transformed into 2 eyes, but in the letter I instead of spelled out I. Suddenly, a face appeared, flickering back and forth in a rhythmic pattern, similar to a hemisync. Hemisync? I don't know. There was a red masculine visage, just juxtaposed with a blue feminine visage. The two overlapped, with areas of red remaining masculine and the areas of blue remaining feminine. Eventually, the blue entity grew stronger, manifesting in various versions of herself, all imbued with blue energy. This entity represented the goddess Anima, the feminine voice that often conveyed messages to me. Mindful of the mirror symbolism once again, I asked her, "How do you know which side of the mirror is real?" She replied, "They are both real. That's how a holographic fractal works." In that moment, I understood with certainty that my partner was my twin soul, a confirmation of the unique and powerful nature of our connection. Continuing my exploration, I encountered the notion of living a life and perceiving it as devoid of meaning. A deep, dark pain arose within me, urging me to confront and release it. Anima gently revealed, "Someone told you that your existence was meaningless, and a part of you believed them, causing great hurt." Intrigued, I asked her, "What is the meaning of my life?" After a brief contemplation with all the possible meanings, her response came forth: "To truly appreciate the beauty of existence." I witnessed 2 opposing vortexes spinning, accompanied by the image of an eye. I ventured through the eye, and the visuals intensified 2-fold. As my energy focused, settled in the sacral chakra, I felt a profound overflow of love emanating from it. Filling my entire being, I also sensed a complete alignment of the root chakra, the foundational lifeline of the chakra system, extending from the base and flowing out through the genitalia. Today, my third eye was exceptionally activated, forming a powerful connection that extended all the way to the well of dreams and the chakra at the back of my head. It struck me that this chakra held significance as the visual cortex. In my exploration, I found myself searching within the chakra system for an endogenous release of DMT, hoping to unlock its hidden potential. While the visuals were vivid, I couldn't really be certain if I had truly accessed it in the same profound way that the sacral chakra filled me with love. At a certain point during my meditation, I felt the equal presence of all three of my eyes. It was as if they were partially submerged in cool water. As I continued to focus on this sensation, I noticed tears streaming down my face, but without the unusual accompanying emotions. I simply observed the flow of tears, allowing them to cleanse and release. As my meditation neared its end, Anima playfully and vividly rickrolled me. It was cheeky yet endearing, reminding me of the playful nature of the divine presence I connected with. Another important realization was reaffirmed during last night's meditation. By increasing our capacity for unconditional love, we unlock more aspects of our true selves. It became clear that embracing and embodying love in a deeper level opens doors to hidden potentials and authentic self-discovery. In conclusion, my meditation journey took me through a myriad of experiences, emotions, and visualizations. From the profound grief of losing my grandmother to the messages conveyed by Anima, and the search for meaning and self-discovery within the chakra system, each moment offered profound insight and a deep connection to the beauty of existence. I emerged from this meditation with a renewed sense of purpose and an expanded understanding of the interconnectedness of all things. He won't stop. Since my separation from the Navy 3 years ago, I've been working part-time doing security at the local bars and clubs. Recently, I just finished my last 2 days, thankfully because I've had more time to spend with my 5-month-old son and wife without feeling drained from working 5 or 7 days a week. I don't know how I managed it, but I did. A few months back, I was working at one of the aforementioned local bars, which happened to be one of my favorite spots. Good food, decent pay, and all-around amazing people. There are hardly any fights there, so my job mostly consists of escorting or throwing people out when they're too drunk or kicking out sailors after curfew. Well, you get it. I was having a good time and chatting with a drunken customer when my wife called me. That's weird, I thought. It's 2 a.m., and I'm not gonna lie. I'm getting a little anxious. I mean, we do have a young baby at home, so I'm sure you can understand. She told me that she couldn't sleep because of a nightmare, and I finally let out a breath. I told her I couldn't talk too much since I was on clock, so I told her to just message me. We began texting each other and I asked her about her nightmare. I wish I hadn't. She began to describe the recurring nightmare, starting with her sleeping alone in our room. She wakes up to a man sitting on her bed. Frozen in fear, she can't say anything, but he begins to speak. You know, for a long time I've been watching you. I want your baby. When he finally turns to her, she can only make out a pair of red eyes. I then asked what the voice sounded like, and she said his voice was so deep that it didn't sound like something that could have come from a human. She continued to tell the rest. He then walks into our son's room, grabs him, and then disappears. She's been having that dream around the same time that I was having mine. It's been months since either of us dreamt about him, although recently my closets now have a very hard and dark feeling, like he's just waiting for the day to strike. Fast forward to now, we introduced the new year and things were feeling pretty light until 2 nights ago. My wife began talking in her sleep around 3 a.m. Normally I don't wake up until 4, and that's when my son decides to be difficult and wants to play. She kept saying, No, don't take him, he's not yours. I began feeling that sense of dread and malice from my dreams about the red-eyed man in the closet. The same as when I was younger, and still the same now. I jumped up, scaring my wife, and ran to my son's room, only to find the room a lot darker than usual, even with the blinds open and his nightlight on. The worst part, the absolute thing that filled me with fear, rage, and confusion, was that his closet was wide open. A 5-month-old infant cannot climb out of their crib and open 2 heavy doors. After seeing that, I told my wife to pack her bag for at least a few days. So they're currently staying at my in-laws' house in the countryside. Being a very traditional family, or rather being a very traditional Japanese family, I know that they have a lot of talismans and protective barriers around the house. I've been home alone for 2 days and 2 nights, and I feel that feeling of being watched at times. Yet, I try to apply logic first, being a veteran and all. But sometimes logic really can't make sense of the things that go on in my house. The events of the past few months have shaken me to the core. The nightmares, the eerie presence, and now the open closet in my infant son's room, it's all too much to ignore. With a heavy heart, I made the decision to call upon the help of a priest and a shaman. Today they're coming to my home, hoping to bring some semblance of peace and protection. As I wait for their arrival, I can't shake the feeling of being constantly watched. Shadows danced in the corner of my vision, and an unsettling energy lingers in the air. I walked through the house, checking every room, every corner, in a futile attempt to find answers. But the truth is, I'm in uncharted territory. My experiences in the Navy did not prepare me for this kind of battle, against an unseen force that threatens the safety of my family. My thoughts drift back to my wife and son, staying at my in-laws' house. I find solace in knowing that they're surrounded by the traditional Japanese talismans and protective barriers. Perhaps in the countryside they'll find temporary respite from the malevolent presence that haunts our home. As the clocks tick away, each passing second feels heavier, as if time itself is distorted within these walls. I'm filled with a mix of anticipation and dread, unsure of what the priest and shaman will uncover during their visit. Will they be able to banish the entity that torments us, or will their efforts prove futile, leaving us to face this nightmare alone? I take a deep breath, summoning the strength within me, reminding myself that I am the protector, a defender. The Navy may be behind me, but the spirit of resilience and determination still burns within my soul. I will do whatever it takes to safeguard my family, even if it means delving into the realms of the supernatural. The sound of a car pulling up outside interrupts my thoughts. It's them. The priest and the shaman have arrived. As I open the door to greet them, a glimmer of hope flickers in my heart. Perhaps with their guidance and ancient rituals, we can reclaim our home from the clutches of darkness. I welcome them inside, ready to face whatever lies ahead. Together we will confront the malevolent presence, standing strong against the forces that threaten to tear our family apart. This battle may be unconventional, but I'm determined to protect those I love. The journey toward reclaiming our peace begins now, guided by faith, strength, and the unwavering love that binds us together. The Screaming Fox. Among our Sami people, we possess numerous sayings that serve as omens for forthcoming events. For instance, if one's nose itches, it foretells an impending bout of anger. When a reindeer scampers about, we know a storm is on its way. And if summer brings a surplus of insects, we anticipate a bountiful berry season. Yet one particular adage revolves around a fox and its piercing cry. In a quaint Sami village, our lives revolve around lavus, Lavvus, structures similar to Native American teepees. We roam the tundra, accompanying our beloved reindeer herds as they migrate across the vast landscape. Within this village dwelled a family consisting of 3 brothers and their respective families. Time had weathered on them, and they all entered their 60s. On a fateful day, as I, Johann, the eldest brother, labored outside, fashioning skis for my grandson, an unexpected sight caught my eye. Emerging from the nearby forest was a fox. The spectacle struck me as peculiar since foxes seldomly ventured into the daylight. Yet there it sat, fixedly gazing at me. Suddenly an ear-splitting scream erupted from its throat, its echoes reverberating ceaselessly. And just then my son emerged, his ire ready to release our dog, upon the fox. Sensing something more profound, I intervened, halting my son in his tracks. "Do not chase away the fox," I advised him. "It has arrived to forewarn me of my impending demise." My son paused, a flicker of concern crossing his features. The fox vanished into the woods, leaving us perplexed and curious. As we congregated within my lavou, questions poured forth, seeking clarity on the fox's significance. Serenely I spoke. "The fox has committed no transgressions. It simply came to herald my journey's end. So do not be surprised when I cease to awaken in the coming days." True to my words, 3 days later, I succumbed peacefully in my sleep. In accordance with tradition, we laid me to rest amidst the forest, near a gentle river where I had often sought solace. While preparing my final resting place, we glimpsed movement among the trees. It was the fox, poised and observant. Every day for a week, as we visited the grave, the fox silently watched over us, a steadfast presence. Soldiers in the forest. When I was around 11 years old, we used to live in lavus, similar to Native American teepees nestled between two mountains, with two small towns located in each fjord. Now, at the age of 60, I find myself reflecting on a particular memory from my youth. Back then, we didn't have a car to travel with, and it was a time when simplicity prevailed, and our modes of transportation consisted of our own 2 feet. One day, my mother, my grandpa's sister, approached me and asked if I would accompany her to a large marsh to cut some grass. You see, we used to gather grass from the forest marshes to insulate our fur shoes, ensuring our feet remained warm and dry. These marsh grasses were renowned for its effectiveness. We prepared some food and grabbed our sickles and embarked on our journey into the forest and marsh. Our dog, always filled with excitement, joined us as well. Throughout the day, we diligently cut and gathered a substantial amount of grass. As the midnight sun began to graze on the horizon, my mother decided that we had collected enough. Equipped with a large piece of cloth, we tied it between 2 trees, creating a shelter for the night. Beneath its protective cover, we found respite from the blood-sucking insects that populated the area. Our faithful dog curled up beside us, and we settled in for the night. Suddenly, my mother sat up. Her attention piqued. The dog perked its ears up too. I inquired about the cause of her alertness, and she urged me to remain quiet. And then I heard it, the sound of voices emanating from the woods. Both of us ventured outside to investigate, but as soon as we stepped out, the voices stopped. We surmised that perhaps it was just people engaging in fishing or revelry. Returning to the safety of our makeshift shelter, we intended to resume our slumber. Just as we were on the cusp of sleep, the voices reverberated once more, this time closer than before. We recognized the unfamiliar language they spoke. It was incomprehensible to us. Again, we ventured outside to investigate, and once more the voices abruptly ceased. Returning indoors, we prepared ourselves for sleep. However, I noticed that my mother remained wide awake, her eyes alert. Consequently, I too remained vigilant. And once again, the voices broke the stillness. This time we caught a single word that sent shivers down our spines. Hitler. Without hesitation, my mother instructed me to stay inside with the dog while she went out to investigate. To our bewilderment, there was no one to be found. My mother returned, assuring me that no one was present. She attributed the phenomenon to the capricious nature of the marsh and advised me that we could rest peacefully. Trusting her words, I succumbed to sleep. But when I awoke the next morning, I noticed that my mother had not slept at all. It was evident that she had spent the night in deep contemplation. We swiftly packed our belongings and made our way back home. Nowadays, where huts stand above the marsh and forest, close to the road, there is a small bunker. Its origins trace back to World War II, serving a purpose long forgotten. Remarkably, it still stands to this day, a silent witness to the passage of time and the memories etched into the fabric of our lives. The Lone Children. 60 years ago, when I was just a child, My family and I would migrate to the tundra with our reindeer during the summer. I lived there with my parents, 3 older brothers, and 1 older sister. Being the youngest of the sisters, we loved running and playing among the hills all day long. One day, a friend of my father, my great-grandpa, came to visit us. He was a city man who wanted a break from the urban life. He stayed with us for about a week, and during that time, we fished and gathered berries and had a wondrous time. He was a kind-hearted man who showered us children with candy and treats. On the last day of his visit, he decided to take a stroll among the hills. He walked for a while before noticing something peculiar. 2 girls were playing on a small hilltop. Chuckling to himself, he remarked, "Those sisters are so delightful, they spend their days running and playing among the hills. I wish my children could experience the same joy." With a smile, he returned to our camp and informed my great-grandpa, "I just saw your daughters running around a little bit south of our camp." To his surprise, his words were met with silence. My great-grandma spoke up, "That can't be right. Our daughters have been here all day." A chill ran down the man's spine as he hurried back to the spot where he had seen the girls. To his dismay, no one was there. Thusly, worry consumed him as he rushed back to the camp. My great-grandma comforted him and said, "Don't fret, it's just the Ulda coming out to play. They mean no harm, but take this needle with you just in case you encounter an Ulda woman. They might try to kidnap you if you're unable to defend yourself." With those words lingering in my mind, the man hastened his return. Thanksgiving Guest. I've been living in this OctagonHouse built back in 1855 for over 20 years now. Throughout the years, I've encountered some rather peculiar occurrences, which I've shared in the past, but the most recent incident took place during our Thanksgiving dinner, while my family and I were gathered in the kitchen on the first floor of our 2-story single-family home. Just as we all settled down and took our seats, I distinctly heard unmistakable footsteps coming from the second floor directly above the kitchen. The strange thing was, no one was up there at the time. The footsteps continued as if someone was moving around the room upstairs, and then descended the stairs just outside the open doorway leading into the kitchen. The footsteps seemed to be approaching me from behind, although I didn't dare to turn around. As it all happened so quickly, the thumping of the floorboards grew stronger and the footsteps grew nearer. Before I had the chance to say anything, my youngest daughter, who was sitting beside me, looked under the table and said, "Oh, you're doing that, Dad?" I immediately replied, "No, it's not me. You heard it and felt it too, right?" The whole situation gave me an eerie feeling, to say the least. What made it even weirder was that only my youngest daughter and I heard or felt anything. My other daughter and my wife seemed completely oblivious to what we had just experienced. It's strange how these occurrences seem to be exclusive to my youngest daughter and me. Neither my wife nor my older daughter have ever encountered anything unusual in the house. It makes me wonder if somehow we're more attuned or receptive to these experiences than they are. Shadow person or child? I've owned my OctagonHouse for about 18 years now. It was built in 1855. And boasts equal sides a unique architectural marvel. Up until recently, I'd never experienced anything out of the ordinary in my home. I've never been one to believe in ghosts or spirits, so when strange occurrences started happening, I didn't immediately jump to conclusions or consider selling the house. About 6 months ago, my wife and I were having trouble with our 10-year-old daughter sleeping in her own bed. Like any parent can understand, she would run into our room every night. It wasn't an uncommon situation. One particular night, my daughter darted into our room and claimed the entire bed and blankets for herself. In an attempt to resolve the issue, I decided to sleep with her in her bed for the night. At around 3 a.m., I found myself lying on my side, facing my daughter's bedroom door. Without any movement, I opened my eyes, and there it was, a dark shadow of a short person or child standing right in front of me. It had no distinguishable features, just a black, cloudy, and smoky form with a sense of volume to it, not appearing flat like a mere projection. I remained still and didn't blink for what felt like 15 or 20 seconds until it dissipated and drifted away to my right. Surprisingly, I didn't leap out of bed in a panic. Instead, I rolled onto my back and questioned whether I had truly seen what I thought I did. Glancing at my phone on the floor, I noticed it was approximately 3:15 a.m. I lay there for a couple of minutes, growing increasingly scared by what I had witnessed, and eventually returned to the bedroom where my wife and daughter were sound asleep. Climbing back into bed, I eventually managed to fall asleep again. The following morning, I confided in my wife about my encounter, but I decided to keep it from my daughter. I didn't want to frighten her. I tried rationalizing the experience as sleep paralysis or something similar, but deep down I was certain that I had been fully awake during the incident. And things only grew stranger from there. Just last week, during a family dinner, the topic of ghosts came up. Curious, I asked my daughter if she had ever experienced anything explicable. Mind you, I've never divulged my own encounter to her. Surprisingly, she replied that one night, while in her bed, she had woken up and seen a shadow of a girl floating near her bedroom door. Naturally, I didn't mention my own experience, but my wife and I exchanged bewildered glances. She dismissed it, convinced that we were both just imagining things. To make matters more peculiar, our electronics have started acting up recently. Phones randomly come to life in the middle of the night, playing videos, and the television switches channels without anyone touching the remote. Thankfully, we haven't witnessed any more shadow people, but our dog has been acting oddly. At times, he barks and growls at seemingly empty rooms, reacting to something that we can't see or hear. While I'm not eager to sell the house just yet, I can't deny that these events have left me with a sense of unease. As someone who never believed in the supernatural, I find myself grappling with the inexplicable and questioning the nature of the reality that I thought I once knew. Cell Site Field Technician's Nightmare. About 8 years ago, I worked as a field technician for one of America's largest cellular carriers. Every month, I had to be on call for network issues after business hours, usually for a week, and it just so happened that this particular on-call week fell on Halloween night. It sounds like the beginning of a made-up story, but I assure you every detail is 100% true without any exaggerations. Being on call often meant that I would receive a call about an issue just as I was getting into bed for the night. And true to form, on that Halloween night, around 12 a.m., as I was preparing to sleep, I mentioned to my wife that the one place I really didn't want to be called out to was the old church not far from our town. This church, built in the 1820s, was an eerie wooden colonial New England structure, and it even housed a grave inside the chapel, containing the remains of the original minister from the early 1800s. Our cellular equipment was located in a small locked room in the steeple, just below the bell. Only employees of my company knew the combination to access it. Wouldn't you know, just as I finished mentioning the church to my wife and was about to lay my head in the pillow, my phone rang. It was the National Operations Center, the NOC, calling to inform me that one of the radios was down and they wanted me to go to the site as soon as possible to troubleshoot the issue. To put that into perspective, there were approximately 2,000 cell sites in the network that I was responsible for during my on-week call. I asked them which site was having the problem, and to my dismay, they told me it was the site located in the old wooden church. My heart sank and my pulse began to race. Curiosity compelled me to ask what they suspected the issue might be, as they usually had access to the alarm information prior to dispatching technicians. The NOC responded, saying that they had never seen this particular issue occur without someone being physically present at the site. Apparently, the radio had somehow switched itself into local mode, a setting that can only be changed by pressing a button on the face of the radio while at the site. It was impossible to perform this action remotely. I remained calm and assured the NOC that I would take care of it. I hung up on the phone and decided to stay in bed, waiting for an hour before calling them back. I informed them that the key to the equipment room was missing and the issue would need to be resolved in the morning. There was no way I was going out in the middle of the night to investigate who or what had tampered with the equipment. When morning came, I arrived to the site, and sure enough, the radio was powered on. All I had to do was press the button to take it out of local mode and restore the equipment to its normal functioning state. Hat Man in New York City. About 2 years ago, my wife and 2 daughters joined me on a journey from Jersey City to Manhattan's Penn Station using the PATH train. Exiting the station, we found ourselves standing on the sidewalk, eagerly trying to hail a cab. The day was adorned with sunshine, devoid of any clouds from what I can recall. I positioned myself at the edge of the curb, raising my right hand in the air to catch a cab's attention, while my wife and girl stood behind me in a tight group on the sidewalk. As I scanned my surroundings, hoping for a taxi to come our way, something peculiar caught my attention from the corner of my eye. A tall black shadow of a man, donning a wide-brimmed hat and clad in what seemed to be a long coat, stood uncomfortably close behind my family. The proximity unsettled me, considering that we were in a bustling city of New York, and who knows what someone's intentions might be. In that moment, driven by curiosity and concern, I turned my head to the left, aiming to get a better glimpse of the situation. To my astonishment, I caught sight of a faceless black shadow, sending shivers down my spine. It was a split-second encounter, leaving me in such shock that I had to do a double-take. By the time I refocused my gaze, it had vanished into thin air. My reaction was a simple exclamation of, "Wow!" My family looked at me with perplexed expressions as I scanned the street up and down, desperately seeking any sign of the mysterious figure that had startled me. I inspected the nearby buildings, carefully examining the shadows cast upon their windows, hoping to find a logical explanation for what I had witnessed. Yet, nothing appeared to have caused that chilling encounter. In the midst of my investigation, a cab pulled up beside us, ready for us to embark on our journey. We quickly got inside, leaving the perplexing incident behind us as we drove away. To say that I was disturbed would be an understatement. I found myself deeply unsettled, worrying about my eyesight and contemplating if I might be experiencing issues with blind spots or strange visions. The possibility of hallucinations crossed my mind too, causing further unease as I wondered if this would become an ongoing problem. Deciding to keep my fears to myself, I resolved to observe my surroundings for a few more days, hoping to determine if any similar sightings would occur. Thankfully, over the next few days, I encountered nothing of the sort. Relieved, I eventually mustered the courage to share my disconcerting experience with my wife. Although she found it intriguing, she didn't dwell on it too much. Weeks later, when we returned home, curiosity got the best of me, leading me to search Hat Man on Google. I had no prior knowledge of such phenomenon, nor did I realize it was something others had reported. To my astonishment, the search results revealed numerous accounts from individuals who had encountered the same eerie presence as me. Me and my friend went to a famous haunting in our country. I have great interest in the paranormal, and so does my friend, so naturally we thought it would be a thrilling idea to visit that place. Besides, I had an EMF meter that could detect the energy in the surroundings. We made sure to go during the day because we weren't foolish enough to venture there at night. Upon arriving, we noticed that the tree had been vandalized to the point where only the stump remained. However, there were upside-down crosses painted on other trees. The tree had always been regarded as an embodiment of evil at that location, which probably explained why it had been destroyed. As we stood there, my friend started feeling a bit queasy. She's always been sensitive to paranormal phenomena. We walked around searching for the remnants of the house's foundation, which we eventually found a short distance from the road. My EMF meter showed some activity, but nothing significant. My friend and I exchanged glances, and I decided to explore the open area next to the foundation. Just as we stood there asking questions, an eerie silence fell upon us. The deafening quietness replaced the previous chirping of birds. I peered among the trees, and an unsettling sensation washed over me. felt as if someone were watching us from within the woods. You know that feeling you get when you suspect someone, perhaps a friend, is hiding, ready to jump out and startle you? The feeling was akin to that. I was convinced that if I approached one of these trees and looked behind it, I would surely find something in there. It was an unsettling intuition. However, the reassuring daylight provided us with a sense of security. Had it been night, we might have succumbed to fear easily, as it becomes harder to discern anything at all. I glanced at my friend and suggested that we should leave. As unease crept over both of us, she hunched over, clutching her stomach, and complained of feeling unwell, describing a burning sensation in her neck. I couldn't see anything unusual, but her distress was evident. I immediately said, "Yeah, let's go." As we reached my car, and I reached for the keys, a loud bang resonated within the vehicle. It sounded as if someone had stomped forcefully on the car's floor. It had never made such a sound before. We exchanged alarmed looks. Me. Not my car. "Friend, did you hear that? Just as we're leaving, it sounded like it came from the trunk." "No, don't tell me she's hiding in the luggage." I opened the trunk, but there was nothing there. We searched every nook and cranny, but found nothing out of the ordinary. Hastily, we jumped into the car. I glanced at my friend and said, "Watch now, it won't start." I insert the key, and although I hesitated a bit, the engine roared to life. As we drove away from the forest, an eerie feeling didn't dissipate entirely. However, once civilization came into view, we could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Strange occurrences in the cottage my great-grandfather built. During the third lockdown in the UK, January 2021, March 2021, I found myself in Derbyshire with my family. Being a student in my final year of 6th form, I needed a quiet space for online school on Zoom. My parents suggested I stay at our vacant cottage, which they usually rent out in Airbnb. This way, I wouldn't be disturbed by the commotion at home with both of my parents working remotely and my younger sibling attending online classes. This cottage had been built by my great-grandfather, and it had been passed down to our family, and over the years it had undergone renovations and now boasted a modern interior. However, it was situated in a tranquil little village, and although not completely isolated, it could sometimes feel a bit lonely. To focus on my work and enjoy some relaxation time, I often spent nights there instead of having my parents drive out to take me home. Each evening I made sure to lock up around 6:30 p.m. One night, amidst my usual routine of completing homework, I must have forgotten to lock up before heading upstairs for a bath. Upon returning downstairs, watching some TV, and then it hit me. I couldn't recall if I had secured the door or not. I walked up to the front door, only to realize that the keys were not where they usually rested on the table nearby. You see, I had a habit of leaving my keys there without fail. As I checked the door, it swung open, revealing the darkness outside. I promptly closed it and began retracing my steps, initially unperturbed, thinking I had simply misplaced the keys absent-mindedly. I scoured every drawer in the cottage, peeked inside the fridge, sifted through the bins, just in case I accidentally discarded them with some trash, and meticulously checked my pockets, bag, in every possible place, even the most absurd ones. Just to be thorough. Alas, they were nowhere to be found. Frustrated yet determined, I decided to head downstairs and start my search fresh with a third time, commencing from the front door, and that's when I saw them, the keys neatly placed on the table, arranged perfectly straight and pointing towards me. I had inspected that very table twice before, yet somehow they had eluded my sight. Until that moment, it was right there in plain view, just where I habitually left them. An immediate sense of unease washed over me. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end. Witnessing the keys reappear so conspicuously felt unsettling, almost taunting. My instinctive response was to grab a large kitchen knife and call my dad, urging him to come over. I entertained the idea that someone might have surreptitiously entered the cottage while I was bathing, playing mind games with me. In haste, my dad rushed over, meticulously searching the entire house, but found no one but me. He laughed off my concerns, convinced that I had simply overlooked the keys, no matter how much I insisted that they had inexplicably appeared. Once reassured that there was no actual knife, or knife-wielding maniac lurking about, I regained my composure. However, upon returning home, my mum revealed that my uncle had also encountered a paranormal experience in the cottage. My uncle, a versatile tradesman skilled in building, plumbing, and electrical work, had been involved in renovating the attic. He had never been one to tell lies. In fact, he was notorious for being brutally honest, even when silence would be more tactful. According to my mum, he confided with me while working in the dark attic, he had heard the low, eerie voice of an old woman saying, "Hello." The mere mention of my uncle's encounter sent shivers down my spine. He had bolted out of the attic in a panic, his nerves on edge. My mom didn't see any additional details, but the incident stayed with me, lingering in the back of my mind. There was yet another eerie tale connected to the cottage. During our younger years, we had temporarily taken up residence there when our house faced some water pipe issues. One night, our babysitter experienced a terrifying episode of sleep paralysis. She recounted seeing a shadowy figure of a woman entering her room, slowly approaching her and then suddenly tightening its grip around her throat. When she finally woke up, she found herself coughing and gasping for air, her own hand still lingering around her neck. The incident left her shaken and bewildered. I pondered whether this episode of sleep paralysis could be connected to the paranormal occurrence in the cottage. Although I wasn't sure of the exact relationship between the sleep paralysis and the supernatural phenomenon, it couldn't just be a mere coincidence that these incidents shared a common thread. Curiosity piqued within me, and I couldn't help but wonder about others' experiences or thoughts on the matter. As far as I knew, none of the guests who had stayed in the cottage through Airbnb had complained of any issues. However, considering the strange events that had unfolded within its walls, it seemed plausible that there was something peculiar about this place. Something that only those spending extended periods of time working alone there would encounter. I yearned to delve deeper into the history of the cottage, to uncover any tales or legends that might shed light into its mysteries. Perhaps there were accounts of previous occupants experiencing similar inexplicable phenomenon. It was as if the cottage held secrets within its walls, waiting to be unraveled. In the meantime, I couldn't help but feel a sense of trepidation whenever I entered the cottage. The once familiar and comforting space now carried an air of uncertainty and anticipation. Every creak and whisper seemed magnified, as if the house itself held its breath, waiting to reveal its enigmatic secrets. Despite the occasional moments of fear and unexplained occurrences, the cottage remained a part of our family's heritage. It held memories both pleasant and disconcerting, and as I embark on my final year of my 6th form, I knew that I would continue to seek solace within its walls, finding this solace in the solitude that it offered for my studies. For now, I remain vigilant, keeping an open mind and a watchful eye, ready to uncover the truth behind the inexplicable events that unfolded in the cottage, a place where the realms of the living and the ethereal seemed to intertwine in the most uncanny and enigmatic ways.